light. It's on.
Good afternoon. We're going to reopen the Public Safety Committee hearing. And before we do, I'll ask Legislator Rose Walker to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, good afternoon. Today we're going to reconvene the March 8th meeting of the Public Safety Committee. Can I have a motion to untable clerk item number 64-21, a resolution to adopt the Nassau County Police Reform and Reinvention Plan? So moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Millay. Thank you. All right. All those, can I have a vote? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right. The motion is untabled, and at this time, I'm going to ask Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, as we're going to do all three committees at the same time.
Thank you, Legislator Ford. We are going to have the roll call of the Finance Committee, and Mr. Muscarella. Mr. McKevitt.
Hi. Wait a minute.
Mr. Muscarella is here as well.
Muscarella is here.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Walker is here. Ms. Birnbaum.
Here.
Mr. Drucker. And Mr. Lafazan. Okay, we've got a quorum in any event. We are going to have a motion to untable clerk item 64-21 to adopt the Nassau County Police Reform. That motion is made by Ms. Walker, seconded by Ms. Birnbaum. All those in favor of untabling, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion is untabled. And now, Presiding Officer Nicolello for the Rules Committee.
Okay, I'm going to call the Rules Committee to session and ask Mike Pulitzer to call the roll, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Rules Committee roll call. Legislator Sela Bino. Legislator Delia Jurici-Witten. Ranking Member Kavan Abrahams.
Here.
Thank you. Legislator Stephen Rhodes. Vice Chairman Howard Coppell.
Here.
Chairman Richard Nicolello.
Here.
We have a quorum, sir.
Legislator Rose Walker will be substituting for Legislator Schaefer. She's here.
Thank you, sir.
Before we start, there was some public comment. Mike, could you read that? Just let us know who we received public comment from.
The public comment was submitted by Susan Gotherer, Director, Nassau County, New York Civil Liberties Union. That's for the Public Safety Committee, and we have so noted it, sir.
I think there were three other.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Give me one moment, please. And there was public comment from the Honorable John Joseph Butnick. and from a Skylar Bader. That was the other public comment. Thank you very much.
And I also received an email from a Kerry Johnson in Woodmere, New York, and her comments will be made part of the record as well.
And also, I'd like to state that Legislator Lafazan is here.
Thank you, Mike. I'm here.
All right, good afternoon, Commissioner. Thank you very much for coming back. And I guess without further ado, unless anybody, I don't think anybody has any opening comments, but we'll go right to you. And if you can give us an update as to the changes that you made with the plan that you submitted.
Commissioner, could you hold on a moment? I neglected to call the item for the Rules Committee. Let me do that now. Need a motion to adopt a resolution to adopt the Nassau County Police Reform and Reintervention Plan. Moved by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator Rhodes. So that's before the Rules Committee as well. Thank you, and I apologize.
Good afternoon. I want to start by introducing my staff that is present with me today and will present different parts of our plan. First to my right is intelligence analyst Amanda Lamberti, and I want to give her a lot of credit here. She's been with us step by step regarding the plan and dealing with the multiple changes that we've had to deal with, and she's done an outstanding job, and we thank her for that. Commissioner Smith to my left, to the left of Commissioner Smith, is our Chief of Department, Stephen Palmer. To the left of Chief Palmer is our Chief of Detective, Keyshawn Sewell. And to the left of her is Chief of Support, Lorna Atmore. Also with us in the audience today is our Chief Counsel, Deputy Chief John Berry, our Deputy Chief of Patrol, Joe Barbieri, our Deputy Chief Bill Leahy, Deputy Chief Chris Ferro, Assistant Chief Jimmy Bartschauer, and Inspector Stillman. All the rest of the members will introduce themselves as they're called here today. We are here to present the reform recommendations to you all for your consideration and answer any questions for clarity. This is a draft, and until final approval by this body, it will remain a draft. The NCPD is committed and has been since 1925 to serve the people of this county, and we embrace reform as you will hear today in this document. The information in this document has come from over 150 meetings. That includes working groups with the PACT, the CCT, the CCC, town and community meetings, listening sessions, online recommendations, and a review of the People's Plan. The document you will have all received, the document you have all received several months ago. There's a lot of work was put into it, and it's an issuance by the Executive Order 203. Every recommendation was reviewed and given great consideration. The Nassau County Police Department is a great department and should not be compared to any other agency or any other incident around this country. We are a service-oriented police department, treating all people with respect, dignity, and fairness. But we have always said that we can do better. And with this reform, we will do better. We thank all that have been involved in the process, and a special thanks to the PAC team, as we are committed to continue after the April 1st deadline to hold us accountable to the promises made in the plan, transparent to the community and this board, as well as giving updates to the reforms and the commitment to continue looking at all new ways to reform going forward. So the work is only beginning, and we ask you all to continue to have faith in your department that has been serving you since 1925. The Police Department's mission statement is to serve the people of Nassau County and to provide safety, equality, and improved quality of life in our communities through excellence in policing. Topic 1, community-oriented policing and public trust. The first thing that we did, the very first thing that we did, is we moved 20 COPE officers from plainclothes duties and assigned them under our Community Affairs Office so that the approach to quality of life issues in this county would be with a community involvement. We have added bike patrols, identified today as the best method of community engagement as requested by the public The officers reflect the community. 30 officers have been trained, 6 new bikes have been donated by the foundation. We've expanded our community affairs. We still did a holiday toy parade during the COVID. We were committed to continue to do our backpack giveaways, thanks to our unions and the foundation contributing to this mission. We recently added quads to our beaches and parks, a more hands-on and a more flexibility to get to areas of concern. We have mandated park, walk, and talk by our postcards, as requested by the communities. We have added 3 brand-new PALs, Elmont, Roosevelt, and Lawrence. Our new academy opens up in June, and our first community event on the calendar is June 19th. It is the 3-on-3 JoJo Wright Invitational, named after the young man in Uniondale that tragically died in that accident. Our unions and our foundation have all donated the scholarship money that will go to the Uniondale High School at the end of the year in JoJo's name. $5,000 for the superintendent, Rhonda Taylor, to make sure that we are giving it to the kids of concern and not just those that play basketball. We have partnered with Dr. Williams of the Nassau Community College to cross-train with students and our recruits, having college lectures on gender, Black history, implicit bias, and the students being part of our role play in the new academy as a training day for the school and in the new tactical village. We will be able to have our cops respond to in the new training village to a school, house of worship, a residence, a restaurant, a train platform, or a gas station, and handle the calls for service we receive on a daily basis in the very diverse community that we serve. And the students from our diverse college will be part of those role plays. We will get to understand how both sides see each other. At the conclusion of each training session, there will be a briefing on that day, and we will hear from the students on how they feel, similar to the video that you have all seen that we now use in our training from the men of Elmont. We need to understand the environment we police in order to police it correctly, fair and without bias. It has been said that a basketball game does not fix the issues that we face today. I agree. It's not the answer, but it's part of the solution. We build trust from the foundation up. I will never correct diversity in this department if we don't fix the trust issues with our young children. And what better way to do that but bonding in a community training environment, programs, and yes, basketball games and other positive interaction. The governor has asked us to look at 13 mandates. And as you can imagine, when you get people behind a cause that they are passionate about, it expands. And this document will address all of them. The department, made up of sworn and civilian members, and our current head count is 3,626. That's 2,400 sworn members, 100 short of the head count of 2,500, and 1,226 civilian members, again, short about 30 from the head count. Our racial makeup across the board is 3,142 white, 17 other, 235 Hispanic, 186 Black, and 46 Asian. There are many parts of the hiring process that we do not control. It is the Nassau County Civil Service and the New York State Civil Service. DCE Fox is working with the department and the Civil Service Commission to see what we can do better to increase our diversity. The police department is committed to improving what we control to increase our diversity. We have added the following and have come up from the recommendations from our community. A QR code. This will allow for early recruitment process, which allows us, after we've been in our schools recruiting young men and women to join our police department, they can sign up through the QR code and have early registration. When the test comes about a year, 2 years, or 3 years after, we will notify them to make sure that we don't lose them after we've recruited them. A mentoring program. This was a recommendation and a commitment to do the work by our fraternal organizations. With the QR code notification, there will be a contact sheet sent when a test is announced, and offer assistance of our mentoring program. How do I register? I don't have the money to register. What's the test look like? And any review possible. This will also allow to continue through the process and throughout their careers. Our intent is not to lose any good young kid from any community here in Nassau County because he may not have that leadership at his home to help him guide through this process. We're going to be there to help him guide through that process, or him or her. An enhancement of our community affairs to enhance our recruitment. As you saw, we've added the 20 COPE officers. We've tripled the size of community affairs in the last 2 years, and we've made our POP officers, which work under that umbrella, 3 that used to be 1 when we first got here. A waiver application fee for those who cannot afford it. So again, finding the ways. We will help them get that waiver of when they apply for that application. And the creation of a new diversity team. I have asked Chief Palmer to head up that program, and I'm now going to have him address that with you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Chief Steve Palmer, Chief of Department. The Commissioner of Police has asked for the formation of a diversity recruitment team in furtherance of our mission to serve and protect the people of Nassau County and to provide safety and an improved quality of life in our communities. Our goal is to create a department that contains a broad range of diversity, including race, gender, religion, language, sexual orientation, life experience, and social background. The team consists of the Chief of Department and 15 members who represent each precinct, specialty units, civilians, and the Detective Division. The Nassau County Police Department is committed to improving effectiveness and understanding in our interaction with all communities and providing police service that is fair, respectful, compassionate, and promotes equity and equality. In order to have dialogue that is meaningful and moves beyond just a discussion of personal beliefs and experiences, we will build upon the dedicated recruitment work of our Community Affairs Unit, begin to explore best practices in recruitment, selection, and retention, and review studies conducted by the U.S. Department of Justice Community-Oriented Policing Services on this topic. For example, their publications on law enforcement recruitment in the 21st century and mobilizing the community for minority recruitment and selection, with a focus on getting the community's help in increasing the number of diverse people who apply for the job, successfully complete the applicant process, and to identify barriers to recruitment. Now is a good time to acknowledge the exceptional effort and dedication of our community affairs, who have never stopped the important job of recruitment. They continuously engage a diverse variety of groups. Even with the challenges brought on by the pandemic, they have been holding Zoom meetings, reaching out, and promoting all of the benefits of joining this department and profession. The next topic will be about recruit training and the new in-service training for our members. I should note that New York State dictates that our training standards, with 699 hours of instruction required by the state, we meet that well beyond. We train our recruits for over 1,000 hours with the finest police academy staff that I have ever worked with. I want to thank you for your time and attention, and I will now turn it over to Police Officer Christopher Baccio, the Police Academy's academic coordinator. Also present here today is Inspector Robert Kaufman, the commanding officer of the Police Academy.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Police Officer Christopher Baccio from the Nassau County Police Academy. I thank you for allowing me to speak here today in front of all of you on behalf of the Nassau County Police Academy. Just to touch on some of the things that the Commissioner had mentioned earlier, he defined this as a service-oriented police department here in Nassau County. And that fact is woven through every single thing that we train in the Police Academy. You know, we define ourselves by service-oriented and further define this to recruits during their first week as a philosophy of full service policing, where the same officer patrols and works in the same area from a decentralized location, working in a proactive partnership with the community that we serve. And those words are woven through every single aspect and stressed to every single one of these recruits as they go throughout the entire academy process, which again, as the chief depicted, 699 state hours, roughly 1,000 plus hours that we give to the recruits as a subsequent to that. In addition to that professional and empathetic manner, all of all of this service-oriented beliefs and all of this service-oriented system is to be applied through a professional and empathetic manner, and as a result, hopefully we can see that through with their training. In addition to that, we have some recruit training that was specifically highlighted with regard to the plan that we have here. We give use of force, training on use of force at DCJS, Division of Criminal Justice Services, requests that we train our officers for 11 hours in police use of force. We train our officers for about 19 hours, and that includes about 8 hours of reality-based training, otherwise known as role-play hours. With regard to use of force, because that's a topic in which I will not be speaking on later on, we go over a lot of different things, and not merely just the use of force. We impress upon these recruits and at our in-service trainings that the sanctity of life is above all else in regard to what we do out there on patrol. Oftentimes, we need to address certain basic dignities of personhood, even though these individuals that we're dealing with aren't affording it to themselves. We need to be well-versed in applied psychology, emotions. Our words and actions need to hit their mark every time in one deft and fearless display of peacekeeping, piecing a temporarily lost soul back together again. Social order requires a complex understanding of the human condition, far more than requires a tough guy swagger, handcuffs, and a gun. And we are the ones that are going to go out there and rebuild our society and regain that trust and fairness and transparency with the community by maintaining and ensuring that we exercise this through every aspect of our use of force and our training with our recruits. Vehicle stops, in addition, is listed on this topic with regard. Vehicle stops has an extensive amount of training behind it, and that's just through tactics, techniques, but above all else with regard to our vehicle stops, it is never done to initiate these vehicle stops based on race, gender, ethnic origin, age, sexual orientation, religion, or financial status. We do these two primary reasons as to why we conduct vehicle stops is to prevent traffic accidents, allow for an orderly and expeditious flow of traffic, and for regulatory or administrative purposes as defined in the Vehicle and Traffic Law. Procedural justice is a topic in which I'm going to speak on in just a few moments, so I'm going to go beyond that one for now. Implicit bias awareness training as well. Hate crimes are specifically woven through every aspect of the training that we do with recruits. It's not merely in one location. We start with Intro to Penal Law, where we first introduce the recruits as to what exactly the law defines as a hate crime. But primarily among all of that, we teach our officers that we have a zero-tolerance policy regarding hate crimes and bias incidents, and we are instructed to identify these incidents, initiate proper reporting procedures, make the necessary notifications to appropriate specialty units, and, if necessary, members of the community that have a vested interest in these situations. Those facts are woven through, again, all aspects of our program. And finally, de-escalation, which I am going to have an opportunity, hopefully in just a few minutes again, to explain to you exactly what we do with this. All of these trainings are not merely for recruits. These trainings are also going to be a part of the new in-service training that we came up with regard to the police academy. With regard to this police reform, and we are going to make sure that these are driven home and repeated throughout the entire time that we administer this training. Thank you.
One of the items below under the training is problem-oriented policing and hotspot policing, specifically addressed in the Governor's EO 203, that we do evidence-based approach to policing. I think you all know my history in this department. Besides the asset forfeiture, we created the first intelligence center here after 9/11. Part of everything that we do in that intelligence center is evidence-based. Every approach to every crime issue, every community issue is evidence-based. We address hotspot policing by concerns that come from your constituents, that call you up and complain about issues that you then direct towards our office. We then take that approach to what's the problem. Let's look at it from a intelligence-led policing standpoint. Let's have our pop cops go out and do assessments and then come back and see how we're going to resolve the problem. You don't throw cops at a problem and expect the problem to go away. All that does is displace the issue. We know that. That's why we are the safest county in America. That's why our crime numbers still, after having historic lows, can go down today, down another 23% so far this year. That is because of the way we approach our policing from the community standpoint and from the evidence-based approach standpoint. The second one is mental health, and I'm going to leave that towards a category later on because I know it is a big concern and a big issue here, which we hope to address with that. You heard about the new in-service training and the exam. Next, I'm going to turn over to, again, our Chief of Department, Steve Palmer. He's going to speak to you about a use of force.
Okay, good afternoon again, and once again, thank you for your time and attention. Today, I would like to talk about our policy regarding the use of force by members of this department, the procedure that must be followed when force is used, and the people who are assigned to investigate it. Next, I will outline the types of incidents that are required to be reported to New York State and how we track internally for areas of concern. Finally, I will discuss the changes that have been made and how we plan to move forward. Regarding our policy, the primary duty of all members of the department is to protect human life and to provide for the safety of the community. The use of force is authorized when it is reasonably believed to be necessary in defense of one's own self or another, to effect a lawful arrest or detention, or to prevent the escape of a person from custody. Within our policies and procedures, force means the following actions by a member. 1, any physical strike or instrumental contact with a person, or any significant physical contact that restricts movement of a person. The term includes, but is not limited to, the use of empty hands, a compliance and control hold such as twist locks, wrist locks, pressure points, or the deployment of a canine, the taking of a person to the ground, the use of physical force such as kicks, punches, or martial arts techniques, the use of a chemical spray, an electronic control device, and the use of a firearm. The term does not include escorting or handcuffing a person with no or minimal resistance. The reasonableness of a particular use of force must be judged from the perspective of a reasonable officer on the scene. And to determine the objective reasonableness of force, our members must consider the following factors: the severity of the circumstances they face, the level and immediacy of the threat or resistance posed by the individual, the potential for injury to all concerned, the risk or attempt of the individual to escape, the knowledge, training, and experience of the officer. Additional considerations such as age, size, relative strength, skill level, injury or exhaustion, and the number of participants involved, and other environmental conditions or exigent circumstances. All of this is found within our department policies and procedures, and I believe are added to the reform document. Our policy dictates that the decision-making framework utilized by officers in circumstances involving the use of force should incorporate the following: gathering of all available information, an assessment of the overall situation, consideration of police powers and department policy, identification of an available option, determination of a suitable course of action, and continuous reassessment. Whenever feasible and consistent with personal and public safety, our members should de-escalate the use of force whenever they can, again, within our policies and procedures. Any member of the department who witnesses another member using force that they believe to be clearly beyond what is objectively reasonable are duty-bound to intervene to prevent the use of unreasonable force and will promptly report their observations to a supervisor. Our policy reminds members that the use of unreasonable force violates the rights of individuals upon whom unreasonable force is used, diminishes the confidence of the community they serve, and it exposes the department and fellow officers to legal and physical hazards. The Nassau County Police Department prohibits the use of force except when legally authorized, and will only use force in accordance with existing law, department policy, rules, and procedures. Therefore, the use of force for punitive or retaliatory reasons is strictly prohibited. In any instance, when an officer uses force, they must adhere to the procedures set forth by the department. Members are required to render aid to sick or injured persons in accordance with their level of training and summon an ambulance, if necessary. They are required to notify their immediate supervisors as soon as possible for instances involving the use of force and to complete a use of force report. The incident is first reviewed by a supervisor to determine if the use of force was in accordance with department rules and procedures. The incident is then reviewed by the member's commanding officer. The next review is by the chief of the division, then ultimately by the chief of department. An incident involving the use of deadly force is reviewed by the Deadly Force Response Team, the Deadly Force Review Board, and the Police Academy. Deadly force is defined as force which, under the circumstances in which it is used, is readily capable of causing death or other serious physical injury to another human being. The Deadly Force Response Team is a team established that responds to incidents involving the use of deadly force by a member of the department, including an intentional firearm discharge at a human being, an unintentional firearm discharge causing injury to another, the use of force, intentional or otherwise, causing serious physical injury or death to another, or any other incident involving the use of force for which the chief of department directs a review. The team is comprised of a duty chief, a duty inspector, the administrative officer of the member's command, the commanding officer of the police academy or a designee, a supervisor from homicide squad to conduct the criminal part of the investigation, internal affairs when there appears to be significant deviation from the department policies and procedures, and the medical administration office in cases where involved officers appear unfit for duty. Their purpose is to investigate these incidents and prepare an administrative report for the Commissioner of Police and the Deadly Force Review Board. The Deadly Force Review Board is comprised of the Chief of Department, Chief of Detectives, Chief of Patrol, and the counsel to the Commissioner and the Deputy Chief. The Board is responsible for reviewing, investigating, evaluating, and making recommendations to the Commissioner of Police for all incidents involving the use of deadly force by a member of the Department. I will now review the New York State reporting requirements for use of force data. The following use of force incidents must be reported to New York State: the display of a chemical agent or the use or deployment of a chemical agent, brandishing a firearm, using it or discharging a firearm, brandishing an electronic control weapon, again using it or deploying it, brandishing an impact weapon, its use or deployment, using a chokehold or other similar restraint. It should be noted that the carotid restraint is not an authorized use of force technique. Conduct which results in the death or serious bodily injury of another person. Tracking use of force incidents. The use of force reports will be examined to determine trends in weapons used, outcomes, reasons for usage, and where and when force is used. The Department requires the monitoring of any officer who has received 3 or more civilian complaints within a 12-month period. Nassau County Police Department's use of force reporting requirement is more rigorous than that required by New York State. We document all of the categories of force that were mentioned earlier, not just what the state requires. If an officer has a high number of excessive force complaints, an internal review is conducted with possible disciplinary action. If the review of an incident reveals it to be possibly criminal in nature, it is handled by the Internal Affairs, and an external review can be conducted by the District Attorney's Office. And as of April 1st, 2021, the New York State Attorney General will have the right to review and investigate all matters of excessive force. Now I will highlight the changes that we've made. In 2016, we conducted a comprehensive review of our use of force policies and procedures and created the Nassau County Police Department Use of Force Reference Guide. The guide compiled the use of force policies, procedures, and forms into one source. Pursuant to Executive Order 203, the Department has revised the guide and made any necessary updates. On June 16, 2020, the Department's Legal Bureau issued Bulletin Number 20-004, notifying our members of the new law, aggravated strangulation. Department Administrative Order 20-015 was issued on June 25th, which serves to remind members that the carotid restraint or chokehold is not an authorized use of force technique. The Department will issue a biannual use of force report and will include statistics on event circumstances, demographics, type of force used, and a breakdown by community. The use of force report is posted on the Nassau County's webpage, available for public review. The department will be implementing a body-worn camera program this year. This will be an additional tool used to evaluate incidents involving the use of force and will offer an additional layer of transparency relating to interactions between the community and our members. Members of the Commissioner's executive staff will be holding quarterly meetings with the Office of the County Attorney to discuss pending litigation, settlements, and verdicts. Cases involving allegations of use of force will be included in these meetings. This will allow the department to monitor these cases for any trends within a particular unit, bureau, or by a specific officer. The new police academy will help to improve use of force training as the facility will allow more hands-on training and role-playing. The new academy is located in the center of the county on the campus of Nassau Community College. The college and police department will explore ways to partner in regards to implicit bias awareness training and community engagement. And again, as of April 1st, 2021, the New York State Attorney General's Law Enforcement Misconduct Office has the authority to investigate police department complaints concerning matters such as corruption, excessive force, criminal activity, and other unlawful actions. All data will be reported on a biannual basis and made available to the public and the legislature. The next topic will be about body cameras, and I will now turn it over to Commissioner Smith. Thank you once again.
Great. Thank you, Steve. Good day, everyone. Kevin Smith, First Deputy Commissioner of Police. So as the Chief just stated, the Nassau County Police Department is seeking to acquire, implement, and operate a body-worn camera system, commonly referred to as BWC, to capture a record of police-involved incidents, provide increased transparency and accountability with respect to officers and members of the public. The information to be gathered using BWC is intended to provide several benefits, including, but not limited to, improved interactions between the police and the public, expedited resolution of complaints and lawsuits, improved evidence for arrest and prosecution, opportunities for police training. The BWC must include all required components and services required to be fully functional, including high-quality durable cameras, charging stations, secure cloud storage, upgrades and maintenance, meeting the best industry standards. The BWC must be cost-effective, user-friendly, and must not be needlessly encumbering to our officers. The department anticipates deploying BWC to the Patrol Division, which has the largest number of contacts with the public. The division consists of 8 precincts, Highway Patrol Bureau, Emergency Service Unit, and Marine Bureau, which work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and in addition, several patrol ancillary commands, which perform specialized tasks, shall also be included in this program. Police officers assigned to patrol duties will be issued personal BWC devices. This method would affix responsibility and accountability to an individual officer. It would enable additional officers called into service during times of crisis, hurricanes, civil unrest, protests, threat to law enforcement, or to government officials to be fully equipped when they arrive on duty. BWC, we're talking about 2,500 units would be necessary to achieve this plan. Units will come along with various charging devices, mounting brackets to attach to clothing, and or other equipment that officers wear. This is not just a body camera system. This is also a digital evidence management system to support members of the department. The Nassau County Police Department possesses a unique working style, which facilitates changing tours at numerous locations throughout the county's vast jurisdiction. There are circumstances wherein a patrol officer may not report to his resident precinct during their tour of duty, which could be up to 12 hours plus. For those patrol assignments, in order to meet our operational needs, camera charging and uploading may have to take place from designated areas from the county, including most department buildings and other designations located throughout the county. The process of uploading, downloading, etc. does not come without having to modify existing buildings with improvements to accommodate this new technology. New fiber, new cable, new outlets will be installed in our buildings and other locations to accommodate the needed docking stations. The current infrastructure cannot accommodate the off-site downloads without these necessary upgrades. The county intends to have the initial or pilot implementation operable in the field no later than September 2021, with full implementation to be completed by December of the same year. Vendors have been informed of our timeline. A mini bid was issued on Thursday, March 4th, and we expect bids due in by March 18th. A recent SOA contract provides for 4 sergeants to be assigned to the unit, and they will administer to the body camera program. While it has yet to be determined, we anticipate needing approximately 12 civilian analysts, to implement the program behind the scenes maintenance and the retrieval of video evidence necessary for investigative and court purposes. With the sergeants, the analysts, and perhaps a PSA, a police service aide, we're probably estimating that the cost to staff this unit would be probably $1,900,000. That's approximate. It is a capital project. DPW and the police department will be reviewing specs once we have the vendor to assess how much funding will be needed to be added to the project, including those initial warranties and upgrades to police booths, such as extra outlets, fiber, cable, etc. That's all I have, sir.
A couple items just before we move on is that, first of all, Officer Baccio is a master trainer for the state of New York. He's not just a certified New York State trainer, he is a master trainer. That means he trains the trainers around the state of New York on our training. DCJS that dictates our training, that minimal number of hours that you heard the chief mention, that is done by a civilian group. That is civilian oversight on training for the police departments around the state of New York. That also then we add additional training from our own reviews that we see for improvement. What you heard about the use of force from Chief Palmer, and again, body cameras from Commissioner Smith, to be totally transparent, we will give biannual reporting, we will write reports, we will do anything that the body requires for us to do to show transparency and explain the process in whether there is a complaint for a use of force by a member, training that needs to be changed, or body cameras, again, some of the items from the body camera program. Biannual reporting, publicly reported, and to this body for review. Vehicle stops, topic number 5. As you're aware, and we did not collect sufficient data as it refers to traffic stops. You've heard that from ourselves here in the police department, and you've heard it from the People's Plan. We, just so we are all on the same page and understand it, excuse me 1 second. Your race or your ethnicity is not on your New York State's driver's license. It is not a field collected by the New York State traffic system. And we have been asked by the Hispanic community to not inquire somebody's status because it makes the operator nervous of immigration. Gender on your license is male or female. It does not yet address the transgender community and their concern of bias by us asking their gender. We have listened to the concerns of the community and their recommendations, and we agree that we need to collect the demographics and address the concerns of the community as asked in the People's Plan. Many issues come with that is that we will put down as you appear. It will not be male, female. It will not be, it may be male but female, excuse me. It may not be black, white, brown. It will be as you appear to us. We will not ask that. That is asked by the community. We will not ask your ethnicity or race. So moving forward, we have worked with the Suffolk County Police Department, who are under their consent decree, working with the Department of Justice, created their dashboard called T-Stop. The following traffic stop data will be recorded in our system. First of all, the officer's name and his command. Whether there is a ticket issued or not, this database will be filled out. The address of the stop, the city of the stop, patrol type, reason for the stop, date and time, duration of the stop. Was the vehicle searched? Yes or no? Force used during the stop? Was canine called to the scene? For personal information, we will take their name, apparent race or ethnicity, date of birth if known, driver and passenger, age, gender, number of equipment violations issued, total number of summons issued, disposition, asked if he was to exit the vehicle, was an arrest made, was a person searched, or was a field interview completed. All of this data will be posted biannual, and we will make it available for this body for review. So we are taking what was asked by and have already implemented this since January 18th. So when we look at this, we started to make corrections to wrongs back in January as soon as we recognized what the concern was. But much of that data, as I showed you, is not in our state system, was not a requirement. So I can't blame the men and women of Nassau County Police Department for not collecting it. Now, it's a requirement. And as of yesterday, we have 100% compliance so far by our officers. And again, we will report all of that data, write any reports or any statistical analysis that is asked. Civilian traffic stops. The data that was used is 1 in every 6.5 million stops does a cop get shot and killed. This statistics comes from a review of Florida traffic stop data from 2005 to 2014. Based on a sampling of case reports, 4,255 of those case reports out of 6,903, just in Florida, where these cases were reviewed. Statistics drawn from this report are based on approximations. However, I'm not challenging the fact of the report. This same report states that approximately 1 in every 7,000 car stops, an officer is assaulted. There is nothing routine and more dangerous than a car stop. Ask any cop, not a statistician. In 2011, police officer Michael Califano was conducting a routine car stop and was crushed to death and never got to see his 3 boys grow up. In 2012, only 1 year after Mike, police officer Joe Oliveria was helping a routine disabled motorist, was hit by a drunk driver, crushed and dragged on the LI to his death. 2 weeks later, police officer Artie Lopez stopped to assist a routine disabled motorist with a flat tire on the Cross Island ramp. And as he exited to assist, he was shot through the heart and bled to death in that location. Next year is his 10-year anniversary. In 2019, police officer George Day on routine traffic patrol was hit by a person who ran a stop sign and left for dead on the side of the street. George is still recovering. In 2008, police officer Kenny Barabol, first-grade detective Kenny Barabol, on a routine car stop, was struck from behind and has since had numerous operations and spends most of his time in therapy and confined to a wheelchair. He never got to play catch with his son, who was 6 years old at that time. He is still employed by this department as a first-grade detective, and I thank this committee for voting for that DAI contract, which gets to recognize those who paid those sacrifices. There are 41 members on the memorial wall over at headquarters. 18 of them died from routine car stops. I can go on, but I think you understand my position on routine car stops. There is no such thing. I do understand the concern of the public regarding biased car stops. The T-stop data and the body-worn cameras will give you that transparency and accountability, but we'll never get back the life of Artie Lopez. The New York Stat Act. The Stat Act requires that the court collect the data regarding demographics and encounters, not the police department. But we also understand in the People's Plan and from our communities that we will record all the demographic data. We will publish that data. We will analyze that data, and we will write reports on that data. We will work with the PAC team to come up with a dashboard on how we want to present that data to all of you and publicly. We're not going to hide anything in our data collection or our analysis. Pretextual car stops. I've been in law enforcement for over 38 years, and I've never seen a report that a cop wrote, "I did a pretextual car stop." They're not done by patrol officers. They're done by larger cases that are involved: gangs, drugs, homicide investigations. We need to identify the dealer. We need to identify the buyer, identify the gang member. We set up on that individual. We allow them to operate their vehicle. And when probable cause appears to us that that individual broke the VTL, we do a stop on that individual. We do not search the car. We do not take him out of the vehicle. We stop him like any other routine car stop, and then we ask them for their identification. And then we ID them for the bigger, larger case. It's been mentioned here that we use that to stop individuals and search vehicles. Again, 38 years, I've never seen that on paperwork. We do pretextual car stops to make sure the identification of the person that we will eventually arrest is done correctly. We do not want to arrest the wrong person, and we want to make sure that the integrity of the larger case whether it be a wiretap investigation or a gang case, is done correctly, and we don't give up the larger case, and we issue that summons. Informal quotas, they do not exist. Activity is monitored to ensure that officers understand the importance of safe roads, but there is no quotas. I get calls from all of you about traffic signs, about parking conditions, about speeding cars, about loud vehicles that come from your constituents. And we go out there and we send our officers to address the problem. If the problem exists and there is probable cause to issue a summons, we issue a summons. We don't hold them to a standard to see if you are promoted in this police department by your traffic activity. But we do make sure that you understand the laws that are given to you to enforce them correctly and fairly to make sure that we keep our roads safe. Failure to pay fines or fees. We do not set the fees or the fines. A warrant is handed down by the failure to pay a fine. We have no option. We must enforce it. The question became, do we have discretion? The answer is no. If I give discretion to officers about arresting somebody from a warrant, I'll be back here in a year from now having the same questions, why certain people arrested over others. So the answer is no. There is no discretion. A warrant is issued and handed down by the court, and we use our authority to act on that. Consent search of a vehicle or a person. The law permits law enforcement to search a vehicle under certain exceptions. Probable cause, the plain view exception, inventory exceptions, then you must have a policy to back that up, emergency exception, automobile exceptions, and search incidental to a lawful arrest. Officers obtain a signature for consent to search in circumstances that allow us to, and once the scene is secured. We are not required, before consent is given, to make sure it's done voluntarily. We are required, before consent is given, to make sure it is done voluntarily, intelligently, and knowingly. The body cameras answer any challenge that is made. Every single stop is to be recorded. If the officer did not record that stop, the officer will face discipline actions. So if that consent is asked by that officer, it will be on that video. And if that officer is using one of the exceptions, it will be on that video. It holds us accountable, it's transparent, and now it'll be used as evidence in the court of law in our criminal cases. You will see a huge difference in complaints against our officers once body cameras have been installed. And you will see a larger conviction rate once these body cameras are installed or pleas to be taken. And now I'm going to talk about high-speed pursuits. I have Deputy Chief Joe Barbieri to speak about that from Patrol.
Good afternoon. I'm Assistant Chief Joseph Barbieri from the Patrol Division, and we'll go into high-speed pursuits. As the department does recognize that the vehicle pursuits and fleeing suspects pose a great risk to the lives of the public and the police officer and the suspects involved in the pursuit. It's also recognized that in certain circumstances that the proper enforcement response requires a pursuit. As per the guidelines on the reform, the community is concerned with the risk involved with the high-speed vehicle pursuits. The department policy that you all have in Exhibit 1, Operation 6460, in regards to the pursuits, I believe balances the need of the safety of the public, the officer, and the motorist versus the apprehension of the suspect. As the department policy is to minimize the risk of the pursuit and limiting vehicle pursuits to only those situations where the escape of the suspect poses a greater risk of harm to the general public than does to the pursuit itself. I believe the policy achieves several ends. It gives the officer a clear understanding of when and how to conduct a pursuit. It reduces the potential for injury and death to the community, to the police officer, and the suspect. It maintains the basic police mission to enforce the law and protect life and property, and it minimizes the municipality's liability to accidents that may occur during the pursuit. To provide context on understanding and evaluating the pursuit policy, I will define the pursuit and then analyze the policy with you. The pursuit requirements for a police officer must have one of the following requirements to pursue and justify a pursuit. These are reasonable suspicion that the subject has committed a violent felony which caused the threatened death or serious bodily harm, the subject's driving is reckless and is immediate danger to human life, or the subject's actions are endangering human life and are likely to continue, whether or not a pursuit is initiated. Vehicle pursuits should be limited to only those situations where the escape of suspect poses a greater risk of harm to the general public than the pursuit itself. When we ask our officers first to consider alternatives to the pursuit and pursuit conditions. Using the police radio is one alternative to identify the suspect that's in there. He might be known to other officers, and we also may be able to refer this to the detective division to come up with a conclusion on an arrest other than pursuing. Pursuit conditions involve the conditions of the roads. Is the subject way too far ahead to start a pursuit? Is there snow? Is there traffic? Is there pedestrian traffic? These things are all to be considered. The basis for the pursuit, the PO must have and see the requirements in order to continue with the pursuit. Some of the minimum requirements in a pursuit: the police vehicle must be equipped with emergency warning devices. It must have a flashing or rotating lights, either portable or fixed, and it must have a siren or the minimum requirements. They must use these emergency lights and sirens when engaged in these pursuits. How we maintain safety for the public is we require minimum requirements and limit the amount of police cars to engage in the pursuit. We don't want these long, drawn-out caravans of cars. So we limit the type of vehicles that can engage in the pursuit. We'll have the primary car, which is the first vehicle, which will follow the vehicle if we're engaged in a pursuit, and the secondary car, which will be responsible for radio control. There will be no pursuits when there are civilians in the cars. And only sworn police officers in the cars or sworn members of the department can initiate it. We prohibit certain types of vehicles from pursuing. We don't allow vans. We don't allow ambulance. We don't allow utility vehicles. The policy of ramming or making roadblocks are extremely dangerous to the public, and these are, again, encouraged and are not in our policy to be used. As we know, ramming can interlock the cars and they will spin out of control. We don't want that, and we prohibit that. A pursuit must be terminated when the suspect's vehicle drives against traffic. So if we're on the Long Island Expressway and they go against the oncoming traffic, that pursuit must be terminated. Roadblocks are prohibited. We do not want a civilian car coming up to a roadblock and crashing it, so we have banned roadblocks. Back in the 1990s, Nassau County was one of the premier agencies where they used our policy to train other people in the United States of America under the Justice Department. Our policy has been used in the 1990s, updated again in 2009, and updated again in 2013. So we're very proud of that. Reasonable suspicion that these subjects have committed these serious crimes is what we're looking for. So if you talk to a group of police officers and you hear what they're saying, pretty much they'll always say, terminate the pursuit is what happens. And who can terminate the pursuit? The first person that can terminate is the police officer who started it. He can recognize that this is not going well, this is not in a proper area, this is not proper. He's supposed to go over the radio. We require him to go over the radio. And the first supervision now that comes into play, you'll see it 15 times as supervisors in this policy. The first supervisor to get is the Communications Bureau operator will notify the Communications Bureau supervisor. They will take over and make sure that these pursuits are justified. They will notify the lieutenant or the desk officer of the precinct. And in conjunction with them, if they feel this is out of control, they can terminate that pursuit. A patrol sergeant will be notified after that to take over and control this pursuit. He has the authority to terminate that pursuit if it meets and fails to meet the criteria that I just laid out to you a few seconds before. One of the things we see now is in technology. Technology came out, and that was some of the updates. we now now have the CB operator, Communications Bureau operator notify the helicopter. The helicopter can get up in the air, he can monitor, and he can be the eyes and give us information on whether this pursuit is in control or it's out of control and it needs to be immediately terminated. He can also be able to direct people without pursuing, to be able to successfully conclude an incident. The next supervisor that we will require our patrol supervisor to continue to respond to the end and the conclusion. The end of the conclusion of this event would be when the subject is either arrested or that it's been decided that it's terminated. And it doesn't end there with our supervision. Our supervision continues. That patrol sergeant will prepare a written report. That written report he will turn over to that lieutenant on the desk. That desk officer will review that report and make recommendations. Those recommendations will go to the commanding officer of the precinct. The commanding officer of the precinct will review that and determine whether any exceptional things were used or there were any problems in the pursuit, and that information then will be turned over eventually to the Chief of Patrol's office, where the Chief of Patrol will review those proceeds to see that our policies and procedures were followed and if there's any training needs. Then that report will go to the Chief of Department's office, and we also give that report to the sergeant that's in charge of our emergency vehicle operation course, so they can go back and retrain and see where we're doing well and where we may need to make improvements. So that is basically how a pursuit procedure works. And the one thing I would ask all of you, the best way to do this is not getting involved, and many of you, if we can just get the people to lock their car doors, they leave them open, and there's no way we can chase a Mercedes-Benz GLS. So I know you guys all do it, but I promise a few people I'd pitch that again. Thank you very much.
That was a public service announcement done by Chief Barbieri. Now on no-knock warrants, Deputy Chief, Assistant Chief Chris Farrell.
Hello, good afternoon. How's that? Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak and your time. I am Assistant Chief Chris Farrell. I'm the Deputy Chief of Detectives. I'm here to speak about no-knock search warrants and specifically search warrants of dwelling in buildings. The department applies for all sorts of search warrants, phones, vehicles, but the more serious search warrants, specifically no-knock search warrants, apply to buildings and dwellings. The overwhelming majority of all dwelling and building search warrants are implemented in a non-dynamic soft entry, which does not involve a no-knock method. Overwhelming. This non-dynamic soft entry method is the safest method to implement a search warrant, and that's our default. We always look to implement search warrants the safest method. In the past 4 years, the department implemented only 12 dynamic entries out of the hundreds of search warrants we applied for. 12. And that's way below the national average for any department our size or regionally our size. And again, I'll explain the phases that the department has implemented because we take this responsibility extremely serious. The NCPD has a comprehensive approval process for obtaining and implementing search warrants. To reach the application phase, a chief must provide authorization. On average, the process contains 19 phases. Yes, 19 phases. We take this very serious. There are several circumstances or reasons as to why a search warrant comes to fruition, why a detective would request a search warrant. Some of the main reasons are a local complaint. The community calls up the police and says, hey, there's nefarious activities, there's drug dealing, maybe prostitution, and we look into that complaint. It could be an investigation generated by a detective or a police officer or other law enforcement member of the department or village. Another reason would be the circumstances involving New York State red flag laws, which we can't get to that house, but we have to address and address the red flag laws and the issue that someone could be a threat to themselves or others. The following are the phases involved in the approval process. First phase, number one, during the previous mentioned circumstances, if a fact pattern establishes sufficient probable cause for a search warrant and there's no other investigative means available to bring that case to fruition,
An assigned detective will request the authorization from a supervisor to apply for a search warrant. The assigned detective will create an extensive case file and provide it to a supervisor for review and approval. The case file contains some of the following information: all case details supporting the probable cause, such as case reports, statements, photo arrays, Miranda rights cards, debriefing reports, precinct-level reports, detectives' notes, confidential informant reports, other agency reports, and reports on all available record management systems, whether it's village or county. Intel workup on the location, the subject, or other occupants. This is done to obtain a full understanding who lives in that location and individual's age, and if there's any special needs in that location. That could affect the way we go about the search warrant. A SafeNet check is done on a location. The SafeNet is a secure interagency database which is utilized to ensure no conflicts exist with another command or another agency on that location or that subject. A detailed description of location, including address, cross street, style of the house or building, number of floors, the color of the house or building, location and color of the entry doors, location and color of the numerical number on the dwelling or building, description of additional structures on the property, and any other pertinent details. Photos of the front and side of the location, photos and information of any vehicle involved, a map of the area, an aerial satellite map of the area, photos of the criminal history of the subject involved, building sketch, if available, on an Nassau property site. All reasons for these previous mentioned steps is to take and ensure the correct location is chosen and all available information is obtained. After supervisor, number 3, after the supervisor reviews the fact pattern and information in the case file, he will then either deny the detective's request or recommend seeking the approval of the squad commanding officer. After the squad commanding officer, this is number 4, after the squad commanding officer reviews the fact pattern, any information in the case file, they will either deny request or recommend seeking the approval of the detective division inspector. Number 5, after the detective division inspector reviews the fact pattern and information in the case file, they will either deny request or recommend seeking the approval of the detective division chief. The detective division chief will then review all previous recommendations, fact pattern, and case file, either deny request or authorize to proceed for a search warrant application. At this time, number 7, if authorized is granted by a chief at the chief level, the assigned detective will then contact the district attorney's office and provide the fact pattern and the information in the case file. Number 8, assigned assistant district attorney will conference an ADA supervisor, with an ADA supervisor. If an ADA supervisor agrees with the fact pattern and the existence of probable cause, they will authorize an ADA to proceed. The assigned ADA will then contact the assigned detective and begin preparing an affidavit to support for a search warrant. The DA's office will conference the details in the affidavit and the search warrant with the law secretary or the on-call judge, and then the judge. At this time, the judge will either deny request, direct revisions to the affidavit, or grant approval to proceed. The judge will also decide and has sole discretion whether or not to authorize a no-knock endorsement or a nighttime endorsement. Once the affidavit and the search warrant are prepared to the judge's approval, the assigned detective will swear to the facts in the affidavit and sign in front of the judge. Number 13, the supervisory chain of command is then notified the search warrant was signed. Based on the totality of the case details, overall intelligence, and the interest to law enforcement and public safety, the squad commanding officer will formulate a recommendation to the inspector as to what type of warrant implementation should be utilized. The inspector will then make a recommendation to the chief. The assigned detective will then prepare a detective division operational plan, which is an official department form, PDCN 457. The case file, endorsed search warrant, and previous mentioned documents will be attached. On average, an operational plan for a search warrant contains 20 to 30 pages. Number 15, the operational plan is then forwarded for review and approval by the squad supervisor, squad commanding officer, the inspector, and then the chief at the executive level. Number 16, detective division chief will review the operational plan and either direct revisions to the plan or deny moving forward or approve the plan. If the fact pattern and the case details afford a non-dynamic entry which is the overwhelming majority of the cases that Nassau County Police addresses, non-dynamic entry into the dwelling or the building, this method will be preferred. The Chief of Department has provided case details and recommended entry. If the approval is granted, the Chief of Department will then notify the Commissioner of Police. If the fact pattern and the case details reveal a safety concern for law enforcement or anyone involved, a dynamic entry into the building or dwelling will be recommended. The Chief of Department must authorize this method and then make recommendations to the Commissioner of Police. If the Commissioner of Police authorizes a dynamic entry, the assigned detective, supervisor, squad commanding officer will coordinate with the supervisor and the commanding officer from the Bureau of Special Operations to plan an entry. Every one of these steps are taken on every single one of our search warrants, whether it's a non-dynamic or a dynamic entry. I gave you the numbers. The dynamic entries are very rare in our department. We do hundreds of search warrants throughout the years. Our Bureau of Special Operations is highly trained. They train weekly and ready to do dynamic entries for the detective division or for any divisions in outside agencies. We have a very, very good record on safety. And again, our default is not to use no-knock dynamic entries, but sometimes we have to because of the safety of our officers, safety of the residents, and safety of the occupants in the house. But again, the hundreds of search warrants, very rare. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Make no doubt about it that we have one of the best trained emergency service and BSO units in the country. They tactically train all the time. They don't want to use their tools, but sometimes it comes to that matter that we have to, and that dynamic entry is important, or a school shooting type situation where we respond to. We went back to the history of this department, and I was a BSO guy back in a long time ago, and where we used to do 3 search warrants a night, and they were all no-knock warrants, a night, and I was a RAM guy. And I remember when we went through the hundreds and hundreds of warrants. We fired our weapon once in the history of this police department during a search warrant. Once. That's well-trained, well-disciplined police officers. Topic 6 is procedural justice, systemic racial bias, and racial justice in policing. I bring up our master trainer, P.O. Baccio again, please.
Good afternoon again. Christopher Baccio here to make some more comments. Before I started on procedural justice, I just wanted to make some addendum to the earlier things that I had said. I was remiss in not mentioning the actual topics for the in-service that we're going to be providing to our every officer and civilian on our job in the near future. There are 10 total topics, which consist of legal updates, use of force, de-escalation, procedural justice, which I'm about to speak about, historical and generational effects of policing, which I'm about to speak about as well, ethical and moral courage, otherwise known as the duty to intervene or active bystandership in law enforcement, fundamental crisis intervention, also commonly referred to as mental health, unconscious bias, leadership, and a wellness component for officers as well. Procedural justice, before I even start in on procedural justice, one of the main fact points of procedural justice is just that it is the wellness component of it. You know, officers need to be able to take care of themselves before they can ever hope to take care of the public and the communities that we serve and everyone else. So that is a major fact pattern. So it is not only woven through the procedural justice program, it's actually going to have its own individual component of this in-service as well. We're all familiar with, you know, the George Floyd incident that happened back in May 25th of 2020. And this training, these 10 topics, we immediately started to look into what we can do to make sure that that never happens here in Nassau County with any of our officers or any of our community members or citizens that we may serve here in the county of Nassau. So I know myself and a few other instructors had immediately come up with a plan and started delivering the material to recruits, some of this material, including procedural justice, to the recruits immediately after the Floyd incident, within 2 weeks and prior to their graduation, which was just a couple of weeks after that. So procedural justice, I am a big believer in the procedural justice. Governor Cuomo mentions procedural justice in his Executive Order 203. I do not believe, if I recall correctly, that it was mandated. However, it is something that is very important to us as police officers and very important to our communities as well. Procedural justice, by definition, is the procedures used by police officers where the community is treated fairly and with proper respect as human beings. The most important, you know, terminology there being human beings. All right. We obviously need to treat everybody as well, we obviously need to treat everybody the same way we'd expect to be treated as human beings. And another common term that arises during procedural justice is legitimacy. And legitimacy is defined as the public views police as entitled to exercise authority in order to maintain social order, manage conflicts, and solve problems in the community. And if I had to hone in on two key words there, it's that the public views us as entitled. As such, we are members of the public and members of our own communities, and therefore they view us as entitled to do our job effectively and efficiently. And so furthering that, the goal there would be legitimacy in our communities. The public should, we should be legitimate inside our communities, and the tactics here that would be employed would be procedural justice. Major components of that, recognition and understanding the community's perception. And this entire training is grounded in the fact and created in the fact with a lot of community input through many of the meetings that we had, and through, and that's, give an example of that given, the Men of Elmont video that we've taken into account, and all of these other things actually factored into the decision here, utilizing this procedural justice model. Ultimately, there are 4 principles of procedural justice, which are not only woven into this program here for recruits and for in-service training, but are woven through everything that we do. All right. The 4 principles there. How do we gain police legitimacy? Is through a voice. We listen to those. All right. That we're employed to protect and serve. A neutrality. We need to be fair with everybody that we come in contact with at all times. Respectful treatment. We need to respect everyone at any given point in time, and administer that respect. And trustworthiness, a fair and transparent process, which, as the Commissioner has mentioned many times today, I've lost count at how many times he's mentioned it, but transparency is one of the most important things that we're going to do here as police officers. So everything is going to be founded and grounded in that trustworthiness, and again, that's going to be rooted in the fact that we are going to be transparent and we're going to be fair with our constituents going forward and with this plan. He also mentioned systemic racial bias and racial justice in policing. That is also a component in which I actually added fairly recently to the training. This is, again, like he mentioned, our police reform document is a living document, as is my training. I've, every time and every chance I get to find something new and innovative and something that might matter to our police officers and to our constituents and to civilians alike, I put it in there. And one of the things that was recently added is the historical and generational effects of policing. All right, we're going to talk thoroughly throughout that about the quality of treatment, respect, and dignity to our communities, what role the history of policing plays, and how the community views police legitimacy today. Okay, and we're going to address exactly certain questions that I have here. Does the history of police with communities of low trust affect relations? And the answer is obviously yes. And how can we go about restoring that trust with the communities that we serve and fixing that as a matter of policing? And how do we share experiences, and what events will be spoken of today in 30 years? Obviously, we don't want to ever have another event like a Floyd-type incident here in America, and definitely not here in Nassau County. So this is going to be a little bit of taking the officers through this in-service training through a history lesson, if you will, into how police historically have treated communities, particularly communities of low trust, and how we can continue now pushing forward into 2021 and beyond to restore that trust and restore that faith in their police departments, both here in Nassau County and around America. So that's what my plan going forward for procedural justice, systemic racial bias, and racial justice in policing. All of these components are going to be major components of the in-service. I don't have time frames just yet on exactly how long this is going to be. However, it is going to be a major component, and it's going to be woven throughout every aspect of this training. I've got plenty of material on that. All right, so thank you for, again, hearing me out on those particular topics
Thank you.
today.
All right, I'd like to call up Detective Sergeant Sabrina Gregg. She is our language line access coordinator. She is also the department's domestic incident liaison, and she works with our mentoring program and our special victim squads at the Safe Center.
Good afternoon, all. I'm here to speak with you all about the language access plan. Is this better? Better? Okay. Sorry about that. Detective Sergeant Sabrina Gregg. I'm the department's language access coordinator. The Nassau County Police Department recognizes the importance of maintaining a standard for effortless and accurate communication can be achieved between members of the department and limited English proficiency individuals. A person with limited English proficiency, or LEP, is defined as someone whose primary language, the language they communicate most effectively in, is not English. Such a person is unable to read, write, speak, or understand the English language at a sufficient level that will permit them to interact effectively. Limited English proficient individuals may be competent to communicate in English in certain modes, but still be considered LEP. In all instances, persons maintain the right to self-identify as being an individual LEP. Based on the data from the U.S. Census, the top 6 most common languages other than English spoken in Nassau County are, in alphabetical order, Chinese, Farsi, Haitian Creole, Italian, Korean, and Spanish. In 2019, the department updated the Language Access Plan to ensure that the members of our community with limited English proficiency have equal access to all the services provided by the department. This policy specifically calls for, 1, the provision of free oral interpretation in any language, and 2, at a minimum, the written translation of vital documents into at least 6 languages other than English. The plan also dictates that interpretation and translation services will be provided to individuals with LEP who are fluent in languages other than the 6 baseline languages at no cost to the LEP person. The term interpretation concerns oral multilingual communication, specifically the simultaneous conveyance of information from one language into another. The county uses Language Line Solutions for department interpretation services. The term translation applies to written communications, specifically the written expression of words or text in another language being transcribed into the language of the party, necessitating the use of the words or text. Our department uses Indus translation services for these purposes. When using Language Line Solutions, an interpreter over the phone relays to the listener the words spoken from one language into another, enabling each one to understand what the other is saying. This interpretation takes place in what is known as the consecutive mode. The consecutive mode refers to the process by which the interpreter waits until the speaker finishes talking before rendering the interpretation in the language of the listener. Language Line Solutions offers standard over-the-phone interpretation which can be performed on any receiver, as well as a dual handset phone used when individuals with LAP are physically available. Language Line Solutions also offers Language Line Insight Video Interpreting, which is available for all spoken languages and American Sign Language. These services are 24 hours, 7 days, and they're free of charge. In a continued effort to enhance communication with our community, all NCPD patrol cars were issued iPhones with the Language Line Solutions apps downloaded onto them. In all police facilities with public access, a Point to Your Language signage is prominently displayed. The Point to Your Language signs are written in the baseline languages and other non-English languages which enable LEP individuals to identify their primary language. Officers utilize laminated language identification cards distributed to all patrol vehicles and precincts that have a Point to Your Language card displayed on the front. The reverse side of the card has instructions on how to access the language line from the scene or at the command. January 2020 to December 2020, the Nassau County Police Department, including patrol, the Detectives, and Communication Bureau, used Language Line Solutions 7,659 times in order to assist LEP individuals whose primary language was one of the 6 baseline. 94.95% of that, Spanish, 3.67% Mandarin, 0.78% Haitian Creole, 0.31% Korean, 0.16% Italian, 0.09% Cantonese, and 0.4% Farsi. This totaled about 50,466 minutes. All police recruits are trained in language access services as well as best practices when dealing with LEP individuals. It is the NCPD's policy not to inquire about the immigration status of crime victims, crime witnesses, and anyone who calls or approaches officers to seek assistance. Also, family and friends at a location should not be used to interpret on behalf of a LEP person beyond routine reasons such as pedigree or location. Our department will continue to seek ways to provide the best possible services for LEP persons. Thank you all for your time.
All right, I'm going to ask Deputy Inspector Joe Guerra, the 1st Precinct, to talk about the Young Adult Council, the YACS. Here we go.
Good afternoon. My name is Deputy Inspector Joe Guerra. I'm the Deputy Commanding Officer of the 1st Precinct, Nassau County. I'm here to basically talk about the Youth Council, the Young Adult Council that we formed in the 1st Precinct, and we formed through each precinct. Each precinct has one, but I'm here to talk about ours and what we do. I have many functions as a Deputy Commanding Officer in the precinct. A lot of them are meetings. I meet regularly with the community clergy, and I'm actually friendly with a number of them. I meet the most regularly with Bishop Mackey, so I'm quite engaged in the community through these meetings and through these relationships. So let's talk about the Youth Council, which I think is probably one of the most important reforms. What we do is we get kids in the community, and we select them through police officers, through teachers, through the explorers, through any number of ways that young adults would be involved. And we put them, we have regular meetings with them at the precinct, and we talk to them about the reforms. And we bring up hard questions. We like the hard questions because there are no results without hard questions. So we want to know what they think. These meetings are not lecture-type meetings. These meetings are basically the kids giving us their opinion of how they feel we're policing, what we could do better, what positive interactions they have with the police department, and negative interactions. So we have to start with the makeup. It's important to know that we pick the people that are there for a reason. We have a Special Patrols Sergeant, Kyle Poppy is the Youth Council leader, and he's also the head of the POP officers in the precinct. So those are the people that are going to have the most encounter with these kids, along with our regular, everyday police officers. We have Police Officer Danny Johannesson, who is he heads up the Explorers and has over 20 years of experience with youth in Nassau County and has probably the finest mentoring program that I've ever seen in the country. We have also included Freeport. We have P.O. Sepulveda and P.O. Danetta Cumberbatch from Freeport, which is an integral part of my community. It's on the border of Roosevelt, and we find that the kids from Roosevelt and Freeport engage with each other a lot, and so we've now brought them on board, and I think they're another integral part to this, these meetings. Okay, so let's talk about the meetings. Kids are mostly high school kids. They're from a very diverse cross-section of the community. They're from Freeport, Uniondale, Roosevelt, and Baldwin. We're very ethnically diverse. And we ask, like I said, we ask questions about the reforms. And we encourage them, we engage them in conversation, encourage them to do the talking. So what kind of questions? Well, we talk about things like police encounters, which I find extremely important. Everything starts with an encounter with the police. So we find out, what kind of encounters they've had. Have they been good encounters? Have they been bad encounters? What happens on car stops? Why we act the way we act? Why we stop them and do certain things? And they'll tell us how they feel on those car stops and those interactions. And, a lot of it is they'll start to learn, and we'll educate them to our training and why we do things a certain way. And then we'll learn from them how they feel on the car stops and the interactions. And we'll bring that back to our offices. And through that, I feel like we can solve problems. We can stop a lot of these problems before they even begin with communication and positive communication, which I believe we have in the 1st Precinct and throughout Nassau County. Commissioner said a mouthful when he said, build trust, form it from the foundation up. I believe this youth council does that. It's one of the many things we offer Nassau County. Other things that come up, other questions, accountability of police officers, complaints, how we're held to a higher standard, how we should be held to a higher standard, mental health training for police. We have some really, really good input from these kids on a training. I have one girl, I can't really mention the names because a lot of them are juveniles, but very, very bright and looks up studies from other countries. And we have discourse on why that works in other countries and why it may or may not work here. But all this information that we glean is the information we get from the people is what is going to affect the reforms the most and make this a success. The SRO program, I'll get to that in a minute. But I first want to talk about other things we talk about. Alcohol, drugs, vaping, things that are central issues in the lives of these kids that, they need to find ways of combating and avoiding, strategies on how to handle these things that come up in their everyday life. We give them assignments prior to the youth council, and they have to come with challenging and educational solutions and questions for us. And so far, I feel it's been astounding the amount of good information we've gotten from these youth council meetings. Going to get back to the SRO program, because what we will do many times with our youth council is bring some of these questions to them, because after all, who do the SROs affect? They affect the kids, they affect the principals, they affect the schools. So I just want to draw your attention to a letter, which is from it's an email from my youth council head, Sergeant Poppy. And it's quite interesting. On Wednesday, February 24th, 2021, the 1st Precinct Youth Council held a meeting at Freeport Recreation Center. The meeting was attended by myself, D.I. Guerra, P.O. Johannesson, P.O. Sepulveda, and P.O. Cumberbatch. There were 7 members of the Youth Council in attendance. The meeting went well and was by all accounts a success. However, one part of the meeting I would like to make you aware of. The attendees of the meeting were from Freeport, Uniondale, Roosevelt, Baldwin. I posed a question to the attendees regarding School Resource Officer Program. I asked them if they believed the SROs were necessary and if they believe they still should be in the schools. Every one of the responses was in favor of the SRO program, and a majority felt that there should, in fact, be an increase in the amount of police in the schools. I thought that this information coming from former and current students from the schools with SROs was rather important. I think it's very important as well. Some of the feelings that we got from these kids, because we can talk about statistics, and statistics are very important, but I believe you got to feel a community. I've talked to the commissioner about this. He believes it too. You have to feel their need. These kids, to a man, talked about the bonds they form with the SROs, how they rely on the SROs, how they know where to find them in case they're needed, how they make them feel a sense of safety and security. So I use this as an example of some of the topics that we talk about. And I would just say that, once again, we talk about a plan coming from the people. These are the people. And I think their voices need to be heard. we also take some of the information and we talk to the schools. And I've talked at length to Mr. Bono from Uniondale Schools and some of the Roosevelt principal, and they're all in favor of the SROs. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention for 2 reasons. Number one, it's a very good topic that we talk about at these meetings. And number two, I believe this is what these kids and these principals want and expect. So with that being said, I would just end with, I think that, this youth council is an excellent idea. I think it's been a success to this point, and I'm looking forward to expand it going forward so we can add more people. And, we've already met 5 times, and as I said, I look forward to taking that information and just making us a better police department. Thank you.
Thank you, Inspector. So next is appearance tickets in lieu of arrest. Back in 2018, before the murder of George Floyd, we recognized there's no value of arresting an 18-year-old kid on a street corner for smoking a joint, putting him into a cell, and next to a gangbanger that's in there for a robbery or a rape or a murder. No value. So we started back then our field arrest policy back in 2018. We issue a summons on the street for that. We don't put that kid into a place where its environment is not conducive to what he did compared to what's inside that cell. In 2019, we saw the value of that. We also turned around and we started with our shoplifters, the same thing. Those who steal from a local store and get arrested, dragging them, putting them in handcuffs into a cell next to a gangbanger while waiting to process them. It's no value to it, and it doesn't help us. So our field arrest program has been in place since 2018, enhanced in 2019, and we continue to use it today, and we do get a lot of benefits from it by not putting those kids in those situations. Topic 7, implicit bias awareness training. Police Officer Baccio once again.
So on the topic of implicit bias, that's obviously a major topic, one of the ones in which was addressed in Governor Cuomo's Executive Order 203. And we'd be, remiss not to mention this. This is a large block of instruction, one in which I plan on, we have to start at a basis. You have to understanding the nature of bias, whether it's explicit or implicit. Implicit is the focus here, right? Obviously, we want to pay attention to, what's going on in our minds. So categorization that gives rise to unconscious bias is a normal aspect of human cognition. The silliest of little things. Who do you believe works at McDonald's? Who do you believe works in these types of places? These are the smallest forms of implicit bias. But having an understanding of when and where that ends up being appropriate is a large goal of this block of instruction. The training is not going to be an immediate fix. It's something in which this is a lifelong goal, something that's going to be repetitive, something that we're going to continue to administer and continue to give on a yearly basis at the very least, and it's something that has always been woven through our instruction with recruits. With recruits, the DCJS portion of the Cultural Diversity Program was a 5-hour block of instruction. We have always given a full day, 8-hour day of instruction to our recruits. And inside of that training, the recruits are exposed to members of communities, various different communities, members of the Black community, Hispanic community, Jewish community, Sikhs, transgender communities, and so on. And they come in and they talk to the recruits and they explain to them, what exactly they've been exposed to in life, things that we could do better as police officers to assist them in this world, and that is a major focus of the implicit bias and the implicit awareness type of instruction that we're going to be giving. Addressing that unconscious bias is a process that requires self-awareness, examining unexamined behavior that we may not have ever examined before. That's a component of leadership as well. To be strong leaders, we need to stop, pause, and take and internally reflect on what we are as police officers and see that this does exist. This is something in which that may not necessarily take form in overt racism or anything like that, but implicit bias is a topic that we need to talk about there. So it's the first step in recognizing one's biases, utilizing tools such as the implicit awareness tests, a gallery walk, utilizing the trainees' own thoughts, attitudes, and behaviors to begin down the road of understanding and elicit a response that will initiate a desire for change. And that's my goal and my plan for the implicit bias, unconscious bias portion of this lecture that we're going to be giving to in these things. In service. Ideally, further trainings after that, once we've addressed the situation and made people aware that this is a situation and something that we need to constantly work on as individuals, not just police officers, everybody in America and everybody in the world for that matter has these biases. We'll be able to break this down into smaller groups later on into training where I can break them off into smaller groups and work on workshops and elicit real and safe discussions outside of this initial large block of instruction that we're going to be giving with the police reform. So that's going to be, the down the road plan once I get there, where I can break these guys down into smaller groups and girls down into smaller groups where we can actually have real conversations about this. It starts in the academy. Every single member of the Nassau County Police Department has gotten that training in the academy where they broke down into small groups, where spoke to members of the community, all right, and we're not talking about police members of the community here. These are all individuals from their respective groups that volunteer their time to come in and talk to our recruits and make sure they have an understanding of everything that goes on in their worlds, so this way we can understand it better as well. All of these facets are, at the end of the day, with regard to procedural justice, implicit bias, and in a couple of minutes when I talk about de-escalation, are evaluated in our recruits and in our officers through reality-based training components. Again, this doesn't end in just block instruction where we sit people down, talk to them, and have exercises and group exercises where we talk about this stuff. It continues in furthering through evaluations that we do with reality-based training components, which obviously is going to be much easier for us to do with the new police academy and the tactical villages and so on and so forth, that we can actually bring people from the community in and run them through role plays with our recruits and added service and so on and so forth, so we can actually see what's going on in everybody's worlds from different perspectives. And that's really what this is all about, perceptions and perspectives from both sides of the table in this regard. All right, so that's what we're talking about with implicit bias. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now asking one of the hardest working detective lieutenants in the police department, Kat Radigan, to come up and speak about the LGBTQ society here in the department. Give you a good plug, Kat.
Good afternoon. Thank you for that enthusiastic introduction, Police Commissioner. And thank you for allowing me to speak with you today. My name, as has been noted, is Detective Lieutenant Katrina Radigan. I am the commanding officer of the 6th Precinct Detective Squad. I am also a founding member and current president of the LGBTQ Society, which is a fraternal organization founded to support our department's LGBTQ members and our department's relationship with the Nassau County LGBTQ community and allies. Most of our outreach is facilitated by our contacts with 2 nonprofit organizations, Pride for Youth in Belmore and the LGBT Network in Woodbury. Our fraternal organization is voluntary, and our members donate a lot of personal time to work with these nonprofit organizations and make sure the LGBTQ community is heard. One of our most successful programs as an organization is the Night Out program hosted by Pride for Youth, in which our officers meet with teenage LGBTQ members and discuss health and safety issues which can come along with living in an alternative lifestyle. Officers discuss their life and experiences to help these teens feel more comfortable in their own skin, which we know in the LGBT community can be difficult. The Suicide Prevention Resource Center estimates that between 5 to 10% of LGBT youth have attempted suicide, a rate 1.5 to 3 times higher than heterosexual youth. So you can see our outreach is mostly needed with that age category. These interactions with the community help bridge the gap between the Nassau County Police Department and the LGBT community. In addition, our society meets with every police recruit class at the academy to encourage others to join, whether they're allies or identify LGBTQ. When I first started with the Nassau County Police Department, I was very surprised to learn that there was no fraternal organization for the LGBT community. I'm proud of the foundation that we have built and how we have continued to work hard. But more importantly, our outreach and society would not be possible without the support of our police department. And it all stems from the top, mainly with Police Commissioner Ryder, who consistently shows unwavering support and marches alongside us at every Pride Parade. Between you and I, he even enjoys the after parties. I consider myself very lucky to work for the Nassau County Police Department. We truly care about diversity and inclusion for all, and I thank you for your time today.
Next topic is the one that hurt me probably the most when I heard the plan being presented 2 weeks ago, and that was on these transgender issues. Julie, who I think is a wonderful person, held up this document and said that we were not part of it and we failed it miserably. We failed it miserably because on September 13, 2017, a FOIL was sent for this document for these items requested. We responded on the 21st for some clarity, and we never heard back from there. So they zeroed us out, saying that we were not complicit or compliant with any items relating to transgender. I met Julie here 3.5 years ago, 4 years ago, on this floor, talking about those issues. I brought her into the police department that week, and she's been teaching at our police academy for the last 4 years on transgender. I have a lot of respect for Julie, and I'm sorry if she got a little confused in the message, but we have always been behind our communities here in Nassau County, especially the transgender. That being said, there is 9 documents. We are a paramilitary organization. It doesn't flow from one document. Yes, there is a 3-page document on encounters with transgender people. And yes, Julie was part and has a meeting next week, 2 weeks from now, with again. There was a slowdown because of a thing called COVID. So we were a little behind times getting things done. But that policy went out not because of this meeting, not because of this, because we were moving forward and getting it done. But again, as COVID and protest and unrest kind of slowed us down. But we treat all of our prisoners and all of those that we come in contact with respect and dignity. You just heard Lieutenant Radigan talking about it. We have an order of detention on prisoners, arrest processing, prisoners sick or injured, biased incidents and hate crimes, police operations, prisoner transporting, discrimination in the workplace, standards of conduct by our officers, arrest and how to act, and our missions, values, and vision for this police department. It's for all prisoners, for all people we come in contact with, not one specific group. Yes, we do have to amend things when it comes to the transgender community, and we did that in our policies. When a person identifies as is a male but identifies as a woman, they have the choice on who searches them. They can ask a female officer to search them, and we have to comply. Is that fair to the officer? But we do it because that's what the law says we got to do. We are very fair and open. And again, I think Julie is a wonderful person. Numerous conversations with her. The chief of departments had a conversation. Our community affairs has a comment. But it hurt when they said that we did not address this. It's not true. We did, as I just explained it. Next item, hate crimes, Chief Barchera.
Good afternoon. My name is Deputy Chief James Barchera, and I appreciate you giving us the time to present our plan because a lot of effort and time from all of us has gone into this plan. I'm going to be speaking to you about the bias crimes and hate crimes. When you look at our department policies and our procedures regarding hate and bias crimes, and you look at the People's Plan regarding hate and bias crimes, you're going to see a lot of the same terminology. Both of the plans are framed on information provided by the FBI and the current New York State law. Our policies and procedures responding to hate crimes recognize the seriousness of the crime, not only for the immediate victim, but also for the community at large. While our procedures were consistent with state law it was effective in our investigations and the prosecution of these crimes, there are some enhancements we have incorporated into our plan after listening to the suggestions from the public at all the civic meetings that we've been going presenting our plan. Our officers are trained not only to investigate obvious hate crimes, but to look for any indication of hate or bias that may have provoked a criminal act. In addition to the training they receive in the Academy, including a day at the Holocaust Memorial and Tolerance Center, our members are periodically given legal bulletin updates on any changes in the law. The Anti-Defamation League has webinars throughout the year, almost monthly, and they're available to our members as well. Two recent Anti-Defamation League webinars covered hate symbols, and another, the rise in domestic terrorism and white supremacy. When designated to detective or promoted to a supervisory rank, bias crime training is also incorporated into that training. Let me provide you a brief synopsis of the steps that we take in investigating an incident to determine if a hate crime has taken place, establishing probable cause, and appropriately charging the person responsible, as well as notifying the public. When an officer on patrol observes symbols of hate or is called to an assignment where a crime has occurred, the officer conducts a preliminary investigation to determine if the crime involved appeared to be motivated in whole or in substantial part because of a belief or perception regarding the race, color, national origin, ethnicity, gender expression or identity, religion, religious practice, age, disability, or sexual orientation of a person, regardless of whether the belief or perception is correct. I'd like to note that we added in ethnicity and gender expression. If the officer determines that bias may have been a factor, he then is directed to call a supervisor to the scene. Some of the factors that the officer is going to take into consideration to determine whether or not bias is implicit or not, or obvious, is if any of the following was found in possession of the suspect or near the scene of the incident, which are indicative of or represent a hate group or other evidence of bias against the victim's group. It would include any offensive symbols or words, tattoos, clothing, paraphernalia, or jewelry suggesting identification by suspects with an organized hate group, hate literature, spray cans, biased symbolic objects such as swastikas and crosses, the presence of social media activity for evidence of biased motivation, evidence that the victim is the only person of a particular group among others present, or the victim is from a different racial, national origin, or religious group than the suspect, if certain areas of the victim's body were targeted by the suspect, the existence of dual motivation by a suspect, such as a suspect looking to commit robberies but specifically targeting elderly victims, multiple incidents occurring in a short period of time targeting a specific group, the proximity of the incident to an establishment that could be associated with one of the protected categories included in the hate crime law. If evidence of an inflammatory nature cannot be physically removed after it has been properly documented for investigatory purposes, the owner of the property will be contacted to ensure that the graffiti is removed as soon as possible. Hate crime offenses that have been updated into our procedure include strangulation, criminal sexual act, and coercion. The supervisor who has been called to that scene will ensure that a thorough preliminary investigation is done.
Thank you.
The patrol supervisor is going to notify the desk officer and make sure that the detective squad is also responding to investigate these crimes. If there is a crime scene, all evidence will be documented, photographed, and secured. Excuse me 1 second. One of the suggestions that were made at several of the different community groups was that we have a precinct-level bias coordinator. So the desk officer, besides making sure the detective squad is notified, will also be notifying the deputy commanding officer of each precinct who is the precinct-level bias crime coordinator. The precinct bias crime coordinator will review the case, evaluate the deployment of patrol resources, engage POP officers to reach out to the community, and during the many community meetings and civic meetings that our commanding officers and deputy commanding officers attend, they'll be addressing any of the concerns that the public may have regarding any sort of biased crime. Besides having the precinct-level bias crime coordinator, there is Department Bias Crime Coordinator, which is part of my responsibilities, and I'm in the Chief of Detective's office. As the Department's Bias Crime Coordinator, my staff and I review case reports daily to ensure that all reported incidents with any indication of bias have been accurately classified and are being investigated by the respective detective squad. A bias incident number is assigned. Daily, weekly, monthly, and annual stats are maintained. The stats that we maintain are categorized by incidents involving race, color, national origin, ancestry, gender, religion, religious practice, age, disability, or sexual orientation of the person. The stats are shared monthly with the Chief of the Department, with the District Attorney's Office, with the New York Division of Criminal Justice Services, and with the Anti-Defamation League. In response to several community group suggestions from our public meetings, the Department will prepare, as the Commissioner indicated earlier, biannual reports on hate crimes, and they'll be available to the public on our website, and these reports will also be made to the Nassau County Legislature. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to jump ahead to somebody's got to have another meeting. So topic 12, community-based outreach and conflict resolution. Our new two-star chief, Bill Leahy, please come on up. This is a good one.
Good afternoon. My name is William Leahy, Assistant Chief, assigned to the Support Division. I'm going to address the school resource officers, POP officers, and the Homeland Security officers working with the school districts and the schools. Many of the schools act as a part of the community, and schools are open early, during the day, after school, and evenings. And they are often a central part of the community with many different facets and people attending the school. And part of that is they are gatherers, soft targets. And during the school day, many of the students are there. The complaint is we only see the police during times of action or during a stressful situation. School resource officers provide an opportunity to work with a school district, not a particular school, go from school to school to be seen in a different light, in a non-stressful environment, to be seen coming in, to be seen at entry time, to be seen at dismissal time, to work with the school district, to be a liaison, to dispel rumors, to dispel, before a football game, the famous rivalries. Are they coming to our school? Are they going to come by? All of those things, that information be gathered. That information can be worked together where as a school, from school peer to peer, school to school, that information can be shared so that conflict does not happen. Stops before it even begins. So schools and the resource offices work together to be seen. The kids enjoy it. They get to learn. They get to ask questions. The officer becomes an opportunity to learn about a lifestyle that they may not know about. It also becomes an opportunity to see somebody that they may not know. So it affords an opportunity for the officers and the community to work together. Along with that, our POP officers are responsible for the school districts within their command, not only with the regular school districts, but with houses of worship that have schools, aftercare programs, daycares. Often, there's quite a few concerns regarding suspicious persons, attacks. We all remember the Columbine issue, so target hardening, school security surveys. There are opportunities for training, stranger danger, and such. Our Homeland Security officers work with all 56 school districts, and an opportunity to participate in the RAVE program, which I'll have the officers come up and speak about that. Sergeant Connolly will come up. Before I do that, I would ask that the officers stand up and take a look at their uniforms. I know some people are concerned often. That's how they dress during a regular day. Sometimes they're in uniform, depending upon the event or what they're wearing, but that's a regular day for them. Not very imposing, not very intimidating, but that's the uniform that they wear. Thank you. And that's what they'll have for a regular day. So we treat, as a service-oriented organization, a community-based organization, problem-oriented POP organization, where we're looking to utilize the SARA model. We look at that as part of our community and one that's open with a lot of people in it, and one that we can work with and have a lot of opportunity to educate and solve problems with. So I'd like to bring up Officer O'Shea, who's one of our 6 school resource officers who works within the 1st Precinct, and he'll just give you a quick walk through his day.
How you doing? Thank you for having me. My name is Officer Michael O'Shea. I'm 1st Precinct School Resource Officer. As the Chief said, my main goal is communication and relationship with the school district. Me personally, I work with Roosevelt School District. I have a tremendous, wonderful working relationship with superintendent to the high school principal, all the way down through the middle school, the elementary schools, the security staff, the school counselors, school psychologists. I'm there when they need me. It's a comfort level between themselves and me, and we have this wonderful relationship. A typical day for me is I'm around at arrival time. In the parking lot, could be something simple as helping security staff direct traffic, because all the parents dropping kids off. Could be we greet the kids in the parking lot. Maybe there might be an unhappy parent, and everything is just talked about, and we move on. During my day, I visit the school, go into the office, speak with the principals, any questions, any concerns, and we address it there. A few minutes. It could be something as, hey, Mike, we got a football game on Saturday. Can you be around? No problem. Hey, Mike, we got a mediation between a few parents with their kids. Could you be there and sit with us? Absolutely no problem. We move on. We're in the parking lot. We go from school to school in the parking lots. There could be an incident that happened a few blocks away from the school in the community. We're at the school just in case things move. We're there. We're outside. We're there. And then at the end of the day, we move on to dismissal, mostly at the high school and the middle school. Just in case we're there, we're a presence out in the parking lot, talk to the kids as they're leaving, going home for the day. And that's basically what I do during the day. And we continue this relationship. And it's an open phone with me. They call me all day, anytime they want. Thank you.
Officer O'Shea is a humble guy, and most of these SROs are. Their phone numbers are throughout every school principal and every vice principal, and they get the calls directly. They're able to quell rumors and innuendos that run amok. Everybody knows about the Facebook groups and how fast and Twitter and social accounts, how fast rumors can run amok. These are the guys that are able to quell those things rather quickly and get order back and get the ground truth back into a school. And that is the value that a school officer brings. When we have those lockouts and lockdowns, and these are the guys that help make those notifications. These are the guys that go to the school and work with the schools that are in lockout and lockdown. that's one of the first stops for those schools that have them, those districts. Thank you. So I'd like to bring up Sergeant Conley. He's our Homeland Security officer. I worked with Sergeant Conley in Homeland Security. He works with all 56 school districts, and he works with not only them, but all of the schools, including charter schools, houses of worship, religious schools, religious ed, and colleges and universities. And it's all about maintaining a air of security and safety. So, sorry?
Good afternoon. My name is Rob Conley. I'm a sergeant in the Nassau County Police Department assigned to the Homeland Security Unit. And I have the privilege of following Chief Leahy, who was actually my mentor and brought me into the unit several years back. Just to give you a little background on Homeland Security, people hear that sometimes they don't understand what the moniker is or why we're designated the Homeland Security Unit. Our unit was born out of a concern back in the early 2000s about Homeland Security.
He only goes so fast.
Understood.
He's good.
Understood. As the commissioner knows, I'm passionate about what I do, so I'll try to temper it so you can catch it all, but I'll give you a little background about how we got where we are today and where we're going with this unit. We were born in the early 2000s out of the idea about international terrorism and what we could do to better secure our communities. There was a great concern after the 9/11 attacks about our houses of worship, our mass gathering locations, our churches, and our schools. As time went on, we refocused our efforts because unfortunately there were many incidents where schools became targets of violence, and the commissioner and the administrative staff recognized that Homeland Security for many years in the Nassau County Police Department had been focusing on how we could better harden those targets, make our malls safer, make our schools safer, make our houses of worship safer, and they asked us to refocus our efforts at the schools once again to figure out a way that we could make schools even safer. We developed a team of Homeland Security school resource coordinators, and we pushed into the schools to meet with the existing security staff, because as we know, schools are very good at education, but security might not be their first effort. So we looked at what they were doing and came up with ways that we could make it safer. And it started with the simple patrol aspect. We worked with our POP partners, we worked with our patrol partners, and made sure that we made our daily visits to the schools, doing our park walk-in talks, and engaging with the school bus drivers, the administrative staff, the lunchroom workers, our regular rank-and-file people to find out things that were going on in the community and what we could do to make things safer. We developed some ideas about how they could better enhance their plans, and we expanded their district-wide safety plans to incorporate the police department and some of the best practices that we've seen in the 56 different school districts we interact with. That meant going out to 450 school buildings and looking at different security procedures, some better than others, and coming up with ways that we could get everyone in line with making our buildings safer so that our children could be safer. We looked at reunification points, we looked at evacuation routes, and we changed some of those to better comply with the new style of policing. We developed security surveys for the schools so that they could come up with capital plans to make their buildings safer, things like changing doors, adding cameras, looking at some of the existing security systems. And one of the pilot programs of this county was incorporating the RAVE panic alert system. This was a single button on a cell phone that allows direct contact to a communications bureau. When a critical incident occurs in a school, all 56 school districts now have the ability to push a button on a cell phone and make direct contact with the Nassau County Police Department. Our Homeland Security School Resource Coordinators regularly visit the schools to test this system and make sure that it's working appropriately, so when that critical incident occurs, we're ready to respond rapidly. We've also developed different training programs for the school districts, and this was out of a need that they expressed to us. They wanted to learn more about what we would do in a critical incident and what they could do to better prepare and secure their students and staffs. So we developed a program called Situational Awareness, and the focus of this became a lot of suspicious activity reporting, what we call see something, say something, and converting that to know something and doing something. We teach them what they can do in the early stages of an incident to prepare themselves, to prepare their staff to survive a critical incident, and what key information they can feed back to us so we can help potentially prevent that. From that, we learned that some of the incidents that occur in schools come from the students themselves, and what could we do to better educate them on the hazards of getting involved with social media and maybe making false threats on a social media or a chat. We have a program called Actions and Consequences where we meet with the school staff and the students, and we talk about past incidents where people might have put something online that maybe caused disturbance in the school, maybe created fear, and we talk about the consequences of those actions, how they can impact their future life, maybe college applications or going out there to seek a job. Most recently, just before COVID, we developed a third program called the Second Shift. And the idea here was that we've done a lot of great work to make our schools safer during the day, but when the school bell rings and the students leave, how do we keep those buildings safe after hours? Oftentimes, there are after-school extracurricular programs that are going on inside the schools, and we want to make sure that those schools stay safe even after hours. So we meet with the CYOs, the Little Leagues, the Boy Scouts and the Girl Scouts, and talk about why it's so important to keep that envelope of security going inside the schools. During the regular school day, my team also staffs what's called a school desk. It's a direct contact between the Nassau County Police Department and our school administrators. We have a great relationship with all 56 superintendents, and oftentimes there are things going on in the community that they're concerned about. They don't want to call 911, but they just want a little insight. Maybe it's the helicopter that's flying in the vicinity of the school. Rather than calling 911, they ask why the helicopter's there. They reach out to us. They're our trusted partners. We can vet them when they make that call, and we can pass on information like there's a serious auto accident. Just this past week, we had, unfortunately, a very serious auto accident in the Herrick School District. It caused a closure of roads, helicopters, there was multiple emergency vehicles, and it directly impacted their transportation program. Because of our school alert notification system, we were able to directly interact with the school, come up with ways that they could reroute buses so that they wouldn't be impacted by this incident. We've also created opportunities for the schools to get additional training. We do the Stop the Bleed program, which many of you have seen in the public. It's a way to control bleeding if you're involved in a critical incident like a car accident or something like that where someone's bleeding. Very simple layman's terms of how you can control bleeding. We bring that into the school. We teach staff, we teach students if they're interested, and how they can control the bleed. Preparedness is a big part of what we do in Homeland Security. We talk to the schools about things they can do as far as planning. We talk to them about drills they can conduct. And we've even engaged with our local partners in public safety, like the East Meadow Fire Department most recently, in the active assailant drill, where we work with them on how we would triage injuries and bring them over to the medical center. Another big part of what we do in Homeland Security is incident response. Every day, my school resource coordinators, and two of them are in the room right now, Police Officer Kevin Glenn and Police Officer Greg O'Neill, who cover some of the schools in Nassau County. They're part of my team of 8. We're all throughout the county during the day, and we monitor the radio, making sure that we hear incidents that may pertain to a school. We respond to those incidents, and when necessary, we'll help the school deal with the critical incident, whether it's a social media threat or a serious AD case, maybe it's a bomb threat or something like that. We help them, as a liaison to the police department, to make sure that things are handled appropriately, and we offer follow-up. We actually review all the school-related incidents on a weekly basis. We look to see if there's more that we could do to help that school district, and then through our contacts in the superintendent's group, we reach out and offer other services that the police department could potentially provide. That could be training, that could be enhanced patrols, or it may just be an opportunity to meet and do a review of security procedures. I can tell you from a personal level that we get calls almost every day from the superintendents, and sometimes they're innocuous little things like, hey, we noticed a police car parked in our parking lot. Did something happen over the weekend? Or it could be something as serious as we got a threat online that something bad is going to happen to the school. What should we do next? And we offer guidance, we offer direction, and we work together to come to a resolution. The evolution of this Homeland Security program has led to great relationship, and I think that building and maintaining these relationships will continue to keep our county safe. Thank you.
All right, and as part of our holistic approach, we bring our POP officers, and the POP officers are the can-do guys. They're the guys that take everything that traditional policing cannot solve. So they work, and it's a building blocks approach for us. One feeds off the other. So anything that's not solved through traditional policing means goes to the POP officers. They use the SARA model, and they custom design their responses. And, I was one of the original POP cops way back, probably before, right around when you were in BSO. But I had the opportunity to become the POP coordinator for a while, and one of our better students is Pio Ojeda. There she is, from the 5th Precinct. She'll come up and tell you what her outreach to the 5th Precinct with the schools are, and they do a fantastic job with the outreach. And it's real important, and it's always in the best interest. We're looking out for the students and the community in general, and that is one of the largest groups that we have on a day-in, day-out basis as one of the softest targets, so we can address that. Okay.
Officer Heat is going to talk about a lot of the hotspot policing. They're not only in the schools, but they also handle all of the complaints that you get. That goes through our pop cops. They're our first line of defense handling community issues, and Officer Heat has done a phenomenal job with it.
Good afternoon. I want to say that it's an honor to speak here in front of you all. My name is Victoria Ojeda, O-J-E-D-A. I have been a member of the police department since 2007. I have been assigned to the POP unit since September of 2018. Just a little about myself. I am the president of the Nassau County Police Hispanic Society, and I have been immensely involved in the mentoring program for the applicants and the recruits in order to increase the diversity and of qualified applicants and recruits in order to retain them. A lot of our recruits are first generation and don't have anyone at home to lean on, to ask questions, to get that pat on the back and to remind them that it is going to be okay and you will make it. And with the other fraternal groups, it's imperative that, you know, to be involved in that way. I also actually instruct the recruits in implicit bias with one of the Hispanic community members, and I think I'm the only police officer who does, actually. I've been doing that for about 5 years now. But being in a command that is very diverse as the 5th Precinct gives me a great connection to my precinct and my community, and I consider it my second home. Problem-oriented policing is a multifaceted unit, and our roles and responsibilities change as the needs and the hotspot locations change. Our unit allows us a more intimate relationship with the community, with the schools, with the civic associations, and even with members of the community. School safety is our #1 concern, as Homeland Security and our school resource officers will say as well. We are part of safety committees. We attend lockdown drills. We take part in procedures for dismissals and arrivals, and also focus on concerns before school, during school, and after school. We also do presentations to the PTA, to the staff, and to also the students that include read-alouds, career days, and having discussions with at-risk youth as well. We also are involved with the Youth Adult Council, which in the 5th Precinct, we chose one student from each high school in our command in order to cover the diversity of our command. And this allows us to discuss real issues that are of concern to them in order to offer guidance and to get their feedback to the future of Nassau County. Our civic associations and our houses of worship involve us, which allows to help the residents and the congregants be proactive in their safety and the security of their homes and their buildings. It is here we can assist with our long-term issues such as neighbor disputes or parking issues, but always utilizing unique methods and techniques. But it's also here that we're able to solve smaller quality of life issues that are presented to us at these meetings. So again, although POP has numerous roles and responsibilities, we often request the assistance of patrol, specialized units, and outside agencies such as sanitation, the Department of Health, schools, but POP is still the main liaison between the department and the community, and more so between the community and our precinct, and that makes us a family within ourselves. Thank you.
Just in closing, the one thing you probably didn't hear is all of our officers, the one thing that we do not get involved in is in school discipline. We are there to work with the schools in their safety, and the school discipline is school discipline. That's not our purview. So I hope that alleviates some of the angst. We're there for the community and for the safety of the community and the safety of the school. But school disciplinary matters stay within the school, not with the police department. Thank you.
I think I'm back. Yep. So for clarity, there are 56 school districts in this county. There are only 3 that we have SRO offices in: Uniondale, Baldwin, and Roosevelt. 6 offices in total are our SROs. I have emails from all 3 of those superintendents. The outgoing at Uniondale, Dr. Lloyd, and now the incoming or the acting, Dr. Taylor, Dr. Rhonda Taylor, Roosevelt, Dr. Wortham, and Baldwin, Dr. Camry. All 3 of them have requested to keep their SROs. We do not go there on our own. We go at the request of the school. You just saw the SRO, the Homeland, and the POP. They all dress the same. A 9-year-old kid does not know it's an SRO officer or a Homeland Security officer. They don't go in there with rifles and walk around the school with vests on. They go just like that. It is all about the soft touch. They bring Frisbees, they bring footballs, they give giveaways. We teach the Too Good for Drugs program, the GREAT program, gang resistance, education, and training. We do backpack giveaways, and we're there at the opening of schools in the beginning of the season to let them know that the security, so the parents feel that. The parents thank us for being there. The teachers thank us for being there. If you remove one, you remove all. And my suggestion is that we do not remove any of them, and I will if the superintendents ask me. I also have a letter from Dr. Tony McDonald, who is the head of the superintendents for all of the schools. And it's also in their letter in support of the SROs, the POP cops, and, of course, our community affairs and our Homeland Security officers. The next part, I'm going to turn back.
Would you be able to hand that in to the clerk so it could remain part of this public record?
I will get you the copies. Yes, I kind of wrote all over.
That's okay.
Next, I'm going to turn it back to de-escalation training and practices, P.O. Baccio. And we're going to ask to go a little bit quicker. He can merge those next couple of trainings together if he doesn't mind. He doesn't mind by order. He's not allowed to.
All right, so I'm back. De-escalation training. De-escalation is something that we kind of created on our own. We saw a perceived need back in 2015 to create a de-escalation training. We saw that in the fact that we were getting a lot of young officers on the job that didn't necessarily know, not necessarily know, but didn't have the interpersonal skills that, someone that was a little bit older did. They're growing up in the generation of the texting and the emailing and all that other stuff and necessarily didn't really understand interpersonal communications. So it kind of evolved into, just communication skills to more of a de-escalation inside of any type of an encounter. It started at its base conversing with just your average everyday citizen and turned into more of a conversing not only with them, but conversing with individuals who might be in a situation exhibiting mental health crises or exhibiting, or somebody that might be trying to use force or potentially resist arrest and so on and so forth. So some of the key components there, as the Commissioner said, the main goal of professional intervention here is to achieve voluntary compliance at all time. We never want to have to ever use force or go hands-on with anybody as our civilians. I'm going fast now. So the key components here are to learn to speak effectively in maintaining presence under pressure, realizing that there is more to communication than assertiveness and being confrontational, offering empathy or understanding in the face of antagonism. We have to remain in control of every situation. And with that said, one of our main principles of de-escalation is maintaining control over ourselves before we can ever hope to achieve professional or a positive compliance with a citizen. Manage ourselves before we can manage others. There's a whole aspect of the training of that, and checking our egos at the door, and maintaining control over yourselves before you ever have a conversation with someone. We cannot embark on a course that would compromise and undermine our professional goals as police officers. We treat people professionally because we're professionals, and what separates that professional behavior from amateur is that we give our opponents no opportunity, or the people that we're involved in, no opportunity to stand against us using our own actions. And that's a key component to everything that we do with policing. Other aspects of this training are the we took some things from Dr. George Thompson's verbal judo. Most importantly, his 5 universal truths of human interaction. The 5 being that people feel the need to be respected. People would rather be asked than told. People have a desire to know why. People prefer to have options over threats, and people want to have a second chance. Right? And those are all very important aspects of not only human interaction, but police and civilian interaction as well. I also go over active listening, rhetoric, which, again, believe it or not, used to be taught in schools, or the art of persuasively speaking to individuals to try and achieve that compliance, and the principles of impartiality, where I go over, ensuring that we treat everybody as a human being with dignity and respect that they deserve, among other things, controlling ourselves before we can hope to achieve a positive situation with anybody else. So that's an 8-hour training that I created a few years ago back in the police academy. Every recruit has been given that since. This is going to be another core component of the police reform and service training once we start to deliver that to the obviously patrol cops once they get it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner, can I interrupt you for 1 second? Frank, are you okay? Do you need a break? Okay.
I will, I promise. I promise. All right, Law Enforcement Assisted Diversion Program, Operation Alley, Chief Farrell. Very quick, Chief, please.
Sir.
That's the way I like that response, too. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon again, and thank you for allowing me to speak again. Hello, Assistant Chief Chris Farrell, Deputy Chief of Detectives. I'm here to speak about Operation Natalie and a multi-pronged strategy to address the overdose epidemic. Commissioner Ryder named Operation Natalie after Natalie Chiappa. Natalie was a young teenage honor student cheerleader at Plain Edge High School. She died in 2008 from an overdose in the garage of Seaford House. Operation Natalie is about partnering with the community to combat the overdose epidemic. The multi-pronged approach includes education, awareness, diversion, treatment, enforcement, and something we added later on, aftercare visits, the ODAC. From 2018 through 2019, the department conducted over 150 community meetings, conducted events such as Too Good for Drugs, Wrestlers Take Down Drugs, Baseball Strikes Out Drugs, Lacrosse Faces Off Drugs, and NCPD's School Safety Forum, which was held at Hofstra University. It was a great success. Community meetings centered around opioid overdose hotspots. We used intelligence-led policing to find where these overdoses are coming from, and we addressed it. The meetings focused on providing communities with as much education, awareness, information on treatment and enforcement as possible. The department also partnered with substance abuse experts such as Dr. Jeffrey Reynolds from the Family and Children's Association and recovering addicts who share their experience amongst other students. On the enforcement prong, enforcement initiatives would also commence in a hotspots area targeting drug suppliers, drug dealers, and drug users. The drug users would be offered diversion through DA's office. In regards to diversion, if a drug user successfully progressed through a diversion treatment, vocational training, behavioral modification, he or she would reduce their punitive measures if they successfully graduated the program. After 60 days of going into a community, a hotspot community, a follow-up community meeting was held, and the results were revealed to the aggressive campaign was revealed to the community, to tell what's going on in that community. We found great success in all these communities we entered. Part of the education and awareness included presentation by subject matter experts on the following: fatal overdose stats, increased potency of heroin compared to 20 years ago. The cost of heroin is the same price 20 years ago. Impact on drugs on the body and the mind. In identification of drugs and paraphernalia. Some of the parents didn't know what they looked like. Illustration of recent recovered drugs in Nassau County. Stamps, illustration of stamps on heroin. Illustration of current pills out there. So we educated the families. Okay, I'm going to condense this quick. So, where was I? So every overdose is addressed by a police officer and a medic, and then a detective. And if it's a fatality, homicide will get involved and review the fact matters in the case. The majority of these overdoses are investigated by excellent detectives and Narcotics Vice Squad. We found great success on handling these overdose cases, and through all these meetings, these community meetings, the aggressive overdose approach by Narcotics Vice Squad, we were able to reduce, for the first time in many, many years, overdoses in Nassau County. First region, big department to do it in years. However, due to the pandemic, we've had a setback. We're hoping to continue that. We introduced the aftercare visits, which no other department was doing. Our detectives would literally go back out and meet with these overdose victims and try to offer them help, treatment. We've driven overdose victims to treatment. Our detectives and Narcotics Vice Squad literally put them in their car and took willing participants to treatment facilities. We also, of course, get intelligence on these dealers to take the dealers off the street. We feel every dealer we take off the street reduces the overdose. So hopefully, in the coming months, when the pandemic we will get back at it and reduce the overdoses. Thank you.
Detective Lieutenant James Pettinato, his Youth Police Initiative. He's the Deputy Commanding Officer of Community Affairs.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And he's going to be quick.
I'm going to be quick, okay. So, I'm Detective Lieutenant Jim Pettinato. I'm here to talk about the Youth and Police Initiative. We like to also refer to it as the Youth and Police Positive Interactions. Basically, this started before the governor mentioned anything about police reform. We started 2019, June, working with school districts, Baldwin and Elmont. Basically, those school districts give us 10 to 12 young adults that they consider low trust, as far as low trust of the police. They've either been arrested or vocalized anti-police sentiment. It's 5 sessions. We were doing it in person for Baldwin, but we did have to move to an online model due to COVID for Elmont. The goals are basically change the perception young people have about the police, explain police procedure, show that everyone has good intentions, and basically genuine, honest conversations. What the police and the kids do, they watch viral police videos, whether it comes from a body camera, cell phone camera, or a dashboard camera, and the police basically give their feelings on what they've watched, and then the young people also give their feelings on what they watched. Everyone talks about their family, friends, school, community. They discuss TV shows, movies, books. They eat meals together, and they role play. The young adults will actually wear police gun belts, do car stops, do field interviews, and the police officers act as the subjects. And it gives the young kids a different perspective, and also gives the police a different perspective. Because of COVID, like I said, we have to have a virtual model, and we're working with probation. We're working with Inwood, and we're working with Uniondale and Roosevelt right now, and we're going to basically have 3 more sessions of YPI done by June. There's also an ongoing relationship aspect. With Baldwin, the cops went back and played basketball. Obviously, due to COVID, that's not possible, so we're trying to set up where we can play video games with the young adults. We're doing that with Elmont. And we're going to, at the end, we're going to have 2 master trainers for the department, and those master trainers will be able to train other members of the department, which will lower the cost going forward. Okay, thank you.
2 things we're going to jump on next. First is broken windows, the broken windows theory. It is a concept, it's a proven concept, but it did not change with time. It's a quality of life issues that sometimes we all want, but not at the risk of violating someone's rights or dignity. We use the broken window theory, and I teach it to my class at the college, and I use It's a Wonderful Life. And they look at me like, what's a wonderful life? But you all have watched the show at Christmas time. And when George Bailey and Mary are walking along and they pick the rock up and they throw it through the glass of the old house. That's broken windows in a nutshell. If those windows were fixed and that yard was proper and that property was taken care of, they would not have picking up that rock and thrown it through the window. The same with smaller crimes. We look at smaller crimes. We look at homelessness. We get a lot of our complaints today regarding homelessness and, again, quality of life issues. So what we've done is we've started a database that tracks all of our complaints that come through the quality of life window. We address them, again, with dignity and respect. We try to get those people assistance using the resources here in Nassau County. And again, it's a theory that it was proven back in the 80s, but obviously never changed and slightly abused after a while. So it's something that we still use on our quality of life issues. And again, we track all of it to make sure that we are respectful to the people involved. Stop, question, and possibly frisk, the Terry stop. Our Fourth Amendment right is one that law enforcement deals with on a daily basis. The Terry stop has us climb the ladder. Request for information, the lowest level of intrusion. Mere suspicion, the common law right of inquiry. Reasonable suspicion, that's where stop, question, and possibly frisk. And then, of course, probable cause with arrest. Something that starts the common law right of inquiry may jump right to probable cause. but we train our officers on the permissible use of standards of proof under the Fourth Amendment. We do not compare crime numbers to how many pat-downs are done in a community or how many field stops or tickets that are issued. We don't do CompStat, even though Jack Maple was ahead of his times when computers were not on every desktop. But we've moved our CompStat model to what's called STRATCOM, and we did that several years ago. It stands for Strategic Communications, sharing of information and intelligence, an intelligence-led policing way to go after the problem. We come up with evidence-based approaches to the problem, and again, as I said earlier, more cops on the corner don't fix the problem, it only displaces it. When we are gone, that problem comes back. We use things like CEPTIT, Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design, a New York State GIVE grant program. We use top offenders, again, all based on intelligence. We use cameras and LPRs, yes, technology. But no one gets to access the data unless they're entered into the Intel tracker with a case report and the member assigned. There was questions asked about providing the locations of our cameras, giving up the money that was spent on those cameras. Every item goes through the procurement process here in Nassau County. It's all public information. There's nothing hidden. As far as the locations of our cameras, I don't think that's a good idea. If we give out the location of our cameras, we tell the bad guys where we are. And when then the bad guys then know, and then my officers get hurt, and the community's problem doesn't get addressed. But we are respectful of our intelligence. I, as you know, started the intelligence program here in Nassau County. Every piece of information gets vetted. Every confidential informant goes through a registration process. Every time you use that informant, he gets re-vetted again to make sure that we are staying above the fray and not getting into bad habits. We put our technology on public corners. We put license plate readers on public streets. But again, the data is not just queried just so somebody wants to query the data. The data is queried because we have a robbery that occurred, pull the plate reader data, pull the camera data. Now, we're going to have body cameras. We're going to have doorbell rings. We have street cameras. There's cameras everywhere. So the idea of letting the people know where our cameras are is something that I will never agree with and fight vigorously to make sure that doesn't happen, because my officers need their protections too. I'm going to go to focused deterrence, and I'll jump in pretty quick. I heard he said it before, 90% of the crime is done by 10% of the population. Understanding the environment you police it better. Knowing the bad guys against the good people in that community. All communities have bad people. That's where our focused deterrence is. Focus on that street corner where there is drug dealing going on. Add a light to the corner. I heard someone mention that 2 weeks ago also, that adding lights to corners don't fix problems. Yes, they do. There was a corner called the Amityville corner. You might have all read it. It was a famous corner in Amityville. They ripped down the building. They put up a park. They put street lighting. They put a lot of things. And yeah, you might have dispersed some of the problem, but you cleaned up that corner. It was no longer a location. So again, we focus, when it comes to focused deterrence, we are always making sure that we are doing it with respect to our community. Crime prevention through environmental design, it's as simple as I said a second ago. Cameras, lighting, cleaning up an area. We advise our storefronts to remove signage from the window so we can see clearly into the counter when a cop drives by and does his intensified patrols. We tell them to enhance lighting. Environmental design, the doors that we put down the hall here, finally, by the way. But again, by environmental design, the stuff that our Homeland Security does at all our schools, how our buses come into the parking lot, how they should block traffic if somebody wanted to mount the sidewalk and run over our children. We do all of that with our schools. Crime prevention and violence prevention and reduction interventions. That's use of social media, the media, POP in the community, SROs, community affairs, in the schools, community meetings. We meet with our religious leaders constantly. I meet with the black clergy. I meet with the rabbis in the 5-town up to the Persian Jewish community and out to Syosset. I've met with many of our Catholic leaders also, Christian leaders, Protestant leaders. We meet all the time. My days are constantly tied up in meetings to make sure they're getting what they need and addressing their concerns as does our commanding officers. I'm going to bring up Nick Stillman, Inspector Nick Stillman, talk about model policies and standards. He'll give the short version. I just went through 5 things in 5 seconds. Nick, let's go.
Yes, sir. Good evening or afternoon, daylight savings time. I think it's evening now. My name is Nicholas Stillman. I'm the commanding officer for the Professional Standards Bureau. The Bureau includes several units. The one that's going to be most relevant here is procedural and development. And I will be discussing the model policies and strategies through our procedures and policies, mainly found in the department manual. And I've heard the Commissioner speak about what's proposed before you as a document that's living and breathing, and changes will be made. Our policies and procedures are along the same lines. They are constantly changed, revamped, and new procedures are developed. As I stood here before, I heard Chief Palmer refer to the use of force, Chief Farrell referred to no-knock warrants, Chief Barbieri referred to pursuits. All of those are developed through policy and procedure, and all of those policies had numerous changes. The Nassau County Police Department manual was prepared so that the Nassau County Police Department may continue its long-standing tradition of service to the community and excellence in law enforcement. It contains policies, rules, and procedures of the department that were designed so that the additions and revisions may be readily made in response to constantly changing demands of contemporary policing. Once again, constant change. The purpose of this manual is to provide a source of reference to all members of the department. The policies communicate our objective, goals, and philosophies, while the rules direct our conduct, behavior, and actions. Additionally, the procedures provide guidelines or standardized methods of responses to common situations. Since it is important to remember that no set of guidelines can possibly cover every situation or problem that can arise in police work, these procedures contained within this manual are based upon a realization that in any given situation there may be unknown or unforeseen variables. Indeed, all members must exercise reasonable discretion, sound judgment based upon training, experience, supervision, and the application of common sense in order to effectively serve the community. In cases where policies or procedures are determined to be outdated or deficient, Professional Standards Bureau would recommend a review by the Procedural Development Unit. Once that happens, there is a review committee consisting of the department chiefs along with PDU, Legal Bureau, and they will convene to determine what changes and updates should be made. Sources used when considering new procedures or changing existing ones include but are not limited to federal and state court decisions, the New York State Penal and Criminal Procedural Law, and the International Association of Chiefs of Police model policies. A recent example the Commissioner brought up before was the field issuance tickets for marijuana, and then later on, due to bail reform, we had to change items that dealt with criminal procedure law. So we had to go and revamp all of our arrest procedures affected by the collection of station house bail and the issuance of appearance tickets. Those policies and procedures were changed to be compliant with the new laws. Because of the changes to that one procedure, PDU then researched the entire NCPD manual to ensure that any and all related procedures were also changed. None of these manuals procedures exist in a vacuum. They're all related to other different procedures and policies. These changes and updates are currently occurring, and PDU does a tremendous job keeping the department manual updated and current. I can stop now if you want.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Once again, I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity. Just one more thing. The Nassau County Police Department has entered into a participation agreement with the New York State Division of Criminal Justice Services for the New York State Law Enforcement Agency Accreditation Program. The Nassau County Police Department, as part of this accreditation process, will have their policies, procedures, and standards reviewed by this independent agency to ensure that their policies, procedures, and standards are up to date with the latest policing models, ensuring the best possible police department for the residents of Nassau County. Thank you.
job. I'm going to turn it over to Chief Sewell, our Chief of Detectives, on complaint tracking.
Good afternoon. My name is Kishance Sewell, and I'm the Chief of Detectives, and thank you for your attention. Complaint tracking is topic number 18 and begins on page 50 of the reform document. Complaint tracking, review, and reconciliation rests ultimately with the Internal Affairs Unit of the Professional Standards Bureau. The Professional Standards Bureau was established to add an additional layer of executive-level oversight and accountability to maintain the high standards of integrity, well-being, and effectiveness within the department and in the encounters we have with the communities we serve, live, and work with. It ensures the complete and fair investigations in compliance with the department rules, procedures, and policies are conducted. Additionally, it makes recommendations for policy or procedure reviews or amendments based on completed investigations and audits. For your reference, the department's procedure for civilian complaint investigation is outlined in Admin 1211, which is annexed to the reform document as Exhibit X. Civilian complaints may be filed several ways, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, in multiple languages, using recently revised complaint forms translated into several languages, and through the use of the earlier described language line. They may be filed in person at any police precinct, remotely through the Nassau County Police website with new, amplified, highly visible, user-friendly access as a result of community input during reform meetings. We also added the ability to upload photos and videos to attach to your complaint. They can be filed by directly calling the Internal Affairs units. In furtherance of reform, this has now been extended to be available 24 hours a day. Complaint reports may be generated through email or by requesting a supervisor to respond to the scene of a police encounter. Complaints are only taken by supervisors. And as I understand, the Nassau County Office of Crime Victims Advocate is developing a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week hotline as well. These complaints may be anonymous, third party, or simply reports from citizens responding to social media posts. Complaints are taken from anyone with or without a direct connection or relationship to the incident at issue. We also take complaints for other law enforcement agencies. After documentation, the Internal Affairs Unit will contact and forward that complaint to the involved agency. We refer the complaint, not the complainant. Based on the allegation outline, complaints are classified using the following categories. I'll go alphabetically: excessive force, false arrest, improper tactics and procedure, neglect of duty, racial or ethnic bias, unlawful conduct, unprofessional conduct or attitude, or violation of department rules. Police impersonation cases are a separate category, but they are also taken by supervisors. In recognition of the need for greater transparency and in accordance with the repeal of Civil Rights Law 50A, the department will now issue a biannual report which will include the number of civilian complaints and allegations broken down by the nature of the complaint and the gender and race of the complainant when it is provided. Founded allegations for unlawful conduct will also be posted on the Nassau County website. We addressed the need for prompt follow-up, and we responded to community concerns that there are delays in the department's contact after initial reporting. It is important and confidence-building for complainants to know that their cases are taken seriously and given the proper attention swiftly. To that end, the department revised and enhanced the civilian complaint investigations procedure. As reform, a command-level internal affairs liaison was designated in each command to now be the primary conduct and coordinator with the Internal Affairs Unit for civilian complaint investigations. This liaison will also act as a specific point of contact for command-level investigations. We recognize that it is absolutely essential that citizens trust that a timely, thorough, and professional investigation is being conducted into their concerns, and we share those concerns as an agency. We wholeheartedly believe that we can only be effective if we have the confidence and support of our communities. Complainants, with their tracking number, may contact the supervisor in the investigating command or the Internal Affairs Unit to discuss the status of their investigation. So now, within 3 business days of filing a complaint, complainants will have a name and phone number for the assigned investigator. This provides for better communication and interaction with the complainant during the entire investigation process. At the time of reporting, the supervisor will explain to the complainant the process for filing the complaint, interview the reporting person, and all available witnesses. Whatever supporting evidence or documentation exists for follow-up is collected. The supervisor will then document the complaint by generating a civilian complaint report in the Blue Team software database system. If the complaint is made in person, the complainant is provided with a complement or complaint advisory pamphlet, which outlines the process for, as the name gives away, filing complaints or giving compliments. Blue Team is the name of the platform within the department's Professional Standards Bureau IA Pro, Internal Affairs Pro software that supports investigatory documentation, organizational accountability, and supervisory oversight for the police department. I'd like to point out one of the very effective tools of IA Pro used by the Professional Standards Bureau. It's titled Early Intervention. This module flags and issues an alert for any member who has received 3 early intervention complaints or any type of complaint within a 12-month period, regardless of the nature of that complaint. A report is then generated and investigated to determine whether a member requires retraining, additional review, or should be referred to take advantage of the many wellness services this department provides. Notably, any member who is considered for transfer, special assignment, or promotion is vetted by the Internal Affairs Unit and the Professional Standards Bureau prior to that assignment. Going back to the complaint process, the supervisor taking a complaint will obtain and provide the complainant with a civilian complaint tracking number. In person, the complainant will be given a civilian complaint information card, which records all of the relevant information entered for their reference and for their use in tracking their complaint. Complaint tracking numbers are generated and logged 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and are audited for accuracy in the Blue Team system by the Internal Affairs Unit. Blue Team reports are time and date stamped. Blue Team access is also password protected by user. Again, it is now required that the complainant, unless anonymous, be contacted by a supervisor within 3 business days of filing the report to acknowledge the receipt and processing of the complaint and to answer any additional questions. For clarity, complaints that are taken by supervisors outside of the Internal Affairs Unit at the command level are still routed through the command liaison, through the precinct commander, through division chiefs, and the chief of department to Internal Affairs Unit. The commander of the Professional Standards Bureau, with necessary consultations with the Commissioner of Police, will assign the investigation to the affected command where an uninvolved supervisor is tasked with the investigation, or determine that the case will remain in the Internal Affairs Unit. I'd like to mention that there is no time limit to file a complaint with this department. Of course, for witnesses and evidence collection, prompt notification is ideal, but no complaint is denied due to the passage of time. Whether or not the complaint is investigated by the command or Internal Affairs, all available evidence must be gathered. Witnesses, including assistant department members, must be interviewed, and applicable department records are to be reviewed and referenced. The accused member or members are ultimately interviewed in furtherance of the investigation. The Internal Affairs Unit works closely with the District Attorney's Elite Public Corruption Bureau. Cases in which investigation has revealed that there is likely or probable criminality are conferenced and reviewed with the Public Corruption Bureau, where a determination is made whether a prosecution is warranted or if the matter will be referred back to the police department for administrative charges if appropriate. Prior to the official determination of the findings of a case at the command level, the Internal Affairs Liaison and the commanding officer review the investigation for completeness and accuracy. The complainant is contacted when possible with the findings of their investigation by the Internal Affairs Liaison. Barring extraordinary circumstances, the command investigation must now be completed in 30 days. Extensions are granted due to the availability of witnesses, evidence, or other specifically articulated delays. However, even if the original complainant or witnesses cannot be contacted, the investigation will continue. The investigation and its findings are reviewed by additional levels beyond the investigating command. The findings are scrutinized and endorsed by the division chiefs and the chief of department before final review, reconciliation, and documentation in the Blue Team system by the Internal Affairs Unit. Investigations conducted by Internal Affairs may exceed 30 days due to the nature and complexity of the investigation. Prior to the official determination of the findings of the case investigated by Internal Affairs, it too undergoes multiple layers of review and discussion with the department's legal bureau when appropriate. Internal Affairs investigations are reviewed and endorsed by the commander of the Professional Standards Bureau before final approval by the Commissioner of Police. In all cases where a complainant has provided their contact information, the findings of the case will be provided. Complaint disposition or investigative findings can fall into one or more of the following categories: founded, unfounded, undetermined, exonerated. In cases involving founded complaints, the Commissioner of Police has the authority to prescribe discipline, as follows: a reprimand and or retraining, a fine, suspension from duty with or without pay, dismissal or removal, or a reduction in rank where applicable. If it is determined that charges will be filed against a sworn member, the member is served with an official report of violation of department rules. A hearing is then scheduled with the department's disciplinary review board, which is led by the highest-ranking uniformed member, the Chief of Department, assisted by division chiefs designated by the Commissioner of Police. The charged member has the option to appear before the disciplinary review board in person while the case is being reviewed. The member has 2 days from service of the charges to notify the department that that option will be exercised. After the case has been reviewed, the disciplinary review board will make recommendations for the disposition of the case to the Commissioner of Police. Understandable concerns have been raised about the fairness and impartiality of investigations that are being handled at the command level. Only uninvolved supervisors, again, with several layers of oversight, are assigned to conduct investigations. All police department supervisors are trained by investigators in the Internal Affairs Unit in conducting civilian complaint investigations. Internal Affairs investigators are highly and specifically trained and travel across the country to share and learn investigative techniques, solutions, and innovations that they then share with supervisors during training. Internal Affairs investigators have unimpeachable integrity and are at the ready for questions, guidance, and assistance with any command investigation, since IAU has complete and total access to department records and request subpoenas through the Commissioner of Police and the Public Corruption Bureau. As stated in the opening, complaint tracking, review, and reconciliation rests ultimately with the Internal Affairs Unit, who report through professional standards directly to the Commissioner of Police. Each and every civilian complaint investigation goes through multiple layers of review, correction, and scrutiny. We know that it is imperative that we instill confidence that this department requires and demands that these investigations be thorough, timely, and at all times professional. Neither the communities we serve nor we as a professional agency are served well unless we undertake these investigations and the associated discipline with the utmost fairness and integrity. And I think our process continues to ensure that we do. I'll turn it over now back to the Commissioner to discuss the Attorney General's role.
I'm going to ask our legal counsel from the Commissioner's Office, Chief John Berry, to speak about the Attorney General's office.
Oh, excuse me. Frank, do you need a break right now? Okay, can we take a...
After that, I'm good. I'll take a break.
Can you wait?
No, I'm saying I'm good now. That was good.
So you just have Inspector Berry?
Yeah, we can wait. You want to wait on it? He's connected to this one, and then we'll take a break. Does that work?
All right, as long as it's okay with Frank.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was pretty intense.
Good afternoon. My name is John Barry. I'm an Assistant Chief in the Commissioner's Office, Chief of Legal Affairs and Labor Relations. I will be speaking on 2 New York State laws relating to police misconduct going into effect on April 1st, 2021, making it unnecessary for a CCRB or Police Inspector's General Office in Nassau County, as proposed by the People's Plan, because the New York State Attorney General's Office addresses the roles of both a CCRB and a Police Inspector General. The first law is Section 70-B of the New York State Executive Law. The New York State Executive Law was amended last year, adding Section 70B to establish the Office of Special Investigation with the Office of the Attorney General, replacing and expanding on the Governor's Executive Order 147 with regard to investigation and prosecution involving the death of an unarmed civilian caused by a law enforcement officer. Section 70-B requires the Office of Special Investigation to investigate and prosecute, if warranted, any alleged criminal offense committed by a police officer, whether or not formally on duty, concerning any incident in which the death of a person, whether in custody or not, is caused or may have been caused by an act or omission of a police officer or peace officer. The Office of Special Investigation has the power to subpoena witnesses, compel their attendance, examine the witnesses under oath, require any book, record, document, or papers relevant or material to the inquiry to be turned over to the office for inspection, examination, or audit. The Office of Special Investigation has criminal jurisdiction over the matter, the same powers as a DA would have. They actually displace and supersede the DA in the investigation and prosecution. They may appear in any court, proceeding before any court or grand jury. The Office of Special Investigation must post a report on their website annually with regard to the matters investigated by the office during the reporting period. The report must include the county and geographic location of where the matter took place, a description of the circumstance of each case, demographic information such as racial, ethnic, age, and gender with regard to the persons involved, whether criminal charges were filed and the nature of the charges, the status of the criminal case, outcome of the criminal charges, recommendations for any systemic or other reforms recommended as a result of the investigations. In addition, the office must post a report on their website whenever they initiate an investigation and the office declines to present evidence to a grand jury or presents evidence to a grand jury and the grand jury fails to indict on any charges. The report must also include the results of the investigation. The report must also include an explanation as to why the office declined to present evidence to a grand jury and any recommendation for systemic or other reforms arising from the investigation. Senator Bailey from the New York State Senate sponsored this law, and his justification for the law is as follows. For criminal justice system to function, everyone involved in it, from the police and prosecutors to defendants and average citizens, must trust that it is fair, impartial, and free of bias. Importantly, it must not only be free of bias, it must be perceived to be free of bias. The law promotes public confidence by removing a potential conflict of interest in an investigation where a person has died following an encounter with law enforcement. Importantly, this legislation requires a new Office of Special Investigation to produce a report explaining the reasons for its decision, regardless of whether it chooses to prosecute. This allows the public to see a clear statement of necessary reforms, helping to hold the police and policymakers responsible. The second law is New York State Executive Law Section 75. The New York State Executive Law was amended last year, adding Section 75 to establish the Law Enforcement Misconduct Investigation Office within the Office of the Attorney General. This law goes into effect on April 1st, 2021. The mission of the Law Enforcement Misconduct Investigation Office is to review, study, audit, and make recommendations relating to the operations, policies, programs, and practices, including ongoing partnerships with other law enforcement agencies of state and local law enforcement agencies with the goal of enhancing the effectiveness of law enforcement, increasing public safety, protecting civil liberties and civil rights, ensuring compliance with constitutional protections and local, state, and federal laws, and increasing the public's confidence in law enforcement. Law Enforcement Misconduct Investigative Office duties and responsibilities include receive and investigate complaints from any source or upon their own initiative concerning allegations of corruption, fraud, use of excessive force, criminal activity, conflicts of interest, and the catch-all abuse in the police agency. The office is to inform the head of the police agency of such allegations and the progress of the investigation unless the matter requires confidentiality. The office determines whether disciplinary action, civil or criminal prosecution, or further investigation by an appropriate federal, state, or local agency is warranted, and to assist with such investigations. They are also to prepare and release to the public reports of their investigations. They are to review and examine the policies and procedures of police agencies with regard to the prevention and detection of corruption, fraud, use of excessive force, criminal activity, conflicts of interest, and abuse in the police agency. They are to recommend remedial action to prevent or eliminate the above misconduct. They are to investigate patterns, practices, systemic issues, or trends identified by analyzing actions, claims, complaints, and investigations, including patterns or trends regarding departments, precincts, and commands. They are to report to the governor and state legislature annually, summarizing the activities of the office and recommending specific changes to further the mission of the office. The Law Enforcement Misconduct Investigative Office powers include subpoena witnesses, compelling their attendance, examining witnesses under oath, requiring the production of any documents deemed relevant or material to an investigation, examine and copy or remove documents or records of any kind prepared, maintained, or held by the police agency, require any officer or employee in a covered agency to answer questions concerning any matter related to the performance of his or her official duties. The refusal to answer questions shall be cause for removal from employment. They are to monitor the implementations of any recommendations made by the office. And they are to perform any other functions that are necessary or appropriate to fulfill the duties and responsibilities of the office. Responsibilities of the police agency's officers and employees. Every officer or employee shall report promptly to the office any information concerning corruption, fraud, use of excessive force, criminal activity, conflicts of interest, abuse by another officer or employee relating to his or her office or employment. The knowing failure of any officer or employee to so report shall be cause for removal from employment. The head of the police agency shall refer complaints to the office when there are at least 5 complaints from 5 or more individuals related to at least 5 separate incidents involving a certain officer or employee within a 2-year period. The office shall investigate such complaints to determine whether the officer or employee has engaged in a pattern or practice of misconduct, use of excessive force, or acts of dishonesty. The head of the police agency shall advise the governor and state legislature within 90 days of the issuance of a report by the office as to the remedial action that the police agency has taken in response to any recommendations for such action contained in the report. Senator Parker sponsored this law, and his justification was as follows. The recent history of police disciplinary secrecy, discriminatory practices in policing, and the current widespread pattern of police violence have justifiably convinced a large segment of the public and that significant improvements to police disciplinary transparency and police oversight are needed. A strong independent office with the power to monitor and investigate misconduct within law enforcement agencies is an important element to restore confidence in law enforcement and verify that the confidence is warranted. The Law Enforcement Misconduct Investigative Office improves the existing systems by providing broad jurisdiction, independence, and extra scrutiny where existing systems may be failing. Police agencies in New York State each have different internal affairs and civilian oversight bodies. These bodies' authority to act on different types of complaints vary as well. This can make it hard for civilians to know who to complain to, whether their complaint will be heard, or whether the agency they are complaining to is independent and can be trusted. The office created in this law can handle complaints statewide about any agency because it exists independent of these agencies and the government units they answer to. So as you've heard, the New York State Legislature created two very robust laws to address police misconduct, giving these two offices within the Attorney General's office the authority, power, and means to ensure that appropriate action is taken against police officers engaging in misconduct and to monitor the implementation of their recommendations to that police agency. While the proposed CCRB in the People's Plan purports to conduct fair and independent investigations, which the public and the police department will have confidence in, and states that it will not limit or impair the authority of the police department, this proposed CCRB will do the opposite. The proposed CCRB qualifications for the board positions are two things: being a resident of Nassau County and reflecting the diversity of the county's population, which is not a very high qualification bar to meet the significant responsibilities to have complete disciplinary investigation and control over the conduct of police officers. Furthermore, no board member may have any law enforcement background, eliminating any understanding by the board as a whole about police department policies, procedures, training, paramilitary culture, police work, and applicable laws. As a simple example, with regard to paramilitary culture, the police department members are well disciplined to follow orders, held responsible for their actions, and are held to a higher standard than the general public. For instance, when an employee who works for a corporation or a non-law enforcement governmental entity loses their identification card, the likely repercussions would be a verbal warning and a new identification card, while in the police department, it would be the loss of a day's pay. As another example of the disconnect of CCRBs and police departments, police chiefs beholden to CCRBs have been unable to terminate employment of police officers when a lesser penalty is instituted by a CCRB. Without some understanding of how police departments work, the CCRBs will not address discipline appropriately, either overreacting in some cases or underreacting in others. Neither the public nor the police department will have confidence in a CCRB that has no professional qualifications for the position. Further, the CCRB interferes with the current investigative process and discipline. There will apparently be two investigations ongoing at the same time, with the potential of two different outcomes, creating confusion, delays, and inefficiencies in the process. CCRBs have been found to be ineffective, as exemplified by the many CCRBs that already exist for numerous police departments throughout the country, with those same communities still protesting for police reform. There will be a significant cost to fund a CCRB, creating an additional unnecessary and inefficient layer of disciplinary investigations. New York State has indicated in the sponsor's memo recognize the ineffectiveness of some internal affairs units and CCRBs, and therefore established the Law Enforcement Misconduct Investigative Office with broad jurisdiction, independence, the means and professional staff to appropriately address police misconduct. The Office of Police Inspector General proposal is yet another overlapping office with many of the same duties as our Internal Affairs Unit and the CCRB, creating additional layers of confusion, delays, and inefficiencies in the process. The Office of the Police Inspector General will also be costly as it needs to be well-funded, just like a CCRB. The authority, powers, and duties of the CCRB and Police Inspector General's office are duplicative, as they are in line with the duties of the New York State Enforcement Misconduct Investigation Office. For all the above reasons, the Police Department does not recommend a CCRB or a Police Inspector General, as the New York State Law Enforcement Misconduct Investigative Office and the Office of Special Investigation under the New York State Attorney General's Office are the appropriate agencies for oversight of law enforcement misconduct, and more than address the roles of both a CCRB and a Police Inspector General. Thank you for your time and allowing me to present the information to you.
All right, we will take a 10-minute recess. Thank you.
Or then you order pizza. Yeah. Yeah, we might as well. Or the, you get the business special. It's like a family. Yeah, get to work. It's not that expensive. not really.
It's just killing me.
Microphone's on.
Okay, you can continue, please.
Okay. All right, so first, we missed one item, and we're going to come back. We're now ready to start the second half of our presentation. Just teasing. But we did miss one item, Restorative Justice Sergeant Carlo Maltempi of the, works with the Safe Center.
Good evening. I am Detective Sergeant Carlo Maltempi, the Commanding Officer of Special Victims Squad. Restorative justice seeks to change an offender's behavior by educating him or her on the deleterious consequences that his or her actions have on the community and the victim. The purpose of justice is to restore the victim, the community, and the offender so that they all may be integrated back into and enhance the community. Restorative justice can be achieved by utilizing diversion courts such as alcohol and drug diversion, as well as aftercare visits and the SAFE program and Center for Victims of Abuse. The Nassau County Police Department Special Victims Squad is co-located and works in tandem with the Safe Center, an advocacy agency which serves children and adult victims of family violence and sexual abuse. They also have a safe house which is available to victims and their families. This unique partnership, one of very select few in the nation, actually in the world, combines expertise of victim service trauma experts, special victims detectives, the District Attorney's Special Victims Bureau, and Child Abuse Unit Assistant District Attorneys, Child Protective Services, Specialized Child Sex Abuse and Serious Physical Injury Units, Nassau County Probation, the Nassau County Family Court, County Attorneys, and Child Abuse Medical Specialists from the Westchester Children's Hospital. This model has been proven to be one of the most efficient and effective methods to assisting victims for over a decade. NCPD also works with the Nassau County Office of Crime Advocate, which is a resource victims use in the restorative justice model to acquire compensation as well as receive assistance with submitting comments to courts and parole boards about how they were impacted by the actions of the offender. Special victims detectives attend trauma-informed investigative training, which teaches detectives how to not re-victimize survivors, victims of sexual assault during the course of their investigation. The victim-centered service model allows anyone who's a victim survivor of a sex crime in Nassau County to receive specialized trauma-informed care from every angle possible. The partnership reduces communication barriers, enhances victim safety, ensures a trauma-informed approach, and allows the victim to have a sense of control and self-determination. Additionally, this partnership enhances the rigorous trauma-informed training the special victims detectives receive, since they are interacting with trauma experts every day. If feasible, when arresting offenders of domestic violence, victims are informed by officers of their ability to have the case seen concurrently in criminal and family court. Family court may allow mediation between the parties and as part of a resolution to the case. All case reports are reviewed by precinct domestic liaison officers. Cases that might require resources beyond law enforcement capabilities are referred to the Safe Center. A Safe Center advocate may reach out to the victim and offer further assistance discreetly. In recognition of offender rights and avoiding the tendency towards incarceration-minded policing, in 2016, the NCPD instituted a new appearance ticket protocol, as previously mentioned, in the Procedural Justice, Systematic Racial Bias, and Racial Justice in Policing Section, Topic 6. In lieu of jail offenders for offenses involving marijuana and larcenies, offenders are issued appearance tickets. NCPD members have been extensively trained on alternative dispute resolutions. It is respectfully submitted that restorative justice is somewhat similar to arbitration. However, the focus in restorative justice is on the harm inflicting and holding the offender accountable for their actions. Although never formally labeled as restorative justice in training segments or discussed as such, the NCPD engages in restorative justice on a daily basis by acting as an arbitrator between parties. For example, the NCPD may receive a 911 call for a dispute involving neighbors. When arriving at the scene of the dispute, our officers are trained to defuse the situation and interview both neighbors separately to investigate what transpired and determine if any crime was committed. During the investigation, the NCPD makes sure to inform both parties of the allegations each have made against each other and the harm each of the corresponding actions are having on one another. A solution is then devised to avoid further disputes. Although not always successful, this type of mediation generally beneficial in avoiding future conflict between neighbors. In conclusion, it is beneficial for NCPD to be collaborating with the agencies mentioned, which helps open the doors for restorative justice process. In turn, helping the victims, survivors to properly heal while potentially reducing the likelihood of an offender to reharm, which enhances the safety of the residents of Nassau County. Thank you for your time. Stay healthy and safe. Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to call up Chief Lorna Atmore, our Chief of Support, and our Director, Debbie Chaffee, from the 911 call center.
Good evening. I am Chief Lorna Atmore. I am your Chief of Support. I want to thank you for your time and attention today, and in the interest of time, I'm going to forego my comments and invite Bureau Director Chaffee Davis up to the podium. She's in charge of our Communications Bureau, and she's going to discuss the extensive training the communications operators receive. The training exceeds the New York State required hours, and the training equips our 911 call takers to elicit specific information to assess the needs of callers in crisis and provide the appropriate level of assistance to ensure the safety and health of the public and the responding officers.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Chaffee Davis. I'm the Bureau Director of the Communications Bureau for Nassau County Police. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on the Communications Bureau and 911 training. The Nassau County Police Communications Bureau provides training for new hires, police communication operators, and continuous in-service training for all police communication operators and police communications operator supervisors. The training criteria is met adhering to New York State guidelines. The minimum standards for a new employee, police communication operator, is a minimum of 200 hours of training. Our call takers and dispatchers go through more than double the amount of training required by the state. Additionally, we are required annually to complete a minimum of 21 hours of in-service training. That is completed each year by our training staff. The first week of training for all new employees, police communication operators, is conducted by the Police Academy staff. Training is included but not limited to introduction to the police department, departmental organization, report writing, harassment in the workplace, introduction to hostage barricade, stress management, bloodborne pathogens, emergency care, NIMS, ICS 100, and ICS 700. The remainder of the training is held at the Communications Bureau by the training supervisors. There are two parts to the training. The first part is to learn how to become a 911 emergency call taker, a switchboard operator, and alarm call entry operator. And the second part is to learn how to become a radio dispatcher. Training for each part consists of both classroom instruction and on-the-job practicable experience for approximately 6 to 8 weeks for each part of the training. Fulfilling these requirements, as I stated before, exceeds the minimum requirements by the state of New York. All training must be successfully completed within the 12-month probationary period. Classroom and related instruction. Call takers and dispatchers must complete the following topics: structure and organization of the police department, including chain of command and specialized units within the police department, roles and responsibilities, explained accordingly to each role and demonstrated through in-depth lesson plans. Legal aspects, penal law, including updates from the Legal Bureau. Interpersonal communications, active listening skills, and verbal judo. Phone skills, police terminology. Technology, the computer-aided dispatch system that we use to dispatch all 911 calls to the officers in the field. The Aniali Vesta system that we use to take 911 calls. The Rave Smart 911 software and Active Shooter Panic Button software. ShotSpotter, Pharmacy and Bank Tracker, Ignition Interlock Tracking, the Alarm Permit Program, and Project Lifesaver. Telephone techniques, including call transfer to other jurisdictions, language line and notification to other agencies, call classification, specific questioning necessary to select the correct event type and subtype, prioritizing calls using standard operating procedures, SOPs, and recognizing special situations to ensure the safety of law enforcement and the public. SOPs are also utilized in the CAD system by event type, subtype. The SOPs provide instructions for the 911 call taker and additional information for response for the radio dispatcher. Classifying EMS calls, transfer to medical control for medical advice, if applicable, procedure for notifying FireCom for an ambulance, mental and violent mental aided persons, suicidal callers, barricaded persons, and hostage incidents. Many violent mentals or violent domestics can become a hostage or barricade situation, and the response plans change accordingly. If there are weapons involved, the response plan changes. On a regular mental aided, your standard mental aided, we would dispatch 2 units, an ambulance, and a supervisor. If the person is violent, the emergency services units would also be dispatched. If there is a gun involved, our Bureau of Special Operations would then also be dispatched. Depending on how the situation evolves, is the units that are being dispatched to the location. Supervisors at scene may also request hostage negotiations through the CB supervisor if needed, and tactical medics may be notified to respond. Radio dispatch communications. When they get to that portion of the training, they learn dispatch procedures, use of correct radio terminology, the advanced use of the computer-aided dispatch system, utilizing 10 codes, geography of 8 precincts in the police department, including highway patrol, the 3 village police departments that Nassau County Police dispatches for, as well as 18 other village PD jurisdictions within Nassau County and surrounding borders, New York City and Suffolk County. We are the primary PSAP for all wireless cell calls. They are also trained to identify post units that cover a specific geographical area, specialized units, as with ESU, BSO detectives, and communicating with other agencies via the 500 megahertz radio system. Each new employee is trained in handling pursuits, domestics, and active shooter calls. They are also given information on stress management. There are 3 different tools that we utilize for that. One is the Employee Assistance Office to recommend to an employee in the event they need to speak with somebody, a counselor. There is also the Wellness Committee, a program developed to emphasize the importance of department members' own state of mental health. The Wellness Committee conducts seminars for all to attend, and they offer tools to deal with multiple stressors for both on and off the job. There's also a peer support team that is called out on an as-needed basis in the event that a call comes through that a 911 operator and radio dispatcher, it affects them mentally and they want to speak to somebody, the peer support team will be called out. They're also trained on department and command directives and training notices, which are distributed on an as-needed basis. Each police communication operator and police communication operator supervisor has been given a binder, and every time an update comes in, they are to put it in their binder. And when in-service training is scheduled, they are required to show that their binders are updated so they have the most up-to-date information available to them. During the 12-month probationary period, all police communication operators' performance is evaluated by trainees. Police communication operators must be proficient in all aspects to pass probation. In-service training. In-service training is held on a biannual basis. There are 2 sessions equaling a total of 21 hours. Police communication operators and police communication operator supervisors who have already completed probation will attend in-service training. Required topics to be discussed annually are community affairs, department directives, command notifications, and training notices, EEOC, evacuation drill, legal updates, OSHA, stress management, TDD and TTY, telephone depth device. Some of the prior in-service training sessions have included 3SI Bank and Pharmacy GPS Tracker Program, Nassau County Suicide Hotline, Suicide Prevention, RAVE Smart 911, Narcan Instruction, Terrorism, Crisis and Hostage Negotiations, Active Shooter, Crisis Negotiations for Telecommunicators, Ignition Interlock Systems.
Can I interrupt you for a moment, please? Right here. Yeah, I mean, it's obvious to me that your staff, your officers, your chiefs, your inspectors all have a tremendous amount of pride in this department and passion for what they do. But I thought, it seems like we're 4 hours into this, it seems like we're getting an overview of all operations of the Nassau County Police Department. And I thought we were here to focus on the police reform plans and more specifically to the changes that have been made since they were introduced, since the draft was initially produced in early January. I don't know, I'm speaking for myself right now, but I think to the extent that there are more presenters, I would just ask you, instead of reading a summary of all the things that your agency and all the great public servants do during the course of their jobs, I would just ask for maybe just a summary as opposed to, several pages of written and read notes.
So, yes, sir. Part of the plan was the Communications Bureau and their training that they receive, and that's what the director was going through. But we'll cut that short. I think you get the point. But it's very modest. Our CB operators are unsung heroes. They're the ones that are the first communications with our public. And as you just heard Debbie speak, that's the same tone our CB operators are trained to keep, and was purposely done that way. They don't ever raise up, they don't raise down, they stay even. So they keep the person on the other side of that call calm. Maybe too calm. But Debbie is very good at what she does and directs you, so I think the point is made, and I appreciate it, Debbie. Thank you.
And I'm not specific to you, Debbie. I think that obviously, again, we have a tremendous amount of respect for what you do and what your staff does, and believe me, none of us, if we ever had to step into that role, I don't think any of us would know what we're doing. So don't take this as but it was a comment about the hearing in general. We're 4 hours into it, and I thought we would be a little bit more focused.
We're on the last two items, sir.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt.
You're good.
That's quite all right. I was just going to go through a few other things, but I mean, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, the next thing that we're going to speak about is mental health, and I know this is one of the bigger topics and has been from all of our community. And the original bill that came from this floor here unanimously was to create a mental health committee to overlook and see what we can do. That being said, on the same time came our EO 203 and people plan version. So we have a couple of things on the table. But I think we're all about where we should be, maybe some modifications. What I will say is this: whatever we put forward in the plan does not close the door, because your proposal is still on the floor. And that proposal addresses a larger scale of mental health treatment than EO 203 does. So again, like I said, I think we're close. We followed pretty much, looking also at what the People's Plan presentation was. I'll go through it real quick. And then again, it's not closed because the plan has been presented to the board. The board can come back and ask for changes on that plan. And again, that's separate and apart from this, if that makes sense to all of you. So as far as 911 goes, and you just heard the training that Debbie was going through, civilian, our main point of this whole project is to, one, take care of our patients, our victims, and get them to where they need the best service. That starts with training of our civilian population, knowing to not call 911 and call a separate number, maybe calling directly to mobile crisis. And that is in also that process. Our 911 operators are trained, obviously received that training. We asked our mobile crisis team, the experts, to come up with a questionnaire that they think would suffice when you call 911, and that we ask the questions, we being the CB operators, and if they think the answers are to, let's say, the yes of it, it will go to mobile crisis directly. We will stay on the line. We will forward that call. Mobile crisis will answer. When mobile crisis knows and most of the time they do know the people, they will say, I got this, we're good to go, thank you, and Communications Bureau say, thank you very much, disconnecting. Mobile crisis is going to run with it. On the other side, if there's a weapon, there's dangers, and that Q&A goes a different direction, we send police. We send our police officers, we send a supervisor, and we always send an ambulance. The ambulance starts to roll, as we call 1087, there's no rush, but if an ambulance is needed by the time we get there. When we get to that scene, at the same time, dual response to mobile crisis. The mobile crisis, and this is only going to become with an enhancement of mobile crisis. Again, we agree and concur that it should be enhanced. There's not enough of the experts in that field. So police, mobile crisis, respond to the call. We'll always beat mobile crisis to the call unless they're there. Because unless you put out 177 mobile crisis teams, which I don't think we can physically afford it, the police department has 177 cars out there. So they're there, they respond. But they're also going to be trained, if the call is a weapon, if the call is emergency endangerment, when we get there, we teach the art of de-escalation. 2,700 calls in 2019, 4 times we used force. Only 4 times, and nobody was hurt in the times that we used it. 450 times they had a call for our emergency service unit to respond. If there is a weapon, we start responding emergency service. But the cops on the scene are taught to go in. If that individual is calm and sitting on the couch, we're going to wait for mobile crisis to get there. There's no reason for us. We are not the experts in this field, and we recognize that and understand that. But we will stay, and when mobile crisis gets there, once they're comfortable and there's no threat, we will then remove. We will step outside. We'll wait until they're finished with the call. If it's a medication thing, it's a treatment thing, whatever the experts say. At the same time, though, if we get there and there is a weapon involved, we are going to take control of the individual. 96% of the time, we take them to the hospital. We do not want to take them to jail. We do not criminalize mental health cases, not in this county. So what we'll do is, in that case, we'll then take control of the individual, the weapon, and then once the weapon's taken out, if the mobile crisis team is there, then we'll wait for them to get there and speak to them again. We're not in no rush to take them once the situation is controlled. We're there to take care of them as a victim. We're there to recognize that they need treatment, and then once the mobile crisis team gets there, then we'll take the advice from the experts. Later on, part of this, and again, not so much on the E203, but more in the proposal, is that we look at stabilization, how we can stabilize these people going forward. We're going to work hand in hand with mobile crisis, and by the way, a great group of people, that we recognize repeat offenders, as we call them, and that we get numerous calls to Johnny's house. Who is Johnny? We should know Johnny. We should have that in our CAD system. When we're responding to Johnny's call, we're going to let the police officers know, Johnny has been here, we've been there before, most of the time, whatever, mobile crisis has responded, police not necessary, we'll wait out there, once it's controlled. If there is no weapon, if there is no threat, he's not trying to kill himself, we'll wait till mobile crisis gets there on the scene. And then they'll step in and be advised. And then that treatment later at the hospital, creating separate areas in the hospital to treat mental health, just like we do with our court system, is a way that, again, above and beyond what the EO203. But I hope that answers what we're looking to do with mobile crisis. It will take an enhancement of staffing to that. The county exec has originally agreed to add to the budget before here, and is sitting down now and looking at adding additional people to that, trying to come up with the funding for it. So again, it all depends what's happening here, and then when we actually sit, it's almost like it can't be discussed in a broad package like this. It needs to have that one-on-one conversation regarding how we're treating our mental health situations. And it has increased in Nassau County, especially when you talk about, a lot of times, the homelessness population also has a mental health crisis that we tried to deal with. So I hope that answers that, and then when we end it at the end, we'll come back with that Q&A. The last thing, and he's going to be very quick, I'm going to jump over crowd control, and Frank, sorry. But as you know, we had over 340 protests last summer. No damage, no fires, no looting, nobody hurt. We did an excellent job. We inconvenienced traffic. The right of the people to exercise their First Amendment inconvenienced traffic. We got to a point where we worked with them and said, look, okay, now it's got to a point, 10 people are not shutting down Sunrise Highway. And it worked. It worked out fine. We pretty much worked our way through that process. People got to exercise their First Amendment right, and it is a credit to Lieutenant Jimmy Brown, Lieutenant John Holmes, Sergeant Soto, and of course, Lieutenant Frank Descala. They always met with the protesters when they got there. They spoke to them about what their plan was. They never followed the plan. They went the opposite direction, but that's okay. And we walked in our traffic vest and our hats alongside of them. We were always prepared if things got bad, but that was in the outskirts. That was on the side streets. That was not there. We were not there in riot gear. We were there to de-escalate it, and I think we did a great job this summer, and that is a credit to those 4 gentlemen that I just mentioned. And then the last thing is and Commissioner Smith promises he'll be even quicker, is supporting officers' well-being, and that is the last item on the ticket here.
Okay, good evening again, Deputy Police Commissioner Kevin Smith. So in 2019, 228 active and retired officers died by suicide. That's nationwide. In 2018, it was only 172. I say only facetiously. 228 active and retired, it's a staggering number, and I believe that number is probably even higher, but some police deaths can't really be or weren't verified, all right? They couldn't be conclusively proven as suicides. Active officers not able to cope with the rigors of police work that often come with everlasting memories of traumatic events, all right, that they have seen unfold firsthand. Events where the officer had to deal with the aftermath, picking up the pieces, delivering the unimaginable bad news to families, the unimaginable grief, and seeing these people in that condition. And that plays a toll on you, there's no doubt about it. The retirees also probably couldn't let go of the stress it caused and chose to end their pain and suffering by taking their own lives. It's heartbreaking. Officers retired, they're right up there with among the groups of people, all right, that commit suicides when they retire are police officers. And disabled police officers leave the job is even more. The percentage is even higher. So again, another heartbreaking aspect that this kind of work can cause. We've had our share of officers take their own lives. One life is too many. It seemed like 2019 was like no other year that we've seen. Police suicides appeared like they were happening every week in the tri-state area. So I just want to know, I applaud you for recognizing that police work can be stressful and for introducing the local law back in 2019. That supports the continuance of some of our practices that we've been doing for years and caused us to implement a few more practices that lend itself to keeping our members informed, letting our members know there's a place to go, that people that they can speak to, a direction to follow that will perhaps be the beginning of an understanding of coping mechanisms to use and perhaps recovery. Police work, from what I've seen, always ranks in the top 4 when it comes to stress-producing jobs. A dubious honor to be in the top 4 ranking of a career that can cause conditions such as chronic stress, which of course can lead to emotional, physical, and behavioral problems. The stress can be caused by all kinds of stressors, external, organization, personal, operational. I won't go into every one. I'll move it along. But I would like to share that every officer probably here at one moment or another, after a particularly ugly call, has probably said to themselves, I got really lucky this time, I didn't get hurt. Without a doubt. And like I said, it doesn't stop at the end of the shift. How many people routinely look in their rearview mirror on the way home to make sure they're not being followed home? Well, there's a guy in this room had a close call like that, a young police officer rider that was run off the road on the Southern State Parkway by a family member of a drug dealer that he had arrested for selling drugs in one of our communities. How many have to play it safe by not turning down their block, just to be absolutely sure nobody's tailing you and trying to discover where you live? Or how about running into people that you may have arrested? It's happened to me a few times, where I've run into a couple of people that I arrested for similarly drug-related arrests. You never know what's going to happen. You don't know how they're going to take you. You don't know what they're going to say to you. Maybe they want to get revenge. So it's certainly a stress builder. These are some of the things that we deal with. While many believe they know about police work, I remain skeptical when I hear them start to talk. Counseling for police by police is what we do. We have officers that have devoted their careers and amassed the credentials to help us. Our police counselors have helped countless police personnel and their families and retired members. That's our Employee Assistance Office. Again, our Employee Assistance Office for over 30 years has been available to officers, civilians, and retired members and their families 24/7. If they're in crisis, they're available by appointment, by phone, by Zoom, whatever it takes, face-to-face if necessary, and sometimes it's necessary. They're professional counselors, as I said. They can make referrals, help place people who need long-term help as well. We extend the service to all law enforcement agencies throughout Nassau, the adjoining counties, and quite frankly, anyone in law enforcement that's struggling regardless of agency. That's one of the things that you wanted us to do, and we've followed that line. Secondly, we have a peer support team that can be called out to offer support and guidance to officers that have been through a traumatic incident, the likes of which the average person hopefully never has to witness. The use of the peer support in group settings lets the officers that have experienced a traumatic incident know what to do, what to expect emotionally, provide that support, guide them to available help if it's needed. Any supervisor and coordinator of the team can mobilize peer support to respond to a location and make it mandatory that all the officers there get that help, get recognized, get seen, and evaluated whether they need more help. Your office your law made us put together the Office of Health and Welfare. It's responsible for fostering the physical, mental, and spiritual health of department members, past and present, and their families. It facilitates the use of a smartphone application, a wellness website for reference material, and links to the appropriate sources of assistance. That office has three components: the Employee Assistance Office, as I just mentioned, peer support, as I mentioned. And by the way, the peer support team has doubled within the last few years. We've been dispatching those peer support officers to more and more critical incidents to ensure that our members are evaluated to see if they need anything further, any additional help. The Wellness Committee, which we resurrected, discusses and evaluates all matters as they relate to the mental and physical well-being of all members of the department, and reports its findings and makes recommendations to the Commissioner and myself. The committee is composed across the board of people who work for the department. Has a chairman, members of the department selected from various units, both sworn and unsworn members, ranks, designations, bargaining units, the chaplain's office. Anyone the Commissioner sees fit can be on that committee. The committee meets monthly, discusses wellness and training, helps plan and structure training initiatives for the future. And to that end, the committee has had sessions on members' well-being as it relates to 9/11 illnesses, develop a relationship with other health professionals to reduce the effects of stress through breathing exercises, meditation, yoga, etc. Anything that we think might help an officer. I've always said that we should strive to put an officer on the street who is physically, intellectually, emotionally, and spiritually armed to do the job. Well, the Wellness Committee is kind of designed to do that thing. One of the more important functions has been reducing any stigma that an officer perceives could be harmful to their career. We don't want them to remain silent and live with pain. We encourage all officers and civilians, regardless of rank, to speak up if they see a person who appears to be struggling. To that end, recently we averted the potential for tragedy by having a few officers recognize that a peer was struggling, which put in motion giving that member the help that they needed before something could happen that wouldn't have been good. NCPD Wellness website can be found online on the Nassau County Government website with a link can link you to referrals to get the help that you might need or the help that you might be seeking. We've instructed all of our members that the Nassau County CARES app should be installed on all department cell phones. We talked about each car having a cell phone before. That app is on each cell phone. We recommend that they put it on their personal cell phones as well. We encourage them to do it. Wellness training is a component It's seen yearly. Every year we have a component in our training that deals with wellness. The Commissioner and his executive staff continue to stress to all members of the department to please seek assistance if they need help with any mental health issues. All supervisors and members of the department have been requested to get involved with their fellow employees to promote wellness and identify any individual that might need assistance. The Commissioner sends out periodic emails to people. The Commissioner has made a video conveying the department's commitment to well-being, all right, and to wellness. We all react differently to stress. There's no one cure-all. We aim to keep our members informed. If we can identify, measure, and remediate the effects of stress on our employees, I'm certain we can make future progress. I'm hopeful we have set the climate of understanding for all, to speak out if you're suffering, to speak out if you see others suffering. Let our qualified team of professionals set a course to help and move you forward. I want to thank you very much for your attention.
So I just want to mention that I'm going to tell you that bill that you pushed saved 2 of our officers in the last 7 months. 2 of our officers were struggling. Other officers, because of the training they received in this process, were approached by and then came to a supervisor and said, I think you need to speak to officer so-and-so. And we did. And we got them the help they needed, and they were struggling, and they're back full-duty officers, you know, doing the job they signed up to do. But if it wasn't for that bill, there's no doubt in my mind we'd be at least talking about one of our officers taking his own life. So I thank you for that. And I thank you for the time you've given us here today, and we're open up for questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation, all of you. It was very interesting and enlightening. I am now going to have presiding officer will lead off with the questions.
I just have a few questions, but I first want to thank you for those last comments about the law that we passed, and if it helped avoid a tragedy like that. You often wonder, you know, you put something into law, you often wonder what impact it will have, if it will have an impact. So I think all of us are very gratified that you said that, and gratified that
We are gratified for it.
Thank you. I reviewed the Executive Order 203 plan update. I thought it was very good. I liked the way that you incorporated the different recommendations that had been made out there in the community, that you responded to all of them. You didn't accept some of them, but you explained how you weren't accepting them. You also incorporated some of those recommendations into the plan. And you also anticipated some of the things that we thought about maybe amending the original plan with. So, again, I thought it was very good. Could you just explain again, with respect to the mobile crisis team and the response to behavioral crisis, is there a scenario in which a 911 call will result in only the team going out or only behavioral specialists going out and not uniform law enforcement or non-uniform law enforcement?
Yes, but that would only be mobile, not the 911 operator would not make that decision. Mobile crisis would. When they get on the phone, if they say, we got this, we'll take it from here, they then may respond to that person's residence for further evaluation or have them taken in. Most of our calls come from not the victim, but from a family member. So, again, they're able to do what their magic is that their training does, and then they will visit the person either that day or the following day.
Is that the protocol now? Is that what's happening now? Is that proposed going forward?
That's proposed going. Right now, if there was a call to a mental health situation, we respond with 2 cops and a sergeant. We enhance the sergeant, they make an evaluation, and most of the time, we take them to the hospital. If you say, I want to kill myself, we take you to the hospital. That's the extent of our training.
So the mobile crisis unit is available 24 hours a day? Is that
No,
available?
so we did a statistical analysis. Most calls come between 8 a.m. and midnight, and that would be their involvement. After midnight would be our involvement handling. We get very few calls for some reason after midnight regarding mental health.
So the 911 operator would screen the call, would obviously take the call, obtain the information, and make a judgment call as to whether to involve the mobile crisis unit at that stage, correct?
They would make, yes, they would make the judgment to link them into the conversation, let them take over, and if they say they're comfortable, then it's on mobile crisis saying they're comfortable.
Okay, all right, so that takes the pressure and stress off that 911 call operator for making that judgment. She brings the mobile crisis unit into the call, and then they make the judgment at that point.
That is correct.
Just a couple of other items, and then I know other legislators have questions, but with respect to data collection, I know how important it is, and I know why we'll be gathering even more data, and it's all good. The concern I have is with respect to the time of the officers and their time on the streets. I'm concerned that if we have them documenting in numerous different ways every interaction, how much time are they going to spend in data entry as opposed to actually patrolling the streets? So is that a concern that you have? Is there a way that you're going to address that?
So it's a concern two ways. The first way is obviously the time that they spend and not doing other things. The other concern is they're looking down, not looking out. But that is the job we've created now. Computers make us look down. Our cops look down all the time. Unfortunately, and I go back to the days of Scott Cadell, that was a Wanto resident that was killed in the Rockaways, looking down to reload his weapon when the gentleman came up and shot him in the head. So, yeah, it is a concern. It's a training concern, but it's about positioning themselves strategically where they are and how they are positioning their vehicle, and then calling for a secondary car to assist them to watch the vehicle while they're there doing the ticket. It doesn't take much more time, but it does take time to collect that demographic data.
Is there a way to monitor that? How much, in terms of how much time the average officer is now spending entering data into their computer in their car? They have an interaction with someone could be relatively innocuous to go back to their car and spend 20 minutes putting information into the computer. Is there a way that we can monitor that?
Yeah, we can work that out where we survey the officers and we speak to highway issues 50% of our summonses, and they're issued on, of course, the LIE and the Seaford Oyster Bay. But they would be the best test ground for us. We haven't heard complaints yet from our members. We have rolled this out since January 18th. But again, these young officers, they're very quick with their fingers on the keypads and enter the data. Well, a lot quicker than me.
Yeah, right. Well, me.
But we will survey them to make sure that their safety is a priority.
Lastly, I needed a little bit more of a definition with respect to dynamic entry, to understand the difference between dynamic entry and a no-knock, or whether it's the same thing or a similar thing.
It is the same thing. So a dynamic entry is a no-knock. When that judge gives us that authority to no-knock, it's up to the door comes down, and we're in through the building. A non-dynamic is when we'll let the subject come out of the house, we'll do a deal on the corner, drag him out, grab him there, then go back and execute the warrant.
I would assume that the level of evidence needed to do a dynamic entry would be much, much higher, correct?
You have to show that level of threat. Now, and of course, that's a sworn affidavit towards the court, and if the court does not recognize it, they will not issue it to us. And again, the difference between a no-knock and a regular search warrant, we give notice, we go up, we bang on the door, you see it on TV, police department, we have a search warrant. Police department, we have a search warrant. Boom, the door comes down at that point. That's not a no-knock. That's a knock and giving notice. A no-knock is just come up quietly at 6 a.m. and knock the door down.
Are there technological means that could be employed to know who's in a particular dwelling, whether infrared cameras or things of that nature?
100%. You heard him say earlier how thick Chief Farrell said, how thick the investigation. Our intelligence side about the building is key. And what we try to do is deploy cameras, covert cameras in those areas. We watch the door for a couple of days. We want to make sure there is no child in that building when we're going in.
Okay, thank you again. That's all I have for now. I want to also thank everyone who presented today.
Thank you.
We really
Thank you very
appreciate
much.
your service.
Thank you. Before we go to the next legislator, I have questions for later. But you just made it when the presiding officer was asking you about with the mobile crisis unit. You made a reference that if they take the call, they may go that day or the next day. What does that, I mean, so that if somebody called and they needed help, they wouldn't go till the next day?
No, I think that
yeah.
they know their patients, and again, I've had numerous conversations with them. They'll know that Johnny is, okay, John's mom, yeah, let me get Johnny on the phone. John, you got to take your medicine, and Johnny takes his medicine, and he's okay now.
Okay.
And then they'll come visit, follow up tomorrow.
okay.
They're very thorough in what they do.
Okay, and my other question then is, have you reviewed the scripts that I guess the People's Plan had put together? Emily Kaufman, I guess, is the social worker, and I don't know if she sent them over to you yet or not, or?
I have not reviewed the actual script. I took my script from my experts, the mobile crisis team in Nassau County.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, Legislator Bynum.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Good evening. Thank you for a very thorough presentation. I want to start out by asking some questions regarding traffic stops. So I understand that you talked about pretextual stops and how you use them. Do you think it would be going too far to not have cars searched without any probable cause of a crime? Because I know that that's an approach. It's different than the approach that you stated.
So we would, an officer does not have the authority to search anybody's vehicle until he's in that reasonable suspicion area, right? So he has got the car stopped. He knows, he smells marijuana from the car. He sees a gun on the floor. He sees drugs in the dashboard or something of that nature. That permits him to search that vehicle. If an officer stops you for a traffic infraction, if they are not arresting you, if they arrest you, they're allowed and permissible to search what's called the grabbable area. That's that front area of that car. If they are not arresting you and just issuing you summons, they do not have the authority to search that vehicle unless they can articulate later in court why they did it. And that, with the new T-stop data, will allow us to find out if they're searching vehicles, why we're searching vehicles. They have to explain all of that.
So you wouldn't go as far as to say that they cannot search a vehicle unless there's probable cause of a crime? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I wouldn't go as far as saying that, because there are exceptions to that. There's always exceptions to the rule.
Can you explain what one of those exceptions would be?
The plain view exception. So I see what appears to be cocaine on the floor of the car. I ask him to step out of the vehicle. I have a white powdery substance. I believe it to be cocaine. I then search that vehicle, find nothing else in the car. I ask him again. He says, look, that's baking soda, and that's usually the response we get. We'll make that arrest, and we'll end up having it tested for the substance.
Are there other instances that would stop you from going as far as saying that you would not support any searches without probable cause of a crime?
I kind of don't understand the question.
Seeing drugs, isn't that probable cause for a crime?
Yeah, if it's drugs, or what,
that to me is in line with probable cause for a crime. I'm trying to get to the point where there may not be probable cause of a crime. I'm trying to see what kind of stops would typically occur that would stop you from going as far as saying that you require that probable cause of a crime.
Well, there are exceptions like the exceptions that I gave you within the document, the mobile vehicle exception, the emergency exception, that, you know, we have a child that's just been abducted, you're in the car, you're driving it. We don't know if you're the person, but we believe you are. We're going to take you out. We're going to search for the evidence of that car. If that gets thrown out later on, it does, but if we recover the child, that's more important than the actual act. I mean, you're getting into technical, legal questions that, again...
Because I'm hearing that that's an approach, and an approach to be considered, so
No
that's why I
officer-
have to ask the question.
No officers should be searching a vehicle in violation of anybody's Fourth Amendment rights unless they have that reasonable suspicion or probable cause to search that vehicle.
So if I get pulled over and I just seem nervous or jittery, that's not probable cause of a
Well,
crime?
if you have a movement and we say to you, please just keep your hands where we are, can I just see your license registration? And you start moving, your hands keep reaching down by the glove box. What are you reaching for? You know, hey, stop, keep your hands where I can see them, please. I'm asking you to keep your hands where I see them. And then he makes that movement. And then we say, okay, you know what, step out of the car. We go into that side of the seat, and then that side of the seat is the drugs that he's trying to push down. I didn't see the drugs, but I got there because of what he kept, his further movement, or when I pulled up, he saw him stuff something down the side of the seat.
Okay, I see it as, like I said, as an approach that some departments are taking, so I have to ask that question.
No, I truly understand what you're trying to get at.
Okay, so I'm going to move on from that particular item and go to the data consultant, the data, and why we did not consider including a consultant that would assist in analyzing, collecting, analyzing, and then helping the department present that data. I know that you have staff that currently does, is employed in doing that. But are they statisticians? I mean, are they
So
experts?
we hire the best analysts in the country. They have to have a bachelor's degree with experience or a master's degree with a language. They come in with expertise. You're looking at my statistician right here. Amanda is not only an accountant background, does all our financial work and does our money laundering cases, some of the biggest that we've ever done. She also does and writes the paper, as you see here. There are 23 analysts that do that work. They all do discovery work. They all do, now with the courts, they'll do the new body-worn camera program as going forward. So our analysis was no different than the analysis that was presented to you here later by the Mr. Brewington's team. It was exactly the same. What Mr. Brewington is 100% correct in. We did not collect the data to analyze it the way they wanted. We admitted that fault in the beginning, but I also had reasons for it. Our analysts are phenomenal at what they've done. This young man, Josh, is writing programs for us now. He's the one who created the new T-stop data and put in the extra categories that are going to be asked above what Suffolk is required to do. We created the new complaint tracking database of quality of life. So now I can see and find out how many times I've been back to this place, and maybe we're not doing the right thing. So, again, it's some of the best analysts in the country are hired and do our work. And we have never hid a piece of data from this body or anybody else out there. Data is what data is. You can't hide it. If I was going to hide it, I would have hid the arrest data. But there it is. That was the one category that we do collect everything. So that's why it was as open as it was. Traffic stop data, we did not, because it wasn't required to do such.
Okay, and so again, I know that that's an approach that some are taking, and it's in an effort to, restore trust. And I know that data was an issue that created some level of mistrust from the greater community. Now, I fully understood from the very beginning that it was not the charge of this police department to put that data together, because we were not under a consent decree. But I do think that there is some level of, concern from the community regarding the data and whether data is valid. And it's not, unheard of to have someone else have, with an independent eye, to look at data, not even just for police, the industry of policing, the service of policing. It's something that's used in finance, it's used in many different areas. And so I think the idea of just having, this independent second set of eyes that said, yes, we can confirm that Nassau County is giving you, the full data and help with the analysis. It's a complex process, right, to deal with data. And we had submitted that as a suggestion. And I really thought it was something that should have easily been incorporated into the plan. It's not that we don't trust you, it's just, it's a process that's really, like I said, used widely. And if it was going to give the community some level of greater trust on the issue, I don't see why we wouldn't have considered including
So when we collect data, obviously, and when we analyze that data, our analysts check each other's data to make sure it's correct. By adding a independent eye to audit my data, and that's what it is, it's an audit, says that you don't trust the police to do their data.
No, well, see, okay, so I come from a field that, right now, where everything is audited. I can't even explain to you how many different audits I go through. And I don't think it's born out of them not trusting me. I think it's born out of, HUD needing to verify that certain work is being done accurately, and there is some self-reporting that happens, so they send them in and they randomly select particular industries and, indicators, and they verify that with this self-reporting that I'm doing, I'm giving the accurate information. But so it's not that you personally, it's not you, it's just, I think, where we are in this time, right? This is a historic time where we get the charge to reinvent policing and to build a higher level of trust between law enforcement and the community. And I think that in an effort to make sure that the community has a high level of trust around this data, you know, having someone else be a part of the process, it shouldn't be, you shouldn't take it as a reflection of you not being trusted, because I don't take it as, in my industry, I don't take it that they don't trust me. Just like we could be audited in our personal finances. It's not, if I get selected randomly, it's not that they don't trust me. It's a process that needs to be employed. So I don't,
I
I
understand.
think that this is something that would give people a greater level of trust.
I understand what you're saying, but this whole reform is about trust. This whole reform is that the
It's
fact
about
that we
rebuilding
don't know,
trust.
that we don't trust the police. We're
No.
not Minneapolis, we're not Chicago, this is Nassau County.
This
And
is
then-
about best practices. It's not personal.
And,
This
oh,
is
no,
not-
no,
This is about
I
best
know that.
practices. It's
And
not personal.
you have the right to ask for that data anytime you want, and we will present it to you.
Yeah, this is, we've got to not take these things personal. It's about best practice. I mean, I don't take it personal that every year I have to submit, you know, a disclosure to this county. And the reason that happened is because some other folks that held this position, or held these positions across the country, you know, there was some level of mistrust, there was a disconnect, and it was a mistrust with community and elected officials. There's a reason why elected officials in some capacities have to give out their whole tax returns. It's not personal to the person. It's to the industry. It's not personal. And so I think we have to have these difficult conversations, and we have to remove that piece of it from the experience. Okay.
I understand, and there's many legislative oversights already in place. There is the Comptroller's Office that has the right to audit us. You have the right to audit us. We get audited by Deloitte every year at the end of the year. We get audited by the federal government when it
And when
comes...
Deloitte comes in, do they look at your data?
They do, yes, they do.
They verify your data?
They look at the
Because
data.
there was no data before, so what were they?
Well, they look at the data. Well, what data wasn't required to be captured.
Right.
So
That's what
they
I'm
look at
asking.
the data that we did capture. And again, it comes down to when we're being asked, and, you know, it's on this side of the table, there's 310 pages, 330 pages, 400 pages now. It's up to of the fact that there is, we've been included in the national message. The Nassau County Police Department has oversight now. The Nassau County Police Department is posting all their data. The Nassau County Police Department is putting out all their policies and procedures. We're here testifying. We can continue to testify. You can ask any time for the data, and we will present it to you. We've never turned our data away from anybody.
So it's interesting that Deloitte provides that service, so maybe it's something that we can expand their scope, or work to have them, you know, in some way formalize a process, so that we can look at the data through their eyes. So I'll move on to my next topic. Diversity and inclusion consultant. We also suggested that be another component of this plan. I understand, you know, a lot of what you're doing. I think it's great, you know, pushing into schools and the like, and trying to, you know, achieve, you know, a larger pool of minorities to be a part of the process. But I do think that a diversity and inclusion consultant could assist, because it's not just about recruiting. It goes beyond recruiting. It's about the culture of the department. There's a whole host of different factors that need to be taken into consideration when we talk about diversity and inclusion. So it doesn't solely rest on recruitment. So I'm just wondering why that was also not included.
Because the hiring process in Nassau County has nothing to do with us. It has to do with the Civil Service Department.
I get that.
You take an exam.
But I just went further to say that it's not limited to recruitment. We're not just limiting. Diversity inclusion is not limited to recruiting. It's about diversifying within all your ranks. It's about the culture within the department. It's way beyond just recruiting. It just is.
And I think diversity in our ranks.
It's about pay equity. It's about a lot of different things.
But these are things not in the scope of the EO 203, they're not in the scope of me as the police commissioner. My pay equity, everybody has a contract, they're a union contract. My pay equity is, when you talk about diversity, 3 of my highest ranking chiefs are African American.
I see.
And through the rank and file of my department.
So listen, I think it's great what you have done here. I don't think that any other, commissioner has paid attention to that part of the process to make sure that your upper level, higher ranking chiefs have this level of diversity. I think it's great, and I know that they're doing a great job, and they're not names that are new to me only when they got to the ranks of where they are today. I've known about their work. I know that they're there for the good work that they do. But I also know that we don't have that level of diversity further down your ranks. And so there is a real science behind diversity and inclusion. And again, it doesn't start and end with recruitment. And I think that there's a lot of value to making sure, given the fact that we have a growing diversity within the police force, that there is a higher level of cultural competency. And that happens by having a diversity and inclusion consultant.
Well, I think what we've done is we've created the diversity committee headed up by the chief of department and 16 members throughout the department. And part of their job is to make sure that, 1, we're recruiting properly, and 2, that we're going to, within the job, if we are being diverse enough. I don't think you're going to get complaints from my department regarding diversity.
I think it's not only about you and your leadership. This plan is supposed to, have a shelf life that exists beyond you.
Yeah, but this is the problem.
Because this is not specifically about who's the commissioner in the moment in time. It's about what we're going to do moving forward and how we're going to support our officers and train our officers and reinvent the process. So, I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't be able to put together a diversity and inclusion plan because I don't have that level of, I don't have a degree in it. I haven't spent time being certified in human resources to the degree that I could do a diversity and inclusion plan. And so unless we have that level of expertise on the staff, I think we could benefit from a consultant. I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying I think that it's an opportunity to support the folks that are in those roles. So I'm going to move on to, I want to move on to the mental health. Very happy that the work that you did with Commissioner McCummings and was actually touted by the folks who even put together the People's Plan. They touted your report, and they used it as a framework to build their plan and to enhance some of the things that they thought would be important. And so the training of 911 operators and embedding someone who has the expertise as it relates to mental health and making those assessments over the phone to determine what tier these calls belong in and whether there should be a transfer directly to the crisis mobile team and the like should be trained and should be provided to the 911 operators. I think it's a huge change and shift in how they're dealing with calls, and I think that the success of this initiative is going to be dependent upon how we train those operators and how we support them. And so, again, this wasn't our suggestion. It was not birthed out of the letter that Kavan sent as our initiative, but it was something we were supporting in the People's Plan. And I think that for us not to provide that level of professional mentorship and support for the folks that will be taking on this new challenge and this new requirement to use this tiered system is concerning to me. That that we wouldn't be doing.
I'm concerned that you're saying we're not giving them the support.
No, I'm hearing that the suggestion that we hire a consultant to do that was not included in this plan. Or that we embed folks into that department that have that level of skill.
And we do have that level of skill. We bring people in all the time. We train all the time. The men and women that work down in Communications Bureau are the best in the business. And they talk at that same monotone voice that drives you crazy, but they do. That's the way they handle their situations. They will get the training that is needed regarding this change and adjustment. But for the record, we already had a script. We used to ask the same type of questions. The only difference was we didn't direct them somewhere else. We sent police. So now we're adding the direction part, and we're going to ask the questions that Commissioner McCummings and her team brought together, which I think were great questions. They narrowed ours down, and then their response in from that point. The whole idea of it is bringing them in. They're the experts that are going to handle it, and they're going to handle the call. My dispatchers are going to be able to forward that call and stay on the line, like they do now with any substance abuse program. They never disconnect until we get somebody help.
So maybe then explain to me exactly what type of training you're planning to give the folks that will be answering that call, that would provide them with some assurances that, they're making the right calls, like, in terms of how they're dispatching it.
I'll bring Deborah up again if you like and have her start over.
No offense, Deborah.
I'm kidding.
No offense, Deborah.
The training, we'll go back to Commissioner McCummings' group, and we'll say, hey, is there something that we should do and add to the training? We go to the best practices around the country. We don't just shoot from the hip. We go to major city chiefs, International Chiefs Association, and we ask these same questions. They are being asked all over the country, these same type of questions and conversations we're having today. Whatever the best training is for them to have, we will get them that training. We always have.
Okay, the suggestion about embedding someone in that department and to assist them as the initial rollout of this change, I think is important, and I hope we don't lose sight of that being part of the process.
No, and just for the record, as we said earlier, this is not done, mobile crisis. Nothing is done, really. But the mobile crisis, I still have to answer to the floor on the bill that was proposed, or the proposal that we gave to you. So if there are changes to be made, a separate conversation can be had, because that bill still sits, or that legislation still sits here.
Okay, I think embedding someone is something that I'm not going to give up on. So, and you know me, from nothing else, I'm persistent. I think I'll move on to early intervention for officers. I want to talk a little bit about, I forgot who spoke to that issue, but they hit on some of the topics, and what I'd like to, I guess, maybe build on is whether there will be any performance reviews, because we talk about, the behaviors that bubble up that then, sends this person into this level of intervention. But I'm wondering, and that's if things bubble up, right? That's if they start in some way performing in a way that really presents them as being at risk. Sometimes just even a regular review of their work or their body of work over a period of time, I think could maybe alleviate someone being in a high-risk category where they either become a risk to the general public or even themselves or their fellow officers. So is there a review process as a part of?
You mean wellness for our officers? Is that what
So it's in the spirit of wellness for your officers, absolutely.
Yeah, so there is intervention. There is intervention of training. There's intervention of supervisory oversight. There's conversations that we have. We have our peer support men and women that reach out to speak to our officers. We have the wellness. We just did a wellness training a couple of weeks back. I had to shut it down because it was sold out and I had 3 straight nights of it. So we're going to, not sold out, bad word, but it was packed for 3 straight nights, and we have to bring it back again. The men and women have embraced wellness, and they look for things, and again, like I said, it's a credit to that piece of legislation. It probably saved the life of 2 of our officers.
Okay, but I'm specifically asking whether there's performance reviews of officers.
Officers are reviewed all the time by their supervisors.
And it's in a written form, and they
That
receive
is that is something that has to be negotiated with the unions if we do it.
Because I think that's really one of the key factors for having an early intervention system, are those reviews, because I think you can stave off some of the more problematic behaviors that might, spill out into the street or into interactions with community if there were the reviews. So again, that's something I think really needs to be a part of a plan. And I think since we're at the table renegotiating with our officers, that's something that really should be considered. It's for their benefits, it's to their benefit, to the benefit of their colleagues and the greater community. It's a win-win-win situation. And so I'm going to end on the idea of an independent review of for discipline of officers, right? So I've heard from I forget the title, I'm sorry. John
Chief Berry.
Yeah,
Chief Berry,
yeah.
yep.
I've heard from him about the AG's office in this bill that's going to, I think, take effect on April 1st. And I understand that that some of those issues that will be investigated by that particular office that would be statewide would include death of a person in custody, criminal offenses, fraud, things of that nature. I think there's two components of this, and I might be mixing and matching, but overall that there's two bills out there that cover that type of work, and that's why we believe that we don't need a local third party that would look at particular activities that are of concern for community members. And so, I guess what concerns me is that those are really high-level type of problems, the fraud and all those other things. And some of the stuff that I hear more from community is not that type of behavior, right? We know for a fact that our data shows that we haven't had that type of activity happen here frequently in Nassau County. But what we do have more often than not is that people feel that there was some racial, ethnic bias that took place, that there was unprofessional conduct, that there was some way or another a violation of department rules. And in some cases, folks believe that they were falsely arrested. Those type of issues wouldn't have an independent third party look at the issue, because the state policies, as I understand it, have a higher level of incidents that would need to actually occur before they would get involved. So I'm disagreeing that there shouldn't be some kind of localized review of those types of complaints. It's, whether it's an IG's office or, CCRB, I too have some reservations about what a CCRB would look like. But an IG's office or some other department or entity that can review some of those complaints is really, it's been something that people have been asking for, marching and rallying the streets for, and I think this plan falls short of giving that level of accountability to the community. And so that is really concerning to me, that we would just wait for the state to take on this initiative come April 1, and that we wouldn't empower some local independent review.
We have what we've done is done a complete revamp of our complaint tracking system. We've taken now on anonymous complaints. We take complaints from anybody 24/7. We'll take them anywhere. we'll take them online, we'll take them on over a phone call, we'll take them from another person. I've gotten complaints from some of you that have received them and sent them to me. And then they are put into that system, a tracking system, the blue team, as you heard Chief Sewell talk about. Then that blue team, we do it if you have 3. It's 3 incidents in a year, not 5 like the state. So we're over monitoring compared to what the state was doing. State does it 5 times. We're doing it 3. And we then take a dive into it. If there's anything that's criminal, the DA takes a look at it. And the AG's office does take a look at any of the abuse of another person or employee relating to his or her employment, conflicts of interest, criminal activity, use of force, fraud, corruption. And again, the agency refers to complaints of the office when those of misconduct or of abuse of authority. And then we have body cams. And body cams, everything's on video. If there's a complaint, we can track it. Our cops' cars are GPSed. Their body cams are GPSed. They got to wear a body cam anytime they interact with the community. They're being looked at by the supervisor, internal affairs, the DA, and the AG. So, I mean, all of these oversights that are being put onto a police department that is a good police department and is a well-disciplined, well-trained police department. All of these things that are in there, we're answering. We're giving back. We get it. We're better data collection. We're going to body cameras. We're putting we're putting our information on the website. We're coming forward. And you have the right in oversight to ask us anytime you like to know about cases. If they are a founded case, it's under 50A. It's got to be released. If they're not founded and you wish to ask, we can still advise this Public Safety Committee anytime they want on any data or any problems.
I acknowledge that your complaint process is, based on what Chief Sewell presented today, is good. And some of those items were things that we had requested or even suggested by way of the law that the reso that Minority Leader and I presented. And so I think that's great. The part that I'm getting to is the accountability, and that's the piece that, folks have been asking for. It's different and it's separate and apart from that complaint process. It's about the accountability, and it's about, having, everyone keeps saying, there should be an independent third eye on this, and even the authors of the state legislation, they agree to that. They agree that it should be. And so they've written these laws for the purpose, and I'm going to call him John. I'm going to call him John. I was going to give you a promotion.
No.
But, and he clearly stated what the intentions was and why they did what they did. And I agree with everything you stated, what the law covers, but there are issues that that the laws do not cover, and I think those are the more common issues that I hear about here. They're not those larger issues.
Give me an example of an issue.
I just went through it. Racial, ethnic bias.
That would be taken by the AG's office.
How?
The AG's, it's misconduct. And the AG has the power to look at all my policies and procedures. And if I don't turn over any of these complaints to the AG, I can be terminated by the AG.
So on the first instance of racial, ethnic bias, it gets referred.
No, the first one, they have the 5 number, we have the 3 number.
Right, that's what I thought I heard.
Right, and
okay, so there were five
investigate right.
Separate instances. So and so you guys come down to 3. So let me ask you this: it's after they're actually found guilty of these charges, or just under the assumption that there was 5 charges, 5 separate instances?
No, just the assumption.
Just the assumption. Okay.
Same as us. The assumption the complaints are made. That's the idea of the tracking, to identify. Look, you might come in 3 times, and maybe all 3 times he really didn't do it. But they're starting to see a pattern here. Why? Why the same person with 3 separate people having the same type of complaints?
And so violation of department rules, where does that fall under?
That falls under us. I have the sole discretion on discipline when it comes to my officers violating policies and procedures.
So the point I'm making is it doesn't capture everything, right? It does, the other,
but
it doesn't capture everything. And so for the purpose of determining whether there's a violation of department rules, you know, listen, I hear you about the lay people and the criteria for people to sit on the CCRB. You know, there has to be a higher level of concern in terms of, you know, does the person have the ability to determine whether there's a violation? And so I think there can be a third party trained to identify those things. And I think that it's important that we not shut the door on the folks that have been asking for this. That's been the rally call, right? And in some way, to achieve it, I mean, even Suffolk County acknowledged that it should potentially have a third party, an independent party. They didn't go as far as a CCRB. They didn't go as far as an IG. They said, you know, they'll use the Human Rights Commission to review those type of allegations. And so there has to be some acknowledgement by this county that there needs to be a third. There needs to be some level of a third party.
I put that back on the floor here. You have the right to ask me any question about any ongoing investigation in this department.
So I'm the third party? Okay. Then it should have been written in the plan that we were the third party.
You've always had the right, though.
Yeah, but we're not the right body either, okay? I hear you loud and clear, but this needs to be a body that, or an entity that's steeped, that has the ability to be steeped in the understanding of what a violation of police policy looks like. And I don't think that that's this body, no disrespect to any of my colleagues on this dais. And I think this plan falls short of providing that critical piece of this whole EO 203, which is to provide that level of accountability. I'll close now. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I also want to thank you for all the testimony that we heard today, and I know we have a long night ahead of us, so I'm going to be brief myself. And I do appreciate it, because I had spent my weekends, I want you to know, going through your plan, printing things out, highlighting everything, and thankfully you answered a lot of my concerns. And Chief Sowell, I really appreciate you really expounded on with your testimony. So I'm going to ask to have a copy of it, written, the written documentation on what you spoke about, because I was trying to follow you in the document, and I realized you were like giving us more information than what was, printed here, and I really do appreciate that. With the, I guess legislative Bino does bring up, some, good points, and I know that we talk about whether or not it's perception or reality. The reality is, yes, you're an excellent police department. You have great vision. All of you serve us well and serve the members of the department well. But I think sometimes the perception of some people are that, you know what, how come this isn't happening? Look what happened over here. It's not necessarily a judgment against you, but it's because of what they see or what they feel, and it could cloud their judgment or skew the judgment or whatever. So I think that, like, when we look at with police misconduct or any type of disciplinary action, I'm hoping that with the when we get the body cameras, that this may be a tool that can be used so that you would be able to monitor the police in their interactions with the public. And when as you stated, that this will be an ongoing process. You're not going to shut the door. Once we decide to send, we send this plan up and that's it, we're finished with it, we're going to abide by whatever we send. But I hope that you'll keep your mind, an open mind in regard to see, and whether or not, if there is a third party that would be able to look at this, or if you find yourselves looking more closely in the cases of some situations, especially regarding the police interaction, with the public. So, but in regard to the body camera, and I know we don't have it yet, and I know, I think even one of the, I don't know which legislator is, that I think that was looking for the cameras on the I'm going to say it wrong, the cameras on the police cars. Why am I saying it wrong?
Dash cams.
Dash cam, thank you. You know, with that those will be tools that you can use. How, are we going to, when we look at the body cameras, are we going to look at when, you know, for the data? So if somebody wants to say at a certain point, you know, this officer insulted me, you know, and it happened on March 15th at 6 p.m. How, do you anticipate, how hard would it be if I needed to see that? To say, let me go to Commissioner Ryder, March 15th at 6 p.m. I want to see what was on his camera.
So you don't even need the officer's name. All you need to do is tell me the date and the time. Every single one of our vehicles is GPS. You don't move throughout the county unless we know. Every one of our body cameras is supposed to be stamped. So as soon as something happens, it's got a timestamp to it. So we go back, it's going to be very easy. It's done, like I said, it's done all over the country right now, New York City being the largest, and we looked at their model, and it's stamped. We go to the time, we bring it up, and this is the interaction. We see that person's face, so we know we're dealing with the right person. We know who's wearing the body camera. I don't need to see my face, and anything that was said or done at that time would be inappropriate and used against the officer.
Okay, all right, it just, you know, because I know that that might be an added tool, and then we, like, you know, months from now, we can take another look at this to see how effective it is, you know, and I'm hoping that it will be. I hope it will allay a lot of fears and maybe to change perception of a lot of people, you know, a lot of people in our public. I just want to now go to the 911 Bureau because, you know, for me, you know, having the 911 operators, I think, that are like the unsung heroes, you know, sometimes in the police department, you know, what they go through on a day-to-day basis, and night, day and night. The various calls that they get, they have to make these split-second determinations as to where calls are going to go, how they're going to handle it. We're now going to add something a little bit more complicated to them in regard to with this tier system, where they will make the determination whether or not to send an officer out to a call, or they're going to then transfer the call over to the teams, you know, the crisis unit teams. You know, I know that, you know, I sort of agree with Legislator Bino. I wish that we could, I would like to have somebody else up there to help along with that, especially in those type of circumstances. And I know perhaps if you don't want to look at hiring an outside person to come in and evaluate it, would it be possible to take, maybe take a look at the teams, you know, the crisis teams, mobile crisis teams, and maybe have one or two of them to sit up there with the 911 Bureau.
So the only difference between that, what we're talking about, is where they're sitting. They are available to make contact anytime. So as soon as the call comes in, just link them right to mobile crisis, and that's not a problem. We would make that available. You know, we ask the Q&A. If they say gun, well, I'm not going that route. If they say I'm going to commit suicide, I'm not going that route. I'm going to dual response. Both are going. But if they get on the phone and say, you know, my son's here and he's not taking his medication, hold on 1 second, let me connect you. So they don't have to physically sit in the CB world. They could sit at mobile crisis and refer the call over.
Okay, and if somebody, say you have a new operator, okay, and it's crazy day, and they get a call, and they think it should go to the team right away, at the mobile crisis team, and they should have actually dispatched an officer. What does
Mobile crisis.
Microsoft Teams, I'm sorry. It's been a long day, and you know it, right? The mobile crisis team, do they then, if they get a call in error, okay?
Right.
Are they then trained to say that, wait a minute, like this is not what we thought it was going to be, that they would then,
Right.
they can then call the police, then
Right.
call and have a car dispatched with them?
So, see, yes, but that shouldn't go that way. My people are trained this way. Gun, drugs, threat, boom, we're going. On the other side of the coin is when we decide there is no threat. So we wouldn't make the mistake to send somebody that's going to hurt themselves or fire a weapon at somebody this way. We're going. We're trained to do that. We know that. The only time we'd make the mistake is if we sent somebody this way and then mobile crisis look and says, you know what, send an ambulance to the house. He may need more services than we could provide right now. And I don't even know when them scenarios would, because they will be a dual response if everything goes the way it is.
All right, and how many teams do we have right now?
I can't answer. I think they put maybe, 2 on the road. I think they were looking for a minimum of 4, 2 shifts a day. And again, I don't want to speak for Commissioner
And
McCummings,
how
but
many are on a team?
2.
Okay. All right, that's something that we probably would have to look at, by expanding the number of teams. And because, last week when I know that some of the smaller police departments are going to be relying upon our team, a mobile crisis
But they
team.
already are. The small
Okay.
police departments don't have their own mobile crisis. They use us.
Okay, and the other, I know that you recommended in your, to sort of offset people not calling 911 for everything, that you're going to have a special number for them to call if they have issues.
No, what I would recommend is training that there are other places to call. Like,
Okay.
you could pick whatever you need a warming center. You don't need to call 911. You can call the warming center number. You can call seniors that have questions about a storm or food or something. There's places that they can go.
Okay, well, I'm hoping that we'll eventually come up with another 3-digit, number for non-911 calls, so that people will know that, in case they're, instead of calling 911, they don't know where to call.
One-stop shop for
they
your
can call that.
services, right?
I'm sorry, I don't have too many questions, I'll just jump around. I know that we had testimony in regards to Homeland Security, and I know a lot of, the People's Plan would prefer not so much police involvement in our schools and whatever, but, that's up to the school districts to make that determination. But with Homeland Security, when the officers are in that school and they're interacting with the children, the students, I should say, is there any info sharing between the schools on immigration status and/or any relations to gang, like any related gang IDs or anything like that?
Absolutely, positively not.
So what they do is they just interact with the student, they don't,
They're not really, when they say interact with the students, they're not having private conversation with students. They're walking the hall and they'll wave or give a high five or hand something out that they're giving away that day.
Okay. I'm very happy that, I know that Julie, she was, when she made the testimony, and I know that she's been in
She's
the
passionate.
academy, very passionate. And I'm very happy that you'll continue working with her.
Absolutely.
And, only because I think that it's a great service, and with our changing population, that I think that it's more important than ever that we recognize, our transgender, lesbian,
Absolutely.
gay, so that, and I hope that you may even find time to, like, maybe talk to her and other representatives to see if there's something that we can do more. All right, and,
They have a meeting in 2 weeks with Community Affairs.
okay, all right, thank
She-
you. And then, with the Youth Council. How many other precincts is the Youth Council in?
Everyone, all 8 precincts have a young adult council. They all started when we started looking at reform.
Okay, so that, so there's one a youth council, in each precinct. And then, do you select the teenagers that will be on the council? Or if, say you may, but what if there is a student who really would like to be on this council?
No problem, we put them on. We don't stop the growth of it.
Okay.
The school makes suggestions to us, some people from the community made suggestions. Great, we bring them in.
Because I think this may be a vehicle also, by interacting with the students like this, from like any type of background, that, so that maybe they'll have an interest in the police department. And I know that we had one of the officers speak about being first generation, and with so many people come over, they don't have somebody who was in the police department from their family, so they have no idea what it's like. But maybe by doing, by having this, these young people will all of a sudden have this interaction, will have somebody that they could rely upon and to talk to, and it may end up helping you in diversifying the police, our police
That
force.
is exactly the intent of what we're trying to do.
Okay, and I'm going to let, Legislator Malay, I'm sorry, we'll jump.
Thank you very much. I have just 2 questions. Should be, I think, pretty easy to answer. And I just want to say thank you for everybody for your presentations. It was really very informative, and it certainly helped me to understand better the plan that's been presented.
Thank you.
So, 2 questions. Here we go. Okay, so there was some talk of all of the data that you're collecting on use of force, traffic stops, body camera, that would be made to the public, and that there would be biannual presentations, but I didn't understand how that was happening. Is it going to be put on a website? Is it going to be presented to the legislature? Is it going to be, so if you could help me
So a little of
understand.
both. We're going to publicly post it. We're going to present it to the legislators. We can have, in the Public Safety Committee, have conversations about it, asking us questions about it, because obviously what we put out to the public, we may not get the Q&A back. So we are going to present it both ways. But just to be clear, we're not publicly putting out body-worn camera stuff. There's a lot of protections that go in it, not from our side of it.
Okay.
The protection of the people in the video and that are
Right.
innocent.
Yeah.
There's whiting out of faces that have to be done. But from a criminal standpoint, an arrest or anything, or even an interaction, within 30, I think it's 15 to 30 days, I have to turn that video over to Defense Counsel. So it will go public.
Okay.
But we have to give it over part of discovery.
Okay, all right, thank you. And my second question is, right, there was a large conversation about, from implicit bias training from, I believe, Police Officer Baccio, and that would be happening at the academy. Will that, does that continue even after you graduate from the academy, or is that a one-time
So one of the failures of what we've done in law enforcement over the years is we've lost our way when it comes to continued training. That is all back now. Part of the new contracts allow us to do that because of cost. It will allow us to bring them in for a training day, or 2 or 3. We have EVOC, we have the firearms, we have de-escalation training, implicit bias training. That will all be done every single year going forward. And as Chris said earlier, that is a breathing document also. We're going to change it and adjust it as we see a need to. That was not being done. I can honestly tell you, I check every training box that's on the list for my members. But that's only when they're in academy. When they leave, they don't get it. Now they do.
Great, thank you. I'm done.
Thank you.
You're putting the rest of us to shame. Okay. Legislator McKevitt.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just had a couple questions regarding language access. When a person of the public calls a precinct and they do not speak English at that point, what procedure is the officer picks up the phone supposed to follow at that point?
So that officer, sometimes we'll ask right at the table, is anybody bilingual that can speak, right?
Right.
If not, we will then use the connection to language line, and right there. So it's done at Communications Bureau, it's done at every precinct, and every single officer has language line on their phones now that are issued, including now all the ambulances have it. So again, so they could treat their victims right.
Right, so if an officer is called to a scene, let's say a domestic situation, and again, neither party speaks English, would the officer then use the iPhone with the language line in order to have that communication?
That is correct, and it's a face-to-face, like FaceTime. It's not like I'm just making a call. They're seeing and speaking to the victim.
And as far as using minor children, as far as using an interpretation device, I noticed that in the department's language access plan, it says that minor children are not to be used in a high-stress situation. And can you just give me examples of what would be a high-stress as compared to not a high-stress situation at that point?
We're looking at a violent domestic at home. We're not going to put that young child between mom and dad. But we will, and we never give an absolute, right? We will use a young kid if there's an emergency that mom is on the floor and just injured that needs an ambulance right away, and dad's gone. You know, I need to find out as much as I can if that child can translate until I can get somebody, but almost automatically I'm going to go use the phone and go right to language line.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Legislator Walker.
If I can just back up a little bit just to the mobile crisis units again. So we have 2 units, hopefully 2 during the day, 2 in the evening. Now, what would happen if, I don't know where those mobile units are located, and if someone is needed in, like, say, Lawrence, and that mobile crisis is in Hicksville? I mean, they're not going to get to Lawrence very, very quickly.
Right.
I was very happy to hear you explain, you know, like when you said you could get on the phone and someone who, you know, could be someone who they reach out to frequently, and they know that that person just needs to take their medication, get them on the phone, speak to them, take the medication, the parents are there, and the situation does calm down, and hopefully maybe someone would reach out to them again the next day to see. So I understand there's times you would not have to send a police car. I guess I just worry that I would never want us to be on the wrong end of that. And I know you don't want to be on the wrong end of that. But what happens if our mobile crisis units are not, they're not in a vicinity to even get to someone?
So that is our biggest concern, this whole process. And mobile crisis has, again, Commissioner McCummins, O'Meara Perez have been great about this. How do we handle that type of situation? It's not, they want to expand 2 to 4. So before, I guess, and again, I'm just assuming that they set up 4 quadrants in the county. They're never going to get there as fast as my cops get there because my cops are closer. There's more of them out there. But my cops have handled it well this far. The difference is we got to stop bringing them to the hospital that don't need to be going to the hospital. And that's our biggest complaint. When they looked at the volume of what we sent, 2,700 cases, 96% went to the hospital. They're like, and again, after their conversations, they said, maybe they don't need to go to the hospital. I agree, but our training has always been, you want to hurt yourself, you're coming to the hospital. They know Johnny, and they know that Johnny's not going to hurt himself. Johnny's made these complaints, he's not on his medicine, whatever the experts tell me. So when we respond to that other side of the county, we will wait for mobile crisis. We'll keep a calm situation like we always do. In those 2,700 cases, only 4 times we had to use force. And so we'll keep it calm. It'll go back to the way we always do it, except for removing him. Wait till mobile crisis come. Let mobile crisis speak to them. We had a case a couple weeks ago right here in Mineola, and mobile crisis came to the scene. After speaking to 15 minutes, mobile crisis needs to go to the hospital. They knew the patient's got to go. Okay, no problem. We take him to the hospital. And again, our police medics, and that's the difference. Our police medics do get training on this. When you go around to other agencies around the country, they use a volunteer ambulance service. They're not trained in this. They're trained on first aid and medic. Our police, we send a police ambulance to all these calls. We don't send a volunteer fire department ambulance to these calls because they do have that additional training.
But you would always send a police officer. If
Absolutely.
you knew that our mobile crisis couldn't get there in a reasonable amount of time,
Absolutely.
our police officer, and they're not waiting like out on the block, they're inside dealing with the situation, and then
We are
hopefully
working
then
together
they
as
can hand it over to mobile
Yep.
crisis.
We are working together as a team on it.
Okay. And just my other comment too, and I know you said how the law that we passed helping our officers and making sure if they're in any kind of stress or crisis that we can help deal with that. I know I used to ask every time we were on the phone in our weekly or every other day conversations.
It's daily now,
especially during,
Rose. It's daily.
during during the the protests and COVID and everything, and I did worry about our officers. I worried that they're out there, like you said, none of them are saying no, they're working, but they get tired. We all get tired, and sometimes when we get tired, that's when a mistake can happen. And you assured me and everyone else on the call that you were constantly talking to your officers and whatever, but I just want to make sure that too continues. It's not necessarily an officer that you see struggling along the way, but just even in certain instances when things could go wrong, and we don't want to see that happen to any of our officers.
No.
But again, thank you for the dedication and the work you put into this over the months and months and months, and certainly today, the presentation. I thank you all for being here. I know it's a late night, and you've been a long time with us, so thank you very much, all
Thank
of
you.
you.
Legislator Drucka.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, it's been
Sir.
a long day. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Your staff and you were demonstrating exceedingly competent, and I know one thing that they've learned from you is the ability to talk, which is a good thing. My concern or question concerns your definition and interaction regarding hate crimes, because that's something that's reared its ugly head in my district a lot. And, a lot of times now, for example, if someone has spray painted a swastika on the sidewalk or in a park, right now it's considered to be like graffiti or defacing property or criminal mischief. It concerns me because that we're seeing such an uptick in our country in terms of these type of symbolic hate, and I think they need to be classified as a crime. And when you prosecute them, when you do the investigation and you make an arrest, I think they need to be arrested as a hate crime, not as, you know, graffiti. Or, for example, we had situations where a noose was somewhere. You know, that just in and of itself, you may think of that as criminal mischief, but it's hate. It's a crime. And I just want to know your take on that. Is that something that you feel that you can adjust or modify in your plan and going down the road in the future to address that, so we call it exactly what it is?
So-
It's a crime. It's a hate crime, and I would like it to be prosecuted that way.
I agree 100%, and any SWAT sticker that is painted anywhere is not treated as graffiti. That is a hate crime, and that will be treated and charged as a hate crime. Things like nooses and stuff like that obviously are hate crimes. We need to speak to our legislators, make local laws here that you can address those and charge them with more as a hate crime. Obviously, we have to deal with the laws that's handed down to us, but we will agree 100% that when there are hate crimes, we'll charge them as a hate crime. We're all good with that, but we have to have the law to do it.
I think the district attorney, though, is pretty quick to classify it that way, but is that not correct? The DA, for example, when someone gets arrested for spray painting something vulgar or some racial epithet, that they don't get prosecuted as a hate crime, it's just prosecuted as criminal mischief or public desecration of property?
Our DA works very close with us to make sure that the charges are appropriate, but the DA also has no problem calling out what she believes is a hate crime. And she'll call it like it is. The only problem is you can't charge it if the tools are not there to charge it.
So at this point in time, if you get a report that some kids were spray painting something, will you investigate it and arrest them as considered to be a hate crime?
Yeah, so I'll give you an example. Last year, maybe it's a year and a half now, kind of years have all been blending together. There was the situation at the one school up in the 3rd precinct. They painted a SWAT sticker. They painted a thing that said F Trump. They painted an MS-13, and they added one other thing in there, maybe a KKK. Unfortunately, all 4 of them were criminal charges. All 4 of them were hate crimes. The only one that you could charge as a hate crime is the SWAT sticker. The rest of the charge is criminal mischiefs.
So you're saying that,
Okay.
did you want to say something?
No, go ahead, sir.
So you're saying that we need to amend our law, our local laws to classify them a certain way?
You want to jump on that, Joey?
Hello, Legislator Drucker. No, as you're I'm sorry?
State your name.
Oh, Deputy Chief James Barchera. As you're stating, if there is a bias that is inherent, so if you have a criminal mischief, if you have graffiti, if you have an assault, there's a whole list of crimes in New York State penal law. If we can establish that the motivating factor was bias or hate, then the crime gets elevated and gets prosecuted as such. The exceptions, 2 of the exceptions that you mentioned, would be a swastika or a noose. That would elevate automatically. But if it's language, as the Commissioner was saying, that's offensive, if we could establish, based on checking social media, checking on the history, looking at some of the groups that the person who committed this might have affiliated with, statements that he might give us as we're interviewing him, the totality of the evidence, if the totality of the evidence shows that the motivation for the assault or whatever was because of hate, it would be elevated, and he would be charged with a hate crime, and then the District Attorney's Office, which has been very supportive of it, would prosecute it to that point.
So would that apply to some of the horrific, horrible incidents we're seeing now with violence perpetrated against Asian Americans?
Absolutely. If the reason why they're either the victim of a crime, whether it be assault, one of the examples I gave, if somebody was if seniors were being targeted because of their age, so scams were all targeted towards people over 60 years old. that's a reason why we could elevate the crime. So it's part of the investigation that we do to determine what's the motivation. If the motivation is based on a hate or on a bias for that crime, that's why that person was targeted, or that group was targeted, or that building was targeted, then we would charge not criminal mischief, but we charge an elevation, not assault, but an elevation of that crime.
But I think, legislative, to your point, you want it like a SWAT sticker is painted, that's it, it's a hate crime. We
Yes.
do make, they should be
Yes.
without those other factors involved.
Yes.
Well, a swastika is an example of one that the New York State Legislature
Right.
has included as basically a hate crime. So if I spray paint a swastika someplace and I get charged, I'm not getting charged with criminal mischief, I'm getting charged with criminal mischief as a hate crime,
Right.
and it's elevated.
And that would apply if someone just is yelling out racial epithets at some church or synagogue?
Not necessarily. There is a elevation, there is a freedom of speech, so you have to dig a little bit further and build up what was his motivation for doing that.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Legislative Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I just want to say the wisdom of the chairwoman of calling me near last is that usually I have a lot of questions, and a lot of my questions have already been answered, so I just want to congratulate you on that. So good job. Commissioner, I want to thank you and your team for your outstanding presentation today. I do just have really only one topic to follow up on, and it's one that's been covered by a couple of my colleagues here in the legislature, and that's, again, the mobile crisis team. I just want to understand the evaluation process, because I get the fact on one hand that you're trying to avoid the need of transporting people to the hospital. As the system exists now, your police officers are responding, and I think you said 96% of the time, those police officers are taking individuals to the hospital essentially to get them to a mobile crisis person who can evaluate them, right? And instead, we're now bringing a mobile crisis person theoretically into the process earlier so that the transport doesn't necessarily have to be made.
Right. But just to, so the hospital does not speak to mobile crisis.
Right.
They do not. So they don't know when this person's going to be released. And 50 or 60%, and again, I could be wrong on the number, but I think the number is 50 to 60% of the time, they're walking right out of the hospital. So we didn't help them. And I think that was, and I don't know the number off the top of my head, but Mobile Crisis has it that, yeah, we brought them there. That was great. Thank you. And then when we drive away, they're walking out the door 5 minutes later because they're not being held.
Right.
And so, just so for some clarity in that.
Right. My concern is that there are circumstances where we're going to be sending civilian mental health professionals to a 911 call without there being police present at all. And that's my concern, because on one end, we're not involving the mobile crisis team at the initial 911 call. Our operators are going to be making an evaluation based on questions and based on their own training as to whether someone presents a risk to themselves or a risk to others, whether there may be the possibility of a weapon. At that point in time, does it then get referred to the mobile crisis team to speak to those individuals on the phone, or are they dispatched?
No. So, police, if there's any threat of any weapon, or any threat of suicide, any threat of danger, we refer. I think where we're missing the issue is that many times these 911 calls didn't have to happen. They should have been calling their doctor, let's say the treating person, right, the mobile crisis team. And it's usually mom calling, John's here, a little upset, he's not taking his medicine. You know, can you speak to him? And they speak to him. They know their patients. They're very good at knowing who they deal with. But if there's ever a threat of any kind, we're going. We do not dispatch mobile crisis unless they're going with a cop, if that's the question. We will never send mobile crisis to a call or dispatch them. That was discussed, and we won't do it, because if I'm sending mobile crisis, I'm sending a cop.
Okay, because the only reason I'm concerned is that on the plan, we talk about the tiered response. The tier 1 is public education and awareness.
That's your public information campaign, getting people not to call 911 in the first place if it's something that can be handled through one of the mental health agencies directly, right? Call the crisis center as opposed to calling 911 in that circumstance. If Tier 1 is surpassed and an individual decides to call 911, then the Communications Bureau operators make the determination as to whether or not it should go to Tier 2, which is a referral to the mobile crisis team, at least according to the plan, which says that there would be no police response.
Right.
That's kind of where my disconnect is. Is there another component to that says, hey, if the mobile crisis team is just talking to somebody on the phone, we're not sending a police officer. But if the mobile crisis team is going to physically show up at somebody's location, they're going with a police officer.
Paul wording on the document, and we'll change that. It's meant that the referral of the call. The call is not that, hey, you guys go, we're not going. The call is to get them on the phone, and they think they can handle the patient. And then sometimes they'll say, look, we'll come out, we'll do a checkup on you tomorrow. We'll stop by and see if everything's all right. They know, again, it's a medicine thing, it's a conversation thing, whatever the experts say. We've gotten into the habit that we just call 911 and we go for everything, and that's got to be cleared up. In that second phase, it's not a dispatch to mobile crisis. We're not sending mobile crisis, and we're not asking mobile crisis to go out there. We're asking mobile crisis, get on the phone with John because his mom wants to speak to you, and mom speaks to her, and mobile crisis, no, we know John, we'll talk to John. Okay, so, and there was never made of a threat to begin with. If that person, when they call, says, he might hurt himself, we're going. There's no option. We're going. But he might hurt himself, but if he gets his medication, he's going to be better. We'll dispatch we'll notify mobile crisis as a dual response, and then we will also dispatch a police officer and an ambulance.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't a circumstance where you're going to have mobile crisis team at a physical location for whatever reason, everybody's evaluation was incorrect, and then all of a sudden you have a situation and we have no police officer there to be able to intervene.
In that year that I talked about the 2,700 cases, they did 1,700 of their additional cases on their own. They do go to residents all day long and visit our mental health people. So they are out there, but not by 911.
But if it's a 911 call.
Right.
That's because we have a liability concern as well. We're taking something that came into us via 911, we're giving it to an outside vendor or outside agency, and if somebody gets hurt, really, it's on us, it's on us. So,
and we had these conversations. That was our biggest thing about the liability. What are we doing here? But on the other side, the experts have to have a voice here, and we have listened to them. But I say this to you is that this plan is not instituted yet. We're still going as cops right now. But the plan that's before you, the piece of legislation, we're going to flush this thing out even more once we know which kind of direction that we're going.
I just want to make sure, if you could, and only because, again, that the plan doesn't really make that clear.
We will.
If you could address that, I'd certainly
100%.
appreciate it.
100%.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Legislator Birnbaum.
First, I want to thank you all for your great presentation. It was so thorough, and the questions also, everything was answered to my satisfaction anyway. And I'm sitting here as a member of the Finance Committee, so I feel it's incumbent upon me to just ask basic questions such as, are there any new hires involved in this plan? Because I know when my colleagues were asking about bringing in outside monitors for different things, it sounds like most of this plan will be done internally.
So when you look at the body-worn cameras alone, there's going to be a hiring of analysts and obviously supervisors assigned. We estimate that cost to be about and that's what we're not out to bid, that's for our stuff. It's $1.9 million.
That number, I heard you say that, so is that just for employees, new people?
That is correct. That is our employees. And then when you look at the mental health side of things, you're going to have these extra experts hired in the field. I don't have the number of that yet, what it's going to cost. I don't really know the number. And again, that's going back to the same issue I have is we got to vet out the legislation. It's not just here. This is a process. Now the legislation is the actual how we're going to make it work because it is a local law.
So the mental crisis team that will be responding, they will be employed by the county, or would they be consultants or partner agencies that we work with?
Yeah, they're not. They're partner agencies that we work with. They're not paid for. Well, I don't know if they're reimbursed by the county, but it's by the state. They work for the state. That makes sense? I hope I'm saying that right. Nobody else is shaking their head behind me. But they are, go ahead, legislator, you got it.
Will there be grants to cover this?
Yeah, I believe this is an expense that is covered by the state. I don't know exactly. They're not Nassau County employees. I do know that.
Okay, so, and the body cam component itself, that's already been factored in, correct? That was already before this plan? We had approved the consultant?
The county executive has made a commitment that she is going forward with body cameras no matter which way we go. Come early September, October, we start rolling them out.
And talking about the
Page
mental
58
health,
of the plan.
I wasn't sure what the answer was before. Will there be a creation of another hotline, perhaps, another number, rather than everybody calling 911? Or is there going to be another?
No, for the mental health purposes, that will be for the mobile crisis team. You will call mobile crisis, whatever that number is. We have not gone down the discussions of having a separate 911 call for anything else, except for this mobile crisis.
Okay, and my last part is, how do you think this will factor in overtime? Do you foresee it creating more work on your members?
I hope in the long run, the educational process actually cuts down our response on mental health crisis calls. 2,700 calls is a lot of calls, and every single time we move somebody to the hospital, it's 2 cops and a police medic. If that person does not have to go, and again, it's very cautious on that's not going yet, we're still working it out, but they don't have to go, that's going to save us on the fact of, again, that medic and those 2 cops that are out there doing additional calls and not have to.
So that could be a cost-saving factor?
That is a cost savings, yes.
Okay, and then when you were talking about training and retraining, because I heard a lot of about the new hirees at the police academy will be getting these kind of trainings. So do you foresee bringing in the existing force to be trained every year there? Because you mentioned before that you were oversubscribed to some program that you offered.
Yeah.
You know, it was filled up very fast.
Yeah.
But shouldn't everybody be able to do all these trainings and programs?
And we just started that, the wellness side of things. Everybody will get the same implicit bias awareness training. Everybody will get de-escalation training. It's all in, again, I can't talk about the PBA contract, but the SOA and the DAI contract have additional training days in it. So they come in now as part of their training. It's part of our program. So we will continue to train yearly at no cost because they're going to have their extra days of training.
So it would be a requirement?
That is correct. It's mandated.
Okay. All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Legislator Rhodes.
You're so close, Pat.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking to find out what they're called.
No, not a problem. Not a problem. When there's a Tier 2 response, right, which is the referral to the MCT, but no response to the physical address either by the MCT or by the police department, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming that there is follow-up at the end of whatever MCT does. I assume that they're reporting back to 911 to let them know what the disposition of the call was, right? Because we still have to track that.
Yeah, right, so, no, the disposition of call will be ours. Once we refer it, it's like we do with other agencies right now. It's a referral to wherever, another agency.
They'll get back in contact with us,
Right.
and then we'll note.
But on the back end, what we've agreed to do is have a database that we're tracking this, right? So ones that are multiple calls to it, you know, the responses and types of that we handled, how maybe in the database we can enter additional data to assist us with it. So why do we keep going back to visit Steve Rhodes? You know, those type of things. So there is a back end to the reporting that we're going to track and work together on.
Okay, but I mean, either it's going to be, MCT is going to make a determination as to whether or not there has to be additional follow-up and it gets kicked to Tier 3, which means they're going and we're going. Or if they've handled it over the phone and they think it's fine and there's no further follow-up necessary or whatever the situation is, they'll report back to 911 and say that that's what's going to happen, right?
That's correct.
We're kept in the loop. Okay, that's it.
That's correct.
Thanks.
What was that say?
Legislative Abrahams,
Budget and all.
Minority Leader Abrahams, calling on you now.
Thank you, Chairwoman Ford. I appreciate it. And first and foremost, I want to thank everyone that's been participating today. Commissioner, I want to thank you.
Thank you, sir.
candor, as well as your commitment, your time, as well as the entire department that's there with you today. I truly appreciate them being here, and it wasn't easy coming to this point where we are today. But again, I mean, I want to express my appreciation to you as well. I do have a quick request, actually, and I can't really tell from the video, it's so small, whether the presiding officer is still there. But we do have many residents that would have liked to participate in the hearing today. And I know the decision was made, and Denise, I know we were on a call last week with some community residents that would have liked to have the opportunity to participate in person. And obviously, I mean, I have been to a public meeting. So, I mean, I know it's very hard to ask for people to in the day of COVID, to sacrifice their health. But if folks want to come and they want to be a part of the legislative process, I just asked the presiding officer as well as chairwoman, if we could devise a way so that people can come and potentially be in an ante room, maybe even the chambers upstairs, the procedural chambers upstairs that the county executive use. I would even give up my area, my office on my side, my press area, just so we can use it as an ante room where people can come in and get an opportunity to ask questions, and then they can quickly leave, and maybe we can even televise and stream the event to those rooms as well. I just feel on an issue that is of the magnitude of what we're talking about today, if people want to voice their concerns in person, similar to them using and exercising their amendment right to go and protest throughout this county, I think they should have the right also to be able to come here in person.
I am still here. So,
I can't tell, Rich. I can't.
Just,
let me see if I can put it my.
You know, we are intending to, and there are limitations to how many people you can have in the room, and there are issues and still safety issues for everybody involved. But we are intending to reach out to Fred Brewington and indicate that, you know, a certain number of people will be able to come in, and that they will be given an allotted time period to have their say on this. Of course, you know, I mean, in the past, you might have had several hundred people who wanted to be here, but we obviously can't do that in this era. But we are definitely going to be opening up to, reaching out to Fred and indicating that, you know, we're going to, you know, with the other individuals and stakeholders who will be in the room, there will be space enough for at least some of the people and some of the representatives of the community.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Fair enough.
Okay.
So, Commissioner, what brings us here today, obviously, is EO 203, and that's a very legal way to look at it. But obviously, there are issues, there are underlying issues on why EO 3 would be necessary. And I want to talk a little bit about independent accountability and trust. And first, let me say that, and I know you were talking earlier with Legislator Bino, that there is no one that I believe at this legislature that doesn't trust you personally. That has not been the issue. However, we are at this juncture today. We are here having this hearing because there are many of our residents, quite frankly, many of my constituents, some of my constituents, that believe that there is a level of trust that is not there. They should have it, but they don't have it for our police department. So today is about how do we rebuild that? Because we want to make sure every single person in this county knows that the Nassau County Police Department is there for them in their time of crisis, in their time of need, and they got to believe and want to be a part of that. And I believe by them believing and being a part of that, it makes police officer jobs much easier. It makes your job much easier. It makes our job easier. So I want to ask a question that is pertaining to excessive force. And I was listening a little bit earlier, and I couldn't tell who exactly was speaking. I think it was Chief that might have mentioned it, talking about the excessive force. But I had a question in regards to the amount of cases the Nassau County Police Department found an officer using excessive force in a particular instance. In the last week, roughly.
Numbers, and then the reasons why. You got to turn your, yeah.
Hi, it's Chief Kishant Sewell again. I believe you have the numbers, legislator. I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about, Legislator Bino made a very astute observation during a prior meeting about what the data reflects without much context, and they really didn't serve well. So I just wanted to say that, as you know, we are permitted and only permitted by law to use force that is reasonable, justified, and proper. Excessive force, by definition, would not fit that category. Thus, it would necessarily be criminal. And those cases, as we discussed, are reviewed by the District Attorney's Office. But understand that even though the force may not be deemed excessive, it may still be improper. So when we get that information back from the DA's office that it is not excessive, you may now file administrative charges. That case, after the investigative findings are entered into the IA Pro system, they generate the allegation of the excessive force as exonerated because it wasn't criminal and it was deemed to be justified. Because the incident actually happened, but the force was deemed justified. But perhaps the officer used an improper technique to apply that force, or there was some other auxiliary conduct that was deemed improper or unprofessional. So a finding of founded or sustained for the improper tactics is attached to the case. But if you are looking in the founded category for excessive force complaints, it will not show there. The accountability now for that behavior will be captured in the founded category for improper tactics and procedures. So you were correct in terms of the context doesn't really show that, but that accountability is captured, but it is now captured in a different category under improper tactics. I hope that helps.
It does. So I don't have all the documents in front of me. I was just looking for the number.
Oh, sorry.
Also.
So I wasted your time then.
Not at all.
That was a
Not at all.
good explanation, actually.
So
It was.
So I have a couple of different statistics in front of me. I can actually get the actual numbers for you. I can pull them out and make sure you get those. You want for a particular year, or I'm not exactly sure what you're looking for?
I would say a 3-year snapshot would be fine.
Okay, we have the 3-year snapshot. It's in the actual plan. You want to take that, Commissioner?
Yeah, that data was posted on the public website. It's up there on the public website.
Okay. So can you say it? I'm sorry, for the record?
I honestly don't have it in front of me, sir. I apologize.
Oh, all right. No. So I guess a lot of my questions, Commissioner, are also for the record, to establish, a printed record. Thanks to Frank, that's it, to incorporate this, that we've asked the questions and it was a part of the discussion. That's all. But if you could come up with those numbers by the time we do this in the full legislature next Monday, I would appreciate it. The next area I wanted to jump into is the Inspector General. And I was listening to the questioning by Legislator Bino, and I just want to make sure I heard you correctly, Commissioner, because what you had mentioned that the legislature was the third party in regards to any information regarding investigations we can have. And the legislature should be doing the third party due diligence, and there's no need for an independent Inspector General because the third party is the legislature. Did I hear you correctly when you said the legislature?
No, sir. The first party is Internal Affairs Supervisory level with our Professional Standards Unit. Second party is the District Attorney's Office. Third party is the Attorney General. What I said is this body always has the right to call and ask us questions about it, and I think it was the legislator said that would be that make me the third party.
Gotcha. So let's just dissect what you just said. So if one of the parts you just mentioned was the Attorney General. So if I understand the law correctly, the Attorney General, and I did a rough estimate that my staff provided to me on Wikipedia. There's about 56,000 roughly sworn officers in New York State. Would you agree or disagree with that number?
I have no idea. I know there's 500. I know there's 500 agencies. I don't know how many offices are.
We'll trust in Wikipedia. But roughly there's about 56,000 sworn officers. And I understood the criteria that you said that things that would escalate to Nassau County Police Department versus things that would escalate to New York State. But that just seems like the potential, and I think the Attorney General will do a phenomenal job with this, but I just think that for that amount of volume, I'm extremely concerned that the only independent body that can look into potential investigations that the Nassau County PD handles would be the Attorney General. And that just seems like a lot of volume. Like, I just feel like things are going to get lost in the gap. So my ultimate concern is to revisit and again, the independent inspector general. And from our standpoint, again, I circle back to what I talked about before. It's not individual trust. I'm sure the officers that are there with you today, the brass that's with you, the officers that are in the room, individually, this is not an issue. It's an institutional issue that has come, which I've presented to you many times from my constituents in terms of regaining that trust. The independence is what would be able to establish that, because people would feel like there's another avenue that's looking at this. And I know you were talking back when Legislative Bynum brought up independent consultant. That being said, I use this analogy, and maybe I might get myself in some political trouble with this, but I'm going to say it anyway. The governor of New York, who is going through a situation right now, as we all know, called on for the Chief Justice to investigate his situation into potential allegations. However, everyone that was a part of any level of government felt that that was inappropriate because he appointed the Chief Justice. You cannot set up an operation where the governor is going to have someone that is appointed by him investigating him. And I asked the same question because that is the issue that's at hand with the police department. You are asking Nassau County residents that had a very low level of trust, right, wrong, or different, and I think I'll quote Legislative Ford, there's perception and there's reality. However, they have a very low threshold of trust for the police department, and you're asking them, by not having an inspector general, by punting this in some cases, which will happen with an attorney general, you're asking them to trust us anyway, we'll police ourselves. Now, I know from a police department standpoint, everyone will say, well, we're not Minneapolis, or we're not this place, we're not that place, this doesn't happen to us. But I'm sure Minneapolis or any other area, no one wishes those types of incidents to happen in your city, and making sure you have the proper protocols in place ensures that you can at least safeguard yourself toward protecting your department and your officers and our community residents from this ever happening. So I ask you again, and it comes up time and time again about independence. I ask you again, I really don't understand the reluctance towards an independent inspector general, not from the standpoint, and I've heard your department talk about the fact that how much it would cost and the ineffectiveness, and I get that. But I'm looking at it from a trust standpoint. If it was going to be able to demonstrate greater amount of trust to make the community trust our department more, I can't believe we can't come up with a compromise that would allow this to be able to move forward. I just want to hear your comments on that.
On which part, sir?
Well, on the part of developing trust through a vehicle that will allow independence to occur in the Nassau County Police Department.
I believe trust has been established between the Nassau County Police Department and its community for many years.
Commissioner, if I may, and maybe this might summarize a lot of what I'm going to say tonight. How do you believe you will be able to generate independence and trust from people that don't trust the police department because they are concerned that the department will only police themselves? And by policing themselves, they feel that the outcome will always favor officers, right, wrong, or indifferent.
So I believe that trust in the Nassau County Police Department and its community has been established for years. I believe that what we do in our communities every day establishes trust. I also believe that when we talk about transparency and accountability, by showing the data, by wearing body cameras, by collecting the demographic data, that will give us a better look as we go forward to see if there are issues that need oversight. But at this point in time, I believe that the Nassau County Police Department, along with the District Attorney's Office, along with the Attorney General's Office, does a good job in policing itself. And when you ask these questions about trust in a community, if tomorrow there was a CCRB like there's been in New York City since 1982 and they still have problems, and if you wanted to put a oversight of an Inspector General, if an incident happened tomorrow and we'd still have the same problems on the street today, it wouldn't change because there was an Inspector General. We need to change the mindset, the training of our police officers. And when I say that, we mean in the country. We as a Nassau County Police Department trained professionally. That's why we don't have these complaints. That's why we don't have these problems. That's why we go out day in and day out servicing the people of Nassau County. So we're now going into an age of body cameras, GPS tracking, data collection, mental health training and stuff, and additional training and so forth. At the end of the day, the Nassau County Police Department has put so much oversight on top of its officers. I'm concerned about their well-being, that they're being focused on the job at hand, and that they're going to still can do it with the same passion that they've always done it, because they're going to be concerned about everything that's being looked at them.
Well, I will say this, Commissioner, that in regards to the independent Inspector General, I don't believe that there is any one issue that will enhance or make our department even greater. I say that because the body cam program, though I truly believe it would add a level of transparency, that by itself is a great initiative, but by itself is not going to develop the trust. It's not going to be like flipping a switch and then suddenly the same concerns that people had before that I brought to you. I mean, and you have heard some of my community meetings. Sometimes it doesn't always escalate to excessive force. It might be they felt an officer cursed at them, or maybe use foul language, talk down to them. It could be something as minor as that as well, which people feel that they were disrespected, especially by someone, by a police officer that is there to protect and serve. So I think from that standpoint, more importantly, and it's not going to happen today, but I truly believe there has to be a greater dialogue to really have a really tough discussion on how we will generate trust. And granted, I heard you loud and clear. You feel that is being demonstrated every day, and I believe that every officer that goes out has the best intentions to try to develop trust every single day. And that's not the issue. But we are facing years and years and years of many throughout our county that believe that they do have a very low level of trust. And if they had a high level of trust, we wouldn't be here today. So I think from that standpoint, we want to make sure everyone understands that our department is working on their best interests. And there's no trepidation or fear when an African-American or Latino-American or a young person is walking down the street and they see a police car and they get fearful. And that really disheartens me when I hear that. And that's a reality for many of my residents that live in Roosevelt or Uniondale or Hempstead or anywhere throughout my district. That's a reality. It's unfortunate, and we try to combat it to ensure that that's not the case. But I can't remove it overnight. So I really truly believe you should revisit the issue of rebuilding trust, and I think an independent Inspector General would do that. I do want to move on to one more topic. I talked a little bit more. I wanted to ask the question. I heard one of the folks from your department bring up the issue of the right to know. And I thought someone had said that they didn't support legislation for the Right to Know Act. However, officers just have to stick the shield on their most outer garment. Officers obviously have to inform you of the infraction, that why he pulled you over, why she pulled you over. I'm just curious on why, is that required in department policy that they have to do that? And if they don't do that, it would follow I'm assuming it could follow the potential complaint process. But I just wanted to clarify that is required within department policy, that they have to let someone know that why they're pulling them over, and if someone asks for their badge or shield number, they have to provide that.
Yeah, that is in our policy. That is 100% correct. And now with the new use of body-worn cameras, when someone says they did not, they will have to. Our cops wear, unlike many agencies around the state, we wear our shield and our name on our shirt. Many do not. They wear numbers. We do wear our name and our shield. We do have to give it when asked. And then when we issue the summons, it's on there. And now the fact that we issue that summons, it is only GPS data. It's got video camera data. It will also have to be in the demographics of the report that is taken.
Okay. Okay. Well, my last thing, Commissioner, and just more of a comment, despite my disagreement with components of the plan, I think overall you and I have shared a relationship where I know my office, I know I've been able to text you or ask you for anything at any given night, and you've responded very quickly and promptly, and I want to thank you for that. And I don't want you to take my comments or my questions as any level of dissatisfaction with you personally. I truly believe we have to have very tough conversations to ensure that everyone throughout our county has the belief that their department is the trust level's high for them and their department. And this is not a knock on anyone particular or anything in particular, because obviously they're bad politicians, they're bad lawyers. I got people in my district that don't even want to get a COVID shot because they're worried about not getting all the proper disclosures in terms of what the shot will do, and they want to wait. And so there's bad people in every level of government. That being said, the last place we would ever think about when someone's in aid that they won't call police department because they feel that there is some level of concern when they call police, and I'm trying to remove that stigma from many of the minds of my constituents, but it's hard and it's a challenge. But I do want to thank you again for obviously for being here today, but then also for your promptness in helping and handling many situations that we have always texted you about from my office.
So, sir, if I may, first of all, thank you. And I want you all to know something, that we, the Nassau County Police Department, respect all 19 of our legislators. We know that you're all battling different areas, different concerns in your legislative districts. And that's why we try to do it as very neutral as we can. We understand and we respect all of you for that. I will promise you this, the hard conversations are not over. And we have agreed with the pact to continue going forward, to have further discussions, to how we can change. We are committed to building trust in our communities. I think we do a hell of a job, but we can always do better. And I've said that over and over. After 38 years of being here, after the day and the week that I have been through with my family, this has been tough. And sitting here today has even been harder. But I do know this. I respect every single one of you for the job that you do. And I hope that our public can have the same respect for their police officers who put their life on the line every day to do the job that they do. So I thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Is that it? Okay.
That is it. That is.
All right. So, no one else? Okay. There's no public, so let's move on. Okay.
There's more?
Can I, all those, all right. Okay, this is it, all right? Don't delay, all right. All those in favor of passing item 64-21, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The item
Aye.
passes. Okay, thank you. The item
Yeah.
passes unanimously.
No, that's just,
No.
Oh, no. I asked for nays, but you're not on.
public safety.
Wait. Okay, we'll do it over. All right.
This is just the
The
Public
item-
Safety Committee.
Yeah, this is just public safety. I'm sorry, I should have clarified. Okay. The Public Safety Committee, the item 6421 is in front of us, which we discussed, okay, was presented, the Nassau County Police Reform and Reinvention Plan, all right? Discussions are over. All those in favor of passing on the Public Safety Committee, all those in favor of passing item 64-21, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Nay? Okay. All right, yeah, because, all right. So okay, so the item passes 6-1 with the nay by Legislator Bino. Okay? Okay, so all those in favor of adjourning this meeting, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? This meeting is adjourned. On to finance. Thank you.
Okay. Real quick, the same question. Members of Finance, all those in favor of passing the sole item on our agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any nays? Anyone? Okay, the item passes unanimously. Motion to adjourn, I'll make that motion to adjourn. Legislator Drucker seconds the motion. All those in favor of adjourning Finance, say aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.
And finally, the Rules Committee, again, same item, 64 of 2021. All those in favor of passing this on to the full legislature next week signify by saying aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
Okay, it passes by a vote of 5-2 with the Minority Leader and Legislator Bino voting no. And a motion to adjourn by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Walker. All in favor of adjourning signify by saying aye. Those opposed, it's adjourned. Thank you all again. Appreciate all the time you put into this.